Chapter 1. The Mountain's Child. Harry could have stopped breathing. It would have been easier than drawing in another lungful of dust and stale air that tasted of old boots and Vernon's cologne. The cupboard under the stairs had been his world for 3 days now. Or was it 4? Time moved differently in the dark, stretching and compressing like the hunger that gnawed at his ribs. But something deeper than hunger was eating at him tonight. Something that made his magic crackle under his skin like static before a thunderstorm. He pressed his forehead against the wooden door and tried to make himself smaller. Smaller was safer. Smaller meant Uncle Vernon might forget he existed long enough for the lock to click open and for Aunt Petunia to shove a piece of stale bread through the gap with that pinched expression she wore whenever she had to acknowledge his presence. The house above him groaned with settling timbers and the weight of people who belonged there. Dudley's television blared from the sitting room, punctuated by his cousin's braying laughter. The sound scraped against Harry's ears like fingernails on slate. Every laugh was a reminder that while Dudley sprawled on the sofa, eating crisps and watching cartoons, Harry was folded into this space like unwanted laundry, forgotten until someone remembered to be angry with him. What had he done this time? The memories of the past week blurred together into a catalogue of failures. He'd burned the toast on Monday, though the toaster had been smoking before he'd even touched it. On Tuesday, he'd accidentally tracked mud through the kitchen after working in Aunt Petunia's garden, mud that had appeared on his shoes despite the fact that he'd been walking on the stone path. Wednesday had brought the incident with Mrs. Figg's cat, which had seemed perfectly fine when Harry found it, but had been yowling pitifully by the time the old woman came looking for it. Each infraction had earned him a lecture, delivered in Vernon's thunderous voice, about freakish behaviour and being grateful for the roof over his ungrateful head. The lectures had grown longer and louder as the week progressed, until yesterday, when Vernon's face had gone that dangerous shade of purple that meant he was past speaking and ready for action. Harry's left shoulder still ached from where Vernon had grabbed him, his thick fingers digging in hard enough to leave bruises shaped like sausages. The pain was a dull throb now, but it spiked whenever Harry moved wrong in the cramped space. He'd learned to hold himself very still. The hunger was worse than the pain, though. It twisted in his stomach like a living thing, making him dizzy and nauseous at the same time. When had he last eaten? Properly eaten? Not just the dry crusts Petunia had started sliding under the door when Vernon wasn't looking. Her charity came with its own price, the guilty way she averted her eyes, as if acknowledging his existence might contaminate her. Harry closed his eyes and tried to think about something else. Anything else. But the darkness behind his eyelids only made the hunger sharper, made the walls feel closer, made the unfairness of it all press against his chest until he could barely breathe. He was 9 years old. He should have been outside, climbing trees or riding bicycles or doing whatever normal children did during the summer holidays. Instead, he was trapped in a space barely large enough for the vacuum cleaner and a shelf of old shoes, counting the hours by the sound of Dudley's meals being prepared above his head. The magic under his skin pulsed, responding to his desperation. Harry had felt it before, that electric sensation that preceded broken windows and strange accidents that Uncle Vernon claimed were his fault. But tonight it felt different, stronger, more insistent. It whispered to him in a voice that sounded almost like his own. "You don't have to stay here." The thought was terrifying and thrilling in equal measure. Of course he had to stay here. Where else would he go? He was a freak, as Uncle Vernon never tired of reminding him. A burden, a mistake that normal people had to endure because they were kind enough to keep him out of an orphanage, though Vernon's descriptions of orphanages made them sound considerably more appealing than the cupboard. But the voice persisted. "You don't have to stay here." Harry's magic surged again, and this time he didn't try to push it down. What was the worst that could happen? Another punishment? Another week in the cupboard? At least if something went wrong, if the freakishness finally pushed the Dursleys too far, it would be over. One way or another, it would be over. The air around him began to shimmer with heat that had nothing to do with the July weather outside. Harry felt himself lifting, though his feet remained firmly planted on the cupboard floor. The sensation was like being carried by invisible hands, gentle but inexorable. His magic sang in his veins, building to a crescendo that made his teeth ache and his vision blur. For a moment, he thought he might be dying. The idea didn't frighten him as much as it should have. Then the world exploded into light and sound and movement, and Harry felt himself being torn away from everything he had ever known. The transition was both instantaneous and endless. Harry tumbled through space that wasn't space, past colors that had no names, and sounds that bypassed his ears and resonated directly in his bones. He caught glimpses of landscapes flashing by too quickly to process, a green field, a grey city, an ocean that sparkled like scattered diamonds, mountains that pierced the sky like ancient spears. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the journey stopped. Harry hit solid ground with enough force to knock the breath from his lungs. He lay there for several minutes, his face pressed against something that smelled of pine needles and rich earth, trying to remember how to breathe. When he finally managed to lift his head, he found himself surrounded by trees so tall they seemed to scrape the belly of the sky. The air here was thin and clean, carrying scents he'd never encountered before, something sharp and metallic that made his nose tingle, the green smell of growing things, and underneath it all, a wild musk that raised the hair on the back of his neck. The light was different, too, filtered through ancient branches to create a cathedral of golden shadow. Harry struggled to his knees, his body protesting every movement. Everything hurt, as if he'd been squeezed through a tube too small for his bones. His vision swam, and for a moment he thought he might be sick. But gradually the world steadied around him, and he was able to take in more of his surroundings. He was in a clearing of some kind, though calling it a clearing was like calling the ocean a puddle. The space stretched for hundreds of yards in every direction, carpeted with grass, so green it looked artificial. Ancient stones were scattered throughout the area, some as large as houses, arranged in patterns that suggested purpose, but defied comprehension. In the distance, mountains rose like sleeping giants, their peaks lost in clouds that seemed to burn with their own inner light. It was beautiful. It was also completely impossible. Harry had never been anywhere but Privet Drive and the few blocks surrounding it. He knew about other places from the geography books at school, but this didn't look like anywhere he'd ever seen in photographs. This looked like somewhere from a fairy tale, all wild beauty and ancient magic. Magic. The word hung in his mind like a bell struck in an empty room. Whatever had brought him here, it hadn't been an airplane or a train or any other method of transportation the Dursleys would have acknowledged. This was the freakishness Uncle Vernon had always warned him about, finally revealing its true nature. He should have been terrified. Instead, for the first time in days, Harry felt something approaching relief. If this was what his freakishness could do, if it could take him away from cupboards and hunger and hands that gripped too tight, then maybe it wasn't such a terrible thing after all. The relief lasted until he tried to stand and realized how alone he was. The clearing was beautiful, but it was also utterly empty of anything resembling human habitation. No roads, no houses, no people, just the stones and the grass and the mountains that seemed to go on forever. Harry was 9 years old. He was hungry and hurt and lost, and he had no idea where he was or how to get home. Not that home was particularly appealing at the moment, but at least it was familiar. At least he knew the rules there, even if the rules were designed to make his life as miserable as possible. Here, he didn't even know what the rules were. Harry took a tentative step forward, then another. The grass was soft beneath his feet, softer than any grass had a right to be. Each blade seemed to glow with its own inner light, as if the earth itself was magical. The thought should have been comforting. If everything here was magical, then maybe his own strangeness wouldn't stand out so much. But magic in storybooks was one thing. Magic that could pluck a boy from his cupboard and drop him in an unknown wilderness was quite another. He had just decided to try walking toward the mountains. There might be a road on the other side, or at least a village where someone could tell him where he was, when he heard the sound. It started as a low rumble, like distant thunder, but deeper, the kind of sound he felt in his chest rather than heard with his ears. The stones around the clearing began to vibrate, and the grass beneath his feet trembled as if the earth itself was afraid. Harry froze, every instinct screaming at him to run. But where? He was surrounded by forest, and something told him that whatever was making that sound could move faster through these trees than a 9-year-old boy with shaking legs. The rumble grew louder, closer, until it seemed to emanate from the very air around him. Then, with a crash that sent birds exploding from the treetops, something enormous emerged from the forest. Harry's first thought was that dragons were supposed to be fictional. His second thought was that this particular dragon had apparently never received the memo. The creature was easily 50 feet long from snout to tail, with scales that shifted from deep emerald to bronze, depending on how the light struck them. Its head was massive, triangular, topped with 2 enormous golden horns that gleamed like polished metal. When it moved, muscles rippled beneath its hide like cables under tension, and each step it took left gouges in the earth. But it was the eyes that held Harry frozen in place. They were ancient, intelligent, and utterly alien. When they fixed on him, he felt as if he was being evaluated by something infinitely older and wiser than himself. Something that could reduce him to ash with a single breath, if it chose to. The dragon approached slowly, its massive head lowering until Harry found himself staring directly into those enormous golden eyes. They regarded each other in silence for what felt like hours, but could only have been seconds. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs so hard, he was surprised it didn't echo off the surrounding mountains. Then the dragon spoke. The sound that emerged from its throat was unlike anything Harry had ever heard, a deep, sibilant hiss that seemed to contain layers of meaning beyond his comprehension, but somehow, impossibly, he understood it. Small one, lost one, you taste of old magic and fresh pain. Harry's mouth fell open. The words hadn't been in English, but he had understood them as clearly as if they had been. They seemed to bypass his ears entirely and settle directly into his mind, carrying with them impressions of vast age and careful curiosity. The dragon's head tilted slightly, a gesture that would have been comical if not for the fact that the creature could have swallowed Harry whole without much effort. "You hear me?" the dragon observed, and there was something like surprise in the sibilant tones. "Interesting. It has been many turnings since one of your kind could speak the deep language." Harry tried to respond, and found that his voice had abandoned him entirely. He made a small, choked sound that might have been an attempt at speech, but the dragon seemed to understand his distress. "Peace, small one. I am called Araminta in your tongue, though my true name would burn your throat to speak. I mean you no harm. You are unexpected." I don't understand," Harry managed to whisper, and was startled to hear that his words came out in the same sibilant tones the dragon had used. She lowered her great head until it was nearly touching the ground, bringing her eyes level with Harry's. "Tell me, lost one, how did you come to be in my domain?" Harry opened his mouth to explain about the cupboard, and the magic, and the terrifying journey through space, but the words tangled in his throat. How could he explain any of this? How could he make this ancient, magnificent creature understand that he was just a freak who lived in a cupboard and burned toast? "Show me," Araminta said gently, and suddenly Harry felt something brushing against his mind. Not invasive, not forcing its way in, but offering connection. "I will not take what you do not give. But if you would share your memory, I might better understand." Harry hesitated for a moment, then let the barriers around his thoughts dissolve. He shared the hunger and the fear, the cupboard and the darkness, Uncle Vernon's purple face, and Aunt Petunia's pinched disapproval. He showed her the magic that had torn him away from everything he knew and deposited him in this impossible place. When he was finished, Araminta's eyes had gone very still. "I see," she said finally, and there was something like anger in her voice. Not directed at Harry, he realized with relief, but at what she had seen in his memories. "You are very young to carry such burdens, small one, and very brave to have endured them for so long." "I'm not brave," Harry said automatically. I don't know what I am. You are a child who has been taught to think himself a burden, when he is, in fact, quite remarkable." Araminta's tone was firm. "The magic that brought you here is not something any wizard could accomplish deliberately. It required great power and great need, working in harmony. Most who attempt such a thing do not survive the journey." "Most?" "There have been others," Araminta confirmed. "In the deep past, when the barriers between worlds were thinner, they came seeking sanctuary, or fleeing great danger, or simply because their magic was too wild to be contained. The mountains have always been a place of refuge for those who do not fit elsewhere." Harry felt a spark of hope kindle in his chest. "Refuge?" "If you choose it," Araminta said. "But first, I think, you should rest. You are exhausted and hungry, and neither condition improves one's decision-making abilities. There is a cave nearby where you will be safe. Food as well if you are not particular about its preparation." Harry's stomach chose that moment to emit a loud growl, and he flushed with embarrassment. But Araminta only made a sound that might have been amusement. "Follow me, small one, and perhaps along the way you will tell me your name. I find conversation flows more smoothly when one knows what to call one's companions." "Harry," he said, scrambling to keep up as the dragon began walking toward the tree line with surprising grace for something so large. "Harry Potter." Araminta stopped so suddenly that Harry nearly collided with her massive foot. "Potter," she repeated, and there was something strange in her voice. Recognition, perhaps, or surprise. How interesting, indeed. It seems the currents of fate run deeper than I anticipated. "You've heard of me?" Harry asked, confused. The dragons in storybooks were always hoarding knowledge along with their gold, but this was real life, wasn't it? "I have heard stories," Araminta said carefully. "Old stories, about a child who would come speaking the deep language when the world had need of him. I had thought them merely the wishful thinking of my ancestors. But perhaps—" She trailed off, lost in thought, and Harry didn't dare interrupt. He was beginning to realize that his accidental journey had brought him to a place where his strangeness might not be a liability, where speaking to magical creatures was a gift rather than a symptom of freakishness. For the first time in his 9 years of life, Harry Potter began to hope that he might actually belong somewhere. Far below them, hidden among the trees that cloaked the mountainside, Charles Weasley crouched behind a massive boulder and tried to process what he had just witnessed. He had come up here to check on Araminta, as he did every morning during his rounds of the Dragon Preserve. The ancient female was notoriously territorial, and the preserve directors liked to keep track of her movements to ensure she wasn't threatening the younger dragons or the research stations. What he had not expected to find was a human child, apparently conversing with the most dangerous dragon in the preserve as if they were old friends. Charlie had been working with dragons for 2 years now, ever since his accelerated graduation from Hogwarts had earned him an early placement at the Romanian preserve. He thought he understood dragons better than most wizards, respected their intelligence, and their capacity for both creation and destruction. But in all his time here, he had never seen Araminta show interest in anything beyond her territory and her meals, and he had certainly never seen anyone speak to her in what sounded like Parseltongue. But it hadn't been quite right, had it? Charlie had heard Parseltongue demonstrated once, during his defense against the dark arts classes. This had been similar, but deeper somehow. Richer. As if the child and the dragon were speaking in harmonics that bypassed normal language entirely. The boy, Harry the dragon had called him, was clearly exhausted and malnourished. Even from a distance, Charlie could see the way his clothes hung loose on his thin frame, the careful way he held himself, as if movement caused pain. There were shadows under his eyes that spoke of too little sleep and too much fear. Charlie had seen those signs before, during his brief stint helping his father with cases involving underage wizards from troubled homes. Someone had been hurting this child, systematically and over a long period of time. The protective fury that rose in Charlie's chest surprised him with its intensity. He barely knew this boy, had only witnessed a few minutes of conversation between him and Araminta. But there was something about the careful way Harry held himself, the automatic apology in his posture, that spoke to something deep in Charlie's nature. Dragons, Charlie had learned, protected their young with a ferocity that could level mountains. It seemed that instinct wasn't limited to dragons. As Charlie watched, Araminta began leading the boy toward the series of caves that honeycombed the mountain face. Harry followed, stumbling slightly but keeping pace, and Charlie found himself making a decision that would change both their lives forever. He was going to follow them. He was going to make sure the boy was safe, and if necessary, he was going to fight a dragon to protect a child he didn't even know. After all, someone had to. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, as Charlie began picking his way carefully through the rocks and trees, staying well back but maintaining visual contact with the unlikely pair ahead of him, he felt more certain of his purpose than he had in months. Some things, he reflected, were worth risking everything for. Finding a child who could speak to dragons definitely qualified. Chapter 2. The Dragon Whisperer. Charlie Weasley had always prided himself on his ability to read dragons. After 2 years at the Romanian preserve, he could distinguish between a content rumble and a warning growl from 300 yards away. He could tell when Norbert was feeling playful versus when the Norwegian Ridgeback was genuinely considering incinerating whatever had the misfortune to be in his line of sight. He knew that Minerva, the ancient Hebridean black in the southern enclosure, preferred her meals served at precisely sunset, and that the Hungarian Horntail twins would only accept food from handlers who approached from the left. But in all his time working with dragons, Charlie had never seen anything like what he was witnessing now. Araminta moved through the rocky terrain with an unusual gentleness, her massive form somehow managing to avoid disturbing even the smallest stones that might trip up the child walking beside her. The boy, Harry, kept pace despite his obvious exhaustion, occasionally reaching out to steady himself against her scaled flank with a familiarity that suggested he had been interacting with dragons his entire life rather than for less than an hour. The conversation between them continued as they walked, conducted in that strange variant of Parseltongue that made Charlie's ears ring with harmonics he couldn't quite process. He caught fragments, words that seemed to bypass his conscious mind and settle directly into his understanding. The dragon was asking questions, gentle probing inquiries about the boy's journey and his needs. Harry's responses were hesitant at first, then increasingly trusting, as Araminta's maternal concern became evident. Charlie followed at what he hoped was a safe distance, using every stealth technique he had learned during his brief aura training, before deciding that dealing with dark wizards was considerably less appealing than working with dragons. The irony of his current situation was not lost on him. He was effectively stalking a dragon and a child through the Carpathian Mountains, and the dragon was probably more aware of his presence than the boy was. Dragons, Charlie had learned early in his tenure at the preserve, were not easily surprised. Their senses were too keen, their awareness too broad. If Araminta was tolerating his surveillance, it was because she had decided to allow it. The question was why. They reached the cave entrance as the morning sun climbed higher over the mountain peaks. The opening was larger than Charlie had expected, easily wide enough for Araminta to enter without lowering her great head. Ancient carvings spiraled around the entrance, worn smooth by centuries of weather, but still recognizable as runic script. Charlie frowned, trying to recall his ancient runes lessons. The symbols suggested protection, sanctuary, welcome, concepts that seemed oddly formal for a dragon's lair. "Here we are, small one," Araminta's voice carried on the thin mountain air, and Charlie realized with a start that he could understand her words. Not clearly, not completely, but enough to grasp the general meaning. "Rest now. There is fresh water from the mountain springs, and food if you can manage it." Harry's response was too quiet for Charlie to catch, but the dragon's reply was warm with something approaching affection. "Sleep then. I will keep watch. Nothing will harm you here. This I promise." The massive head lowered, and Charlie heard the boy make a small sound that might have been a sob of relief. When Araminta lifted her head again, Harry had disappeared into the cave. For several minutes, the dragon remained perfectly still, her attention focused inward toward where the child rested. Then, without turning her head, she spoke again. "You may come out now, young dragon keeper. I grow tired of pretending I am unaware of your presence." Charlie's heart jumped into his throat. He remained motionless behind the boulder where he had taken cover, hoping desperately that Araminta was addressing someone else. Someone who wasn't him. Someone who had significantly better prospects of surviving the next few minutes. "I will not ask again," the dragon continued, and there was the faintest edge of warning in her tone. "Show yourself, Charles Weasley, before I decide that your interest in my guest is less benevolent than I have assumed." She knew his name. Wonderful. Charlie stood slowly, his hands visible and empty, and stepped out from behind the boulder with all the confidence he could muster, which wasn't much. "Araminta," he said carefully, inclining his head in the respectful gesture he used with all the preserved dragons. "I meant no offense. I was curious." The dragon's ancient eyes fixed on him with an intensity that made Charlie feel as if his soul was being catalogued and filed for future reference. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of centuries. "Curious," she repeated, and there was amusement in the word, along with something that might have been approval. "Yes, I can see that. Tell me, young keeper, what did you make of what you witnessed in the meadow?" Charlie took a careful breath, acutely aware that his next words could determine whether he walked away from this conversation or became a cautionary tale for future preserve workers. "I saw a child speaking with a dragon as if they shared a common language," he said honestly. "I saw someone who has been hurt, badly and repeatedly, finding sanctuary with the most dangerous creature in these mountains. And I saw—" He hesitated, then forged ahead. "I saw something that shouldn't be possible, according to everything I know about magic." Possibilities have a way of expanding when one's understanding proves inadequate to the situation, Araminta observed. "The boy speaks the deep language, the old tongue that my kind shared with yours before the world grew cold and suspicious. It has been many turnings since I heard it from human lips." "Parseltongue," Charlie said, though even as he spoke the word, he knew it wasn't quite right. But different. Deeper, somehow. "Parseltongue is the shadow of what we once shared," Araminta confirmed, "a degraded echo of the true speech. What the boy possesses is closer to the original, the language of magical essence rather than mere serpentine communication. It is a rare gift, and a dangerous one." Charlie felt pieces of a puzzle beginning to click into place. Dangerous how? Power always draws those who would exploit it. The boy is young, untrained, and has already been damaged by those who should have protected him. In the wrong hands, his abilities could be shaped into something terrible. Araminta's gaze sharpened. "Which brings me to you, young keeper. What do you intend to do with what you have learned?" It was a fair question, and one that Charlie had been asking himself since the moment he first saw Harry speaking with the dragon. The sensible thing would be to report the incident to his supervisors, who would contact the ministry, who would undoubtedly want to study the boy and his unprecedented abilities. The boy would become a research subject, poked and prodded and analyzed until his gift was thoroughly understood and properly regulated. The thought made Charlie's stomach turn. "I intend to make sure he's safe," Charlie said quietly, starting with getting him some proper medical attention and a decent meal. "And after that?" "I don't know," Charlie admitted. "He's obviously been abused, severely. Someone needs to help him heal from that before anyone starts worrying about his magical abilities." Araminta studied him for a long moment, then made a sound that might have been approval. "You may approach," she said finally. "But know this, I have accepted the boy under my protection. Should you prove a threat to him, my response will be decisive." Charlie nodded, understanding the warning for what it was. He approached the cave entrance slowly, his hand still visible, hyper-aware of the massive predator watching his every movement. When he reached the opening, Araminta moved aside just enough to allow him passage, though her presence still dominated the space. The interior of the cave was larger than it had appeared from outside, the walls smooth as if carved by expert hands. Soft light emanated from crystalline formations embedded in the stone, providing gentle illumination that didn't hurt the eyes. The air was warm and dry, carrying the clean scent of mountain springs. Harry had collapsed just inside the entrance, curled into a defensive ball with his face turned toward the wall. Even in sleep, he looked ready to run or fight. His breathing was quick and shallow, and Charlie could see tremors running through his thin frame. Charlie knelt carefully beside the boy, trying to assess his condition without waking him. The signs were worse up close. Harry was severely underweight, his skin pale with the greyish undertone that spoke of chronic malnutrition. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and there were what looked like finger-shaped bruises on his upper arms. His clothes were several sizes too large and worn thin, more suitable for a child of 6 or 7 than someone Harry's age. "How old is he?" Charlie asked softly. 9 years by his own account, though he has the look of someone much younger. 9. Charlie's hands clenched involuntarily as he thought about what kind of systematic neglect and abuse could leave a 9-year-old child looking like Harry did. "He needs a healer," Charlie murmured. "Proper nutrition, medical attention." "He needs safety first," Araminta corrected. "The healing of the body cannot begin until the mind knows it will not be harmed again. The boy has learned to expect pain from those who should protect him. Trust will not come easily." As if summoned by their conversation, Harry's eyes fluttered open. For a moment, he looked peaceful, still caught between sleep and waking. Then his gaze focused on Charlie, and the boy's entire body went rigid with terror. Harry scrambled backward until his back hit the cave wall, his hands raised defensively in front of his face. The movement was instinctive, practiced, and it broke Charlie's heart. "Please don't," Harry whispered, and his voice was so small and broken that Charlie felt something crack open in his chest. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Whatever I did, I'm sorry, please don't." "Peace, small one," Araminta's voice cut through Harry's panic like warm honey. "You are safe. This is Charles, the keeper I spoke of. He means you no harm." Harry's eyes darted between Charlie and the dragon, confusion evident on his thin features. "Keeper. I work at the Dragon Preserve," Charlie explained gently, settling back on his heels to make himself appear less threatening. "I take care of dragons like Araminta. Make sure they're healthy and safe." "Dragons need taking care of?" Harry asked, and there was something almost like wonder in his voice. Charlie smiled, recognizing an opportunity to put the boy at ease. "Oh, absolutely. Dragons are magnificent creatures, but they can be stubborn about things like medical checkups and proper nutrition. Rather like 9-year-old boys, actually." Harry's lips twitched in what might have been the beginning of a smile before fear reasserted itself. "Are you going to take me back?" The question was barely audible, but it hit Charlie like a physical blow. The boy wasn't asking about going home. He was asking about being returned to whatever hell he had escaped from. "No," Charlie said firmly. "I'm not going to take you anywhere you don't want to go." "The Keeper speaks truth," Araminta confirmed. "I have looked into his heart. Small one. He is one who protects, rather than harms." Harry studied Charlie's face with the intense scrutiny of a child who had learned to read adult moods for survival. Whatever he saw there must have reassured him, because some of the tension left his shoulders. "What happens now?" Harry asked quietly. It was a fair question, and one that Charlie wished he had a better answer for. The boy needed medical attention, proper food, clean clothes, and probably months of careful healing to undo the damage that had been done to him. He also needed to learn about his magical abilities in a safe environment, free from the kind of exploitation that his gift would almost certainly attract. None of which was going to happen if Charlie reported the situation through official channels. "Now," Charlie said carefully, "I think we need to get you somewhere warm and safe where you can rest properly. I have a cabin not far from here. There's food, clean clothes, a real bed." Harry's eyes narrowed with suspicion that was far too mature for his age. "What do you want in return?" "He has learned to expect payment for kindness," Araminta observed sadly. "What cruel lessons the boy has been taught." "Nothing," Charlie said honestly. "I want to help because you need help. That's all." "People don't just help," Harry said, and the flat certainty in his voice made Charlie want to hunt down everyone who had contributed to that worldview and introduce them to Araminta's less gentle side. "Some people don't," Charlie agreed. "But some people do. My mother once took in a stray cat that had been hit by a car. Spent 3 months nursing it back to health, never asked for anything in return. Just thought the cat deserved a chance to be happy and safe." Harry considered this for a long moment. "What happened to the cat?" "Tom lived with us for 12 years, Charlie said with a smile. "Spoiled absolutely rotten. Had his own chair by the fire and everything. Tom? My little brother named him. Ron was 5 at the time, and he thought Tom was the most creative name in the world." Something shifted in Harry's expression at the mention of family, a longing so intense it was almost painful to witness. Charlie filed the observation away, adding it to his growing understanding of what this child needed. "If I come with you," Harry said slowly, "can I come back here? To see Araminta?" "You will always be welcome in my domain, small one. This I promise." "Of course," Charlie said. "In fact, if you're interested, I could teach you more about dragons while you're staying with me, about their care and feeding, their habits, how to work with them safely." For the first time since Charlie had seen him, Harry's face lit up with genuine enthusiasm. "Really? You'd teach me about dragons?" "If you want to learn," Charlie confirmed, "you've got a natural gift with them that I've never seen before. It would be a shame not to develop it properly." Harry looked between Charlie and Araminta, weighing his options with the careful deliberation of someone far older than his years. Finally, he nodded. "Okay," he said quietly. "I'll come with you." "A wise choice," Araminta approved. "But know that I will be watching, young keeper. The boy is under my protection now, should any harm come to him while he is in your care." "Understood," Charlie said solemnly. "I'll protect him with my life if necessary." "That will not be necessary," Araminta said, and there was amusement in her tone. "But your commitment is noted and appreciated." Harry struggled to his feet, swaying slightly as exhaustion and malnutrition caught up with him. Charlie moved to steady him, then stopped as the boy flinched away from the contact. "Sorry," Charlie said softly. "Are you all right to walk?" Harry nodded, though his face had gone a shade paler. "I'm fine." It was obviously a lie, but Charlie let it pass. The boy's pride had probably been battered enough without forcing him to admit weakness to a virtual stranger. "My cabin's about a 20-minute walk through the forest," Charlie explained. "There's a path most of the way, but it's a bit rough in places. Let me know if you need to rest." They made their way out of the cave, Harry pausing to touch Araminta's massive flank in what appeared to be a gesture of farewell. The dragon lowered her great head to nuzzle him gently, and Charlie heard her whisper something too soft to catch. The journey back to Charlie's cabin took nearly twice as long as it should have, with frequent stops as Harry's strength gave out. The boy never complained, never asked to rest, but Charlie could see him struggling and called for breaks whenever Harry's steps became too unsteady. By the time they reached the small wooden structure that served as Charlie's home away from home, Harry was barely upright. Charlie helped him up the front steps, careful not to touch him without permission, and ushered him inside. The cabin was Spartan but comfortable, furnished with practical necessities rather than luxuries. A fireplace dominated one wall, flanked by well-worn chairs and a bookshelf crammed with volumes on dragon care and magical creature behavior. The kitchen was compact but functional, and Charlie was grateful that he had stocked it well during his last trip to the preserve's supply depot. Harry stood in the middle of the main room, looking lost and uncertain. His eyes darted constantly toward the door, as if calculating escape routes. "Are you hungry?" Charlie asked, hoping that the offer of food might help the boy relax. "I've got bread, cheese, some fruit. I don't want to be any trouble," Harry said automatically. "You're not trouble," Charlie assured him. "When's the last time you ate? A proper meal, I mean." Harry's brow furrowed, as if the question required significant thought. "I don't remember." Charlie felt that familiar surge of protective anger, but he kept his voice gentle. "Well, let's fix that. Why don't you sit down, and I'll put together something for you." Harry perched on the very edge of one of the chairs, ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. Charlie moved slowly around the kitchen, narrating his actions so that nothing would come as a surprise. "Bread first, I think. Nice and easy on an empty stomach. Some mild cheese, nothing too strong. And here's an apple. It's from the local orchards. They grow the sweetest fruit you've ever tasted." He arranged the simple meal on a plate and set it on the small table beside Harry's chair, then retreated to give the boy space. Harry stared at the food as if it might be a trap. "It's all right," Charlie said softly. "Take your time." Harry reached for the bread with trembling fingers, tore off a small piece, and ate it with the careful deliberation of someone who had learned to make food last. The first bite seemed to unlock something in him, and he began eating with increasing urgency, as if afraid the meal might be snatched away at any moment. "Slow down," Charlie advised gently. "It's not going anywhere, and you don't want to make yourself sick." Harry forced himself to eat more slowly, though Charlie could see the effort it required. The boy was clearly starving, but his stomach had probably shrunk from prolonged undernourishment. Too much food too quickly would only cause more problems. "Better?" Charlie asked, when Harry had finished about half the plate. "Yes, sir." "Thank you, sir." The formal politeness was heartbreaking. "Just Charlie," he corrected. "You don't need to sir me. We're equals here." Harry looked skeptical about that assertion, but he nodded anyway. "Now then," Charlie continued, "I think a hot bath might be in order. And some clean clothes. I've got some things that might fit you, with a bit of adjustment." The mention of a bath made Harry's eyes widen with something that might have been longing. I don't want to impose." "You're not imposing," Charlie said firmly. "You're a guest in my home, and guests deserve to be comfortable. Besides, Araminta would probably incinerate me if I didn't take proper care of you." That earned him a tiny smile from Harry, the first genuine one Charlie had seen. An hour later, Harry emerged from the bathroom looking like a different child. The hot water and soap had revealed that his hair was actually a rich, dark brown, rather than the dingy grey it had appeared under layers of dirt. His skin, while still pale from malnutrition, had lost the grey undertone of chronic uncleanliness. Charlie's old clothes hung loose on his thin frame, but they were clean and warm. "Feel better?" Charlie asked. "Much," Harry admitted, settling back into his chair with a caution that was becoming familiar. "Thank you. For everything." "You don't need to thank me for basic human decency," Charlie said. "Though I have to ask. Where did you come from, Harry? How did you end up in the mountains?" Harry's face closed off, the open curiosity replaced by guarded wariness. It's complicated. I've got time," Charlie said gently. "And if you're going to be staying here, I need to know what we might be dealing with. Are people looking for you? Are you in danger?" For a moment, Harry looked like he might refuse to answer. Then, in a voice so quiet Charlie had to strain to hear it, he began to speak. "I lived with my aunt and uncle, the Dursleys. They don't like me very much." It was clearly a massive understatement, delivered with the careful neutrality of a child who had learned that emotional reactions only made things worse. "What happened?" Charlie prompted gently. "I was in the cupboard. I live in the cupboard under the stairs. I'd been there for 3 days because I made Uncle Vernon angry. I can't remember what I did wrong this time. There are so many rules, and I break them without meaning to." Charlie's hands clenched involuntarily, but he kept his expression neutral. "Go on." "I was so hungry, and it was so dark, and I wanted to be anywhere else. And then there was this feeling, like magic, but stronger than anything I'd ever felt before. And then I was here, in the mountains, and Araminta was talking to me." The casual way Harry described magical transportation across half of Europe made Charlie's head spin. Untrained children occasionally managed accidental apparition under extreme stress, but never across such distances, and certainly never with the precision that had deposited Harry safely in dragon territory, rather than materializing him inside a mountain or several thousand feet above the ground. "The Dursleys," Charlie said carefully. "They're your guardians?" Harry nodded miserably. "My parents died when I was a baby. Aunt Petunia is my mother's sister. She and Uncle Vernon are the only family I have left." "And they hurt you?" Harry's silence was answer enough. "Harry," Charlie said gently, "what you've described, living in a cupboard, being starved, being physically harmed, that's not normal. That's not how families are supposed to treat children." "I know I'm not normal," Harry said quickly. "I know I'm weird and freakish and—" "Stop!" Charlie interrupted firmly. "You're not freakish. You're a wizard, Harry. The things you can do, the way you spoke with Araminta, that's magic, and it's wonderful. Not freakish." Harry stared at him as if he had spoken a foreign language. "Wizard?" "You've never been told?" Charlie asked, though the answer was obvious from Harry's expression. "Harry, both of your parents were magical. Your father was a wizard, your mother was a witch. You inherited their abilities, just like some children inherit their parents' eye color or height. Magic is real?" Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "Very real," Charlie confirmed. "And you, my boy, have more of it than most. The fact that you can communicate with dragons proves that." Harry was quiet for a long time, processing this information. When he finally spoke, his voice was small and uncertain. "If magic is real, and if I'm really a wizard, does that mean I don't have to go back? To the Dursleys?" It was the question Charlie had been dreading, because he didn't have a good answer. Legally, the Dursleys were Harry's guardians. The Ministry of Magic had presumably placed him there for a reason, though Charlie was beginning to suspect that whoever had made that decision had never bothered to check on Harry's welfare. But looking at this fragile, damaged child who had just discovered that magic was real and that he wasn't the freak his relatives had convinced him he was, Charlie found himself making a decision that would change both their lives. "I don't know what the legal situation is," Charlie said honestly, "but I can promise you this. No one is taking you back to people who hurt you. Not on my watch." Harry's eyes filled with tears that he quickly wiped away. "You mean it?" "I mean it," Charlie said firmly. "We'll figure out the details later. For now, you're safe here with me, and that's all that matters." For the first time since Charlie had met him, Harry allowed himself to believe that someone might actually protect him. The relief on his face was heartbreaking and beautiful in equal measure. Outside, the sun was setting over the Carpathian Mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. In the distance, a dragon's call echoed across the peaks, Araminta, perhaps, checking on her newest charge. Charlie looked at the boy curled in his chair, finally relaxed enough to show his exhaustion, and felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. He had no idea what challenges lay ahead, what legal battles they might face, or how he was going to explain any of this to his superiors. But one thing was certain: Harry Potter was going to be safe, fed, and loved if Charlie had anything to say about it. Some fights, Charlie reflected, were worth having. This was definitely one of them. Chapter 3. Sanctuary. Harry woke to the sound of birds singing outside a window that wasn't barred, in a bed that smelled of lavender instead of dust and old shoes. For a brief, disorienting moment, he thought he might still be dreaming. The mattress beneath him was soft, the blankets clean and warm, and sunlight streamed through glass that wasn't covered by heavy curtains designed to keep the neighbors from seeing anything unfortunate. Then memory crashed back. The cupboard, the impossible journey, Araminta's ancient eyes, and Charlie Weasley's unexpected kindness. Harry sat up slowly, his body protesting the movement with aches that reminded him of yesterday's magical transport across half of Europe. The bedroom Charlie had given him was small but comfortable, with whitewashed walls and simple furniture that suggested function over luxury. It was, Harry realized with a sharp pang of longing, the first real bedroom he had ever slept in. The thought should have brought relief. Instead, it brought a familiar twist of anxiety. Good things didn't last, not for him. Eventually, Charlie would realize that Harry was more trouble than he was worth. Eventually, someone would come looking for him and drag him back to Privet Drive. Eventually, this sanctuary would prove to be as temporary as every other moment of happiness he had ever stolen. Harry pushed the dark thoughts away and focused on getting dressed. Charlie had given him clean clothes the night before, soft jeans that were only slightly too large, and a blue jumper that smelled faintly of dragons and mountain air. The fabric felt strange against his skin after years of Dudley's cast-offs, but it was a pleasant strangeness. The sound of movement from the kitchen told him that Charlie was already awake. Harry hesitated at the bedroom door, uncertainty gnawing at him. What were the expectations here? Was he supposed to help with breakfast? Clean something? Make himself useful in some way that might justify his continued presence? At Privet Drive, any deviation from the established routine resulted in punishment. But Charlie hadn't given him any rules yet, which was somehow more terrifying than having too many. At least with rules, you knew where you stood. Harry took a deep breath and opened the door. The main room was filled with the warm smell of cooking food, real food, not the grudging scraps he was accustomed to. Charlie stood at the stove, tending to what appeared to be eggs and bacon, his red hair catching the morning light that streamed through the kitchen window. He looked up when Harry emerged, and his face broke into a smile that seemed genuinely pleased rather than dutiful. "Morning, Harry," Charlie said warmly. "Sleep well?" "Yes, sir." "Thank you, sir." The formal responses came automatically, armor against potential displeasure. Charlie's smile faltered slightly. "Just Charlie, remember? And you don't need to thank me for giving you a place to sleep. That's what decent people do." Harry nodded, though he wasn't entirely convinced that Charlie's definition of decent people matched his own experience. Still, the man had fed him and given him clean clothes and a real bed, which was more kindness than Harry had experienced in years. He could play along with whatever game this was for, as long as it lasted. "Are you hungry?" Charlie asked, turning back to the stove. "I've got eggs, bacon, toast, and some of that jam you seemed to like yesterday." Harry's stomach chose that moment to emit a loud growl, and he flushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean—" "Don't apologize for being hungry," Charlie interrupted gently. "Growing boys are supposed to be hungry. It means your body is working properly." The concept of hunger being normal rather than shameful was so foreign that Harry couldn't quite process it. He stood uncertainly in the doorway until Charlie gestured toward the small table. "Sit down and I'll get this sorted. Coffee or tea?" "Actually, scratch that. You're 9. Milk or juice?" "Whatever's easiest," Harry said automatically. Charlie paused in his breakfast preparations, his expression growing thoughtful. "Harry, I'm not asking what's easiest. I'm asking what you'd prefer." "There's a difference." I don't know," Harry admitted quietly. The truth was, he couldn't remember the last time anyone had asked him what he wanted. "Fair enough," Charlie said, without making it sound like a failing. "We'll try both and see what you like better." He set a plate in front of Harry that held more food than the boy was used to seeing in a week. Scrambled eggs that were fluffy rather than rubbery, bacon that wasn't burned, toast with actual butter rather than the thin scraping he was accustomed to. Harry stared at it all, overwhelmed by the abundance. "Go on," Charlie encouraged, settling into the chair across from him with his own plate. "Eat up. We've got a busy day ahead of us." "Busy?" Harry asked, though he was already reaching for the toast. The butter was real and rich, unlike the margarine substitute that was all the Dursleys had ever provided. "I need to check on the dragons today, and I thought you might like to come with me. Get a proper introduction to the preserve. Maybe meet some of the other creatures we care for here." Harry nearly choked on his eggs. "You want me to come with you? To work?" "If you're interested," Charlie said casually, though Harry caught the careful way he was watching for a reaction. "It's not exactly work for you, more like a tour. But I think you'd enjoy it, and the dragons would certainly find you interesting." The thought of seeing more dragons made Harry's heart race with excitement. But excitement was dangerous. It led to disappointment when reality inevitably fell short of hope. "Won't I get in the way?" Harry asked cautiously. "Not likely," Charlie said with a grin. "Most of our visitors are either terrified of dragons or completely ignorant about them. You, on the other hand, can actually talk to them. That's going to make things considerably easier." Harry took another bite of eggs, thinking about what it might be like to speak with dragons other than Araminta. The idea was thrilling and terrifying in equal measure. "Charlie," he said hesitantly, "yesterday, when I was talking to Araminta, it felt natural. Like I'd been doing it my whole life. Is that normal?" Charlie considered the question seriously. "I don't know if normal is the right word. What you can do is extremely rare. But from what I've read about similar abilities, yes, it often feels instinctive to those who possess it, like speaking your native language." "But it's not normal for wizards?" "Not even close," Charlie confirmed. "Most wizards can't communicate with magical creatures beyond basic training commands. What you're doing is more like having a conversation with a friend who happens to be a 50-foot predator." Harry absorbed this information while working his way through the generous breakfast. The food sat heavy in his stomach, not unpleasantly, but unfamiliarly. His body wasn't used to regular meals, and certainly not meals this substantial. "How long have you been working with dragons?" Harry asked, partly from genuine curiosity, and partly to distract himself from thinking about how temporary this kindness probably was. "About 2 years now," Charlie said. "I graduated from Hogwarts early and came straight here. Always knew I wanted to work with magical creatures, and dragons are about as magical as creatures get." "Hogwarts?" Charlie's fork paused halfway to his mouth. "The wizarding school. Harry, haven't you been told anything about the magical world?" Harry shook his head, feeling that familiar shame that came with ignorance. "The Dursleys said magic was freakishness, that people like me were wrong." The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. When Charlie spoke again, his voice was carefully controlled, but Harry could hear the anger underneath. "The Dursleys are the ones who are wrong," Charlie said firmly. "Magic is a gift, not a curse, and anyone who would make a child feel ashamed of their abilities." He trailed off, clearly struggling to keep his temper in check. Harry flinched automatically, his body preparing for the explosion that usually followed adult anger. But Charlie took a deep breath and forced his expression back to something approaching calm. "I'm sorry," Charlie said quietly. "I'm not angry with you, Harry. I'm angry at the people who hurt you." "It's all right," Harry said quickly. "I'm used to it." "Well, you shouldn't be," Charlie replied. "And you won't have to be. Not anymore." The promise hung in the air between them, too fragile and precious for Harry to fully believe. Instead, he focused on finishing his breakfast, savoring flavors that were already becoming associated with safety in his mind. After they had both finished eating, Charlie stood and began clearing the dishes. "I need to check in with my supervisor this morning," he said casually. "Let him know I found someone who needed help yesterday." Harry's fork clattered against his plate, his appetite vanishing instantly. "You're going to tell him about me?" "I have to report finding you," Charlie explained gently. "But I'm not going to tell him who you are or about your abilities. Just that I found an injured child who needed medical attention and temporary shelter. What if he wants to see me? What if he asks questions?" The panic in Harry's voice was unmistakable, and Charlie quickly moved to reassure him. "Then I'll handle it. Harry, no one is taking you anywhere you don't want to go. I promised you that yesterday, and I meant it." Harry wanted to believe him, but experience had taught him that adult promises were usually worth exactly as much as the breath used to speak them. Still, Charlie had been kind to him so far, and what choice did Harry have but to trust him? "Okay," Harry said quietly. Charlie studied his face for a moment, then seemed to come to a decision. "Actually, let me make that call from here, rather than walking down to the office. That way you can hear exactly what I tell him." Harry nodded gratefully, relieved that he wouldn't have to spend the morning wondering what Charlie was saying about him to mysterious officials. Charlie moved to a strange-looking device that Harry assumed was some sort of magical telephone. He spoke a series of words that sounded like an incantation, and the device began to glow with soft blue light. "Petrov, it's Charlie Weasley. Yes, I'm fine. Listen, I need to report an incident from yesterday. I found a child on my morning rounds, injured and lost. British, about 9 years old. No, he's all right now. I brought him back to my cabin, gave him food and medical attention. I know, but what was I supposed to do? Leave him on the mountain?" Harry listened intently as Charlie navigated what sounded like a series of bureaucratic objections. His supervisor, Petrov, apparently had concerns about Charlie taking in stray children without proper authorization. "The boy was half dead from exposure and malnutrition, Petrov. I wasn't about to let him die while we sorted out paperwork." "No, he doesn't remember much about how he got here. Probably wandered off from a camping group and got lost. I'll bring him down later today so you can see that he's being properly cared for." Charlie caught Harry's eye and winked, which didn't do much to calm the boy's nerves. The thought of meeting Charlie's supervisor filled him with dread. "Of course, I'll write a full report. Yes, I understand the importance of following protocol. Right. See you this afternoon." Charlie ended the call and turned back to Harry with an expression of mild exasperation. "Bureaucrats," he said with a shake of his head. "Same everywhere, magical or otherwise." "He wants to see me," Harry said, stating the obvious with barely concealed anxiety. "He wants to make sure I'm not harboring a dangerous fugitive in my spare bedroom," Charlie corrected. "Once he sees that you're just a lost child who needed help, he'll lose interest quickly enough." Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but Charlie's casual confidence was somewhat reassuring. "What do I tell him about how I got here?" "As little as possible," Charlie advised. You were camping with relatives. You wandered off and got lost. You don't remember much about the journey to the mountains. That's all true, in the broadest sense. It wasn't quite lying, Harry realized, but it wasn't the complete truth either. The distinction seemed important to Charlie, and Harry filed that information away for future reference. "Now then," Charlie said, his tone brightening, "how would you like to meet some more dragons?" Despite his lingering anxiety about the meeting with Petrov, Harry felt excitement bubble up in his chest. The chance to see more dragons, to maybe talk with them the way he had with Araminta, was too appealing to resist. "Yes," he said, and his voice came out stronger than he had intended. "Yes, I'd like that very much." 20 minutes later, they were walking through a forest that looked like something from a fairy tale. Ancient trees stretched toward a sky that was bluer than any Harry had seen in London, and the air carried scents that spoke of wild places and old magic. Charlie had provided him with sturdy boots and a warm jacket, both of which fit better than anything Harry had worn in years. "The preserve covers about 30 square kilometers," Charlie explained, as they walked along a well-maintained path. "We've got enclosures for the younger dragons and the ones that need medical attention, but most of our residents prefer to roam freely. The boundaries are warded to keep them from wandering into populated areas, but otherwise they live much as they would in the wild." Harry nodded, trying to absorb the information, while simultaneously marveling at the landscape around them. Everything here seemed more vivid than the world he had known. Colors more saturated, scents more complex, sounds more musical. Even the light felt different, as if it carried magic in every beam. "How many dragons live here?" Harry asked. "About 40, give or take," Charlie replied. "We've got 6 different species represented, ranging from baby common Welsh greens that could fit in your pocket to ancient monsters like Araminta, who've been around since before recorded history." They crested a small hill, and Harry's breath caught in his throat. Spread out below them was a valley that defied everything he had thought he knew about the possible. Dragons moved through the landscape like living legends, some basking on rocky outcroppings, others soaring through the air with grace that seemed to mock the laws of physics. There were creatures of every conceivable color and size, from sleek serpentine forms to massive beasts that moved like walking mountains. "It's incredible," Harry breathed. "Wait until you talk to them," Charlie said with a grin. "Come on, let's start with the younglings. They're usually the most curious about visitors." They made their way down into the valley, approaching a section that had been partially fenced to create safe boundaries for the smaller dragons. As they drew closer, Harry began to hear voices, not human voices, but the sibilant whispers that seemed to speak directly to his soul. New one. Strange one. He smells of the deep magic, old magic, broken magic, magic that has been hurt, but strong magic, growing magic, magic that calls to us. Harry stopped walking, overwhelmed by the chorus of voices that rose from the group of young dragons. They had noticed his approach and were discussing him with the frank curiosity of children, apparently unaware that he could understand them. "What are they saying?" Charlie asked quietly. They can sense magic," Harry said slowly, trying to pass the overlapping conversations. "They say I smell of old magic, but that it's been broken somehow." Charlie frowned. "Broken how?" Before Harry could answer, one of the young dragons, a beautiful creature with scales that shifted from gold to copper depending on the light, approached the fence separating them. When it spoke, its voice was clearer than the others, more focused. "You are the one the eldest spoke of," it said, fixing Harry with eyes like molten amber. "The child who speaks the true language." "The eldest?" Harry asked. "Araminta. She has told us of your coming. We are honored to meet one who carries the old words." Charlie watched in fascination as Harry conversed with the young dragon, though he could only understand Harry's side of the conversation. The boy's entire demeanor had changed. Where he was usually cautious and defensive, he now seemed confident and natural. This was clearly where he belonged. 3 years, Harry murmured, then louder. This is Ember. She's 3 years old." "She?" Charlie asked, surprised. "How can you tell?" Harry paused, considering the question. I'm not sure. It's just obvious somehow, like when you hear someone's voice and know whether they're male or female." "You understand the deep truths," Ember confirmed. "This is rare among your kind. Most humans see only scales and fire when they look upon us." The conversation continued for several more minutes, with Ember introducing Harry to the other young dragons in her clutch. Each had a distinct personality that came through clearly in their mental voices. There was Ash, who was curious about human customs, and Smoke, who wanted to know whether Harry could fly without wings. There was Flame, who was concerned about Harry's obvious hunger, even though he had just eaten breakfast, and Spark, who seemed to view humans as elaborate toys designed for dragon amusement. "This is remarkable," Charlie murmured as he watched Harry laugh at something one of the dragons had said. "I've been working with these younglings for months, and they barely tolerate me. But with you, they're acting like old friends." "He is Pack," Ember explained when Harry translated Charlie's comment. "He speaks the true words, so he is one of us. Pack protects Pack." "She says I'm Pack," Harry told Charlie, and there was wonder in his voice. "She says that because I can speak their language. I'm one of them." Charlie felt something twist in his chest at the pure joy on Harry's face. This child, who had been made to feel like a burden and a freak by the people who should have loved him, had found acceptance with dragons. The irony was both heartbreaking and beautiful. They spent the rest of the morning touring the preserve, with Harry serving as translator for interactions with dragons that had never shown interest in communicating with humans before. Charlie watched in amazement as ancient creatures emerged from hiding places to speak with the boy, sharing stories and wisdom that no human had heard in centuries. The most remarkable encounter came when they visited the medical enclosure, where dragons recovering from injuries or illness were kept under careful observation. A massive Hungarian horntail named Brutus, who had been aggressive and uncooperative since his arrival 6 months ago, approached Harry with what could only be described as reverence. "Young speaker," the great dragon rumbled, his mental voice carrying the weight of ages, "we have waited long for one such as you to come again." "Brutus says they've been waiting for someone like me," Harry translated, his voice hushed with awe. "The old compact was broken long ago," Brutus continued. "The humans forgot the true words, and we forgot how to trust. But you remember. You can bridge the gap between our kinds." "What compact?" Harry asked, both aloud and in the sibilant tongue. "In the deep past, before fear divided our peoples, there was understanding. Humans who spoke the true language served as intermediaries, helping both sides remember that we share this world. You carry that possibility within you." Charlie listened as Harry translated this exchange, feeling the weight of implications he couldn't fully grasp. If what the dragon was suggesting was true, Harry wasn't just a child with an unusual magical ability. He was potentially the key to restoring an ancient alliance between humans and dragons. By the time they started back toward Charlie's cabin for lunch, Harry was glowing with a happiness that transformed his entire appearance. The wary, defensive child of yesterday had been replaced by someone confident and purposeful. For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter had found something he was genuinely good at, something that brought joy rather than punishment. "Charlie," Harry said as they walked, Do you think I could learn to work with dragons? Like you do?" "I think," Charlie replied carefully, "that you have more natural talent with dragons than anyone I've ever met. With proper training, you could probably do things with magical creatures that no one has attempted in centuries." Harry's face lit up with an expression of such pure hope that Charlie felt his resolve crystallize. Whatever legal battles lay ahead, whatever bureaucratic obstacles they might face, he was going to make sure this child had the chance to develop his gifts in an environment where he felt valued and safe. They were nearly back to the cabin when Charlie noticed the owl. It was a large, tawny bird, circling high overhead with the purposeful flight pattern that suggested a message delivery rather than hunting. As they watched, it began to descend, clearly intending to land near them. Harry tensed automatically at the sight, his newfound confidence evaporating as quickly as it had come. "Is that?" "Probably just preserve business," Charlie said, though something about the owl's behavior was setting off warning bells in his mind. "We get correspondence from the ministry fairly regularly." The owl landed on a nearby branch and extended its leg, revealing a letter sealed with official-looking wax. Charlie approached carefully, noting the bird's excellent condition and expensive jesses. This wasn't a preserve owl. The letter was addressed to him, but the return address made his blood run cold. Office of the Chief Warlock, Albus Dumbledore. Charlie's mind raced as he stared at the letter. How could Dumbledore possibly know about Harry's presence here? They had been so careful, had told no one. Unless Harry's disappearance had triggered some sort of magical monitoring, unless there were protections or tracking spells that Charlie knew nothing about. "What is it?" Harry asked quietly, and the fear in his voice suggested that he had picked up on Charlie's tension. "I'm not sure," Charlie said honestly, "but I think we may have our first real complication." He opened the letter with hands that were steadier than he felt, scanning the contents quickly. The words seemed to leap off the page. Most urgent matter. Missing child. Grave concern for the boy's safety. Immediate return required. "Charlie?" Harry's voice was very small. "Is it about me?" Charlie looked at the boy. This brave, damaged, remarkable child who had just discovered that he wasn't a freak, but rather someone with extraordinary gifts, and made a decision that would define the rest of both their lives. "Yes," he said quietly. "It's about you." "And Harry?" "Yeah. We're not giving you back." The owl watched them with bright, intelligent eyes, waiting for a response that Charlie was in no hurry to provide. In the distance, a dragon called, Araminta, perhaps, checking on her adopted charge. Charlie folded the letter and slipped it into his pocket. Whatever Albus Dumbledore wanted, whatever authority he claimed to possess, it would have to be stronger than a dragon's protection and a young man's determination to do what was right. "Some battles," Charlie reflected grimly, "found you whether you went looking for them or not. This particular battle was going to be worth fighting." Chapter 4. Brothers in Flame. The emergency call came at dawn, 3 days after Dumbledore's letter had arrived and been deliberately ignored. Charlie woke to the sharp whistle that meant one of the dragons was in distress, followed immediately by the deeper alarm that indicated serious injury. He rolled out of bed, muscle memory from 2 years of preserve work taking over before his mind had fully processed what was happening. Harry appeared in the doorway of his bedroom, already dressed and wide-eyed with concern. The boy had been staying close to the cabin since the letter arrived, as if he understood instinctively that his sanctuary was under threat. Now, however, his attention was focused entirely on the sounds coming from the valley below. "Something's wrong," Harry said, and Charlie could hear the edge of pain in his voice. "I can feel it. One of the dragons is hurt. Badly." Charlie paused in pulling on his boots, struck by the certainty in Harry's tone. "You can feel it from here?" "It's like—" Harry struggled to find words for something he didn't fully understand. "Like hearing someone scream, but inside my head. She's terrified and in pain, and she doesn't understand why no one is helping her." Harry was already more attuned to the injured dragon than the preserve's monitoring systems, which had only indicated that something was wrong without specifying which dragon or what kind of injury. "Get your boots and coat," Charlie said, grabbing his emergency kit from the shelf by the door. "If you're up for it, we might need your help." Harry was moving before Charlie finished speaking, his earlier wariness forgotten in the face of a dragon's need. Charlie watched him pull on the warm clothes they had bought in the village 2 days ago. Real clothes that fit properly, purchased with Charlie's own money, because he refused to let Harry continue wearing cast-offs. The boy's movements were quick and sure, and Charlie realized with a start that Harry was no longer the terrified, malnourished child he had found in Araminta's cave less than a week ago. Good food and safe sleep were working their quiet magic, but more than that, having purpose was giving Harry something Charlie had never seen in him before: confidence. They made their way through the forest at a pace that would have been impossible for Harry when Charlie first found him. The boy had been putting on weight, slowly but steadily, and his stamina was improving daily. More importantly, he moved through the dragon preserve like he belonged there, alert to his surroundings, but unafraid. The emergency was in the medical enclosure, where a Hungarian horntail named Magda lay on her side, breathing heavily and making low sounds of distress. Charlie's colleague Pavel Kovar knelt beside her massive head, speaking in soothing tones while trying to examine a wound on her right wing that was bleeding more heavily than it should have been. "What happened?" Charlie asked, dropping to his knees beside Pavel. "She got into a territorial dispute with one of the Romanian Longhorns," Pavel explained without taking his eyes off his patient. Normally that wouldn't be a problem. A few scratches, maybe some singed scales. But something went wrong with the healing. The wound keeps opening, and she won't let anyone close enough to treat it properly. Charlie could see the problem immediately. The gash along Magda's wing membrane was deep and jagged, the edges refusing to knit together despite the healing potions that Pavel had obviously already attempted to apply. Worse, Magda's eyes were wild with pain and fear, and she kept trying to move away from the humans attempting to help her. "She doesn't understand what you're trying to do," Harry said quietly, from where he stood at a safe distance. "She thinks you're making it worse." Pavel looked up, noticing Harry for the first time. "Charlie, who is this? Children aren't allowed in the medical enclosure." "This is Harry," Charlie said, making a quick decision. "He's been helping me with some of the more difficult dragons." "Harry, what exactly is Magda saying?" Harry stepped closer, his expression focused in that particular way Charlie had learned to recognize. The boy was listening to something only he could hear. "She says the pain comes in waves, like fire spreading through her wing," Harry translated. "Every time someone touches the wound, it gets worse instead of better. She's afraid you're going to cut her wing off." Pavel's eyebrows rose. "He can understand her?" "Better than that," Charlie said. "Harry, can you explain to Magda what Pavel is trying to do? Tell her we want to help, not hurt her." Harry moved closer to the dragon's head, speaking in the sibilant tones that Charlie was becoming accustomed to hearing. Magda's breathing immediately began to slow, and her wild eyes focused on the boy with something approaching hope. "Young speaker." Magda's mental voice was thick with pain, but clearer than it had been since the injury occurred. "They hurt me every time they touch the wound. Why do they wish to cause more pain?" "She doesn't understand healing magic," Harry explained to the two men. "In her experience, humans only touch dragons to cause harm. She's never encountered medical treatment before." Harry knelt beside Magda's great head, well within range of teeth that could bisect him with a casual snap, and continued speaking in the dragon tongue. Charlie watched in fascination as the massive creature began to relax, her breathing evening out as Harry patiently explained what Pavel was trying to accomplish. "The healer human wants to clean the wound and apply medicines that will help your body repair itself," Harry explained. "It will sting at first, like cleaning dirt from a scrape. But then the pain will begin to fade." "You have seen this healing work?" Magda asked. "I have not been injured badly enough to need such care," Harry admitted honestly. "But the healer humans at this place dedicate their lives to helping dragons. They would not cause unnecessary pain." Magda considered this, her massive head tilting slightly as she studied Pavel with new interest. "Will you stay with me, young speaker, if the pain becomes too great?" "I will stay," Harry promised. "She's agreed to let you treat her," Harry told Pavel, "but she wants me to stay where she can see me. I think I think she trusts me to tell her if you're doing anything harmful. Pavel nodded slowly, clearly struggling to process the implications of what he was witnessing. This is extraordinary. I've been working with dragons for 15 years, and I've never seen anything like this. Neither have I, Charlie admitted. But if it helps Magda, that's all that matters right now. What followed was unlike any medical procedure Charlie had ever witnessed. Pavel worked with careful precision, cleaning the wound and applying specialized healing potions, while Harry provided a running commentary in both English and the dragon tongue. When Magda tensed with pain, Harry was there to explain what was happening and why it was necessary. When Pavel needed her to move her wing to a different position, Harry translated the request, and Magda complied willingly. Most remarkably, Harry seemed to sense things about Magda's condition that weren't immediately obvious to the human healers. He could tell when the pain was becoming overwhelming and suggest breaks, or when a particular potion was causing an adverse reaction, before Pavel could detect it through conventional means. The burning potion is making her wing feel numb, Harry reported during one application. She says it's like the feeling is being stolen from her wing. Pavel immediately stopped applying the salve. Numbness isn't supposed to be a side effect of this particular healing draft, he muttered, examining the wound more closely. Unless... Magda, have you been exposed to any toxic plants recently? Harry translated the question, and Magda's response made Pavel curse creatively in 3 languages. She says she ate some berries yesterday that tasted sweet, but left a bitter aftertaste, Harry reported. They were growing on vines near the northern boundary. Dreamshade berries, Pavel said grimly. They're mildly toxic to dragons, but they interact badly with standard healing potions. No wonder her wound wasn't closing properly. Pavel switched to a different set of treatments, ones designed to counteract the plant toxin while promoting healing. With Harry translating and Magda's full cooperation, the process went smoothly. Within an hour, the wound was properly cleaned and sealed, and the dragon was resting comfortably. Remarkable, Pavel said as he packed up his equipment. Absolutely remarkable. Charlie, where did you find this boy? He found me, actually, Charlie said, which was true in the most important sense. He's got a natural gift with magical creatures. Pavel studied Harry with the appraising look of someone recognizing exceptional talent. Has he had formal training? I'd like to recommend him for the advanced program at the Institute of Draconic Studies. Charlie felt Harry tense beside him. The boy was still wary of official attention, still afraid that recognition would lead to being taken away from the safety he had found at the preserve. Harry's education is unconventional, Charlie said carefully. He learns better through hands-on experience than formal classroom instruction. It wasn't entirely a lie. Harry was bright and eager to learn, but his previous educational experiences had taught him to expect punishment for asking questions or showing interest in subjects beyond the bare minimum. Charlie was working to undo that damage through patient encouragement and informal tutoring. Well, if you ever change your mind about formal training, Pavel said, I'd be happy to write a recommendation. What he did here today, it could revolutionize how we approach dragon medical care. After Pavel left to tend to his other patients, Charlie and Harry remained with Magda for a while longer. The dragon was drowsing comfortably, her breathing deep and regular, but Harry seemed reluctant to leave her side. She's going to be fine, Charlie assured him. Pavel knows what he's doing, and the wound is healing properly now. I know, Harry said quietly. It's just, she was so frightened, and she's been hurt before, by humans who didn't care about helping her. Charlie felt the familiar surge of protectiveness that seemed to strike whenever Harry revealed another piece of the world view shaped by his abuse. The boy instinctively identified with creatures who had been hurt by those they should have been able to trust. Not all humans are like the ones who hurt her, Charlie said gently. Just like not all dragons are dangerous to humans. Pavel really does care about helping the dragons here. Harry nodded, though Charlie could see he was still processing this concept. Trust, for Harry, was something that had to be earned through consistent action rather than words. They spent the rest of the morning making their regular rounds of the preserve, but Charlie noticed that other staff members were looking at Harry with new interest. Word of what had happened with Magda was spreading, and people were beginning to understand that the quiet boy who followed Charlie around was something more than a temporary visitor. "Charlie," Harry said, as they stopped to check on a clutch of common Welsh green eggs, "why didn't you tell Pavel where I really came from?" It was a perceptive question, and Charlie considered his answer carefully. "Because Pavel is a good man who follows the rules," he said finally. "And sometimes the rules aren't designed to protect the people who need protection most. Like me." "Like you," Charlie confirmed. "The official response to finding a lost child with extraordinary magical abilities would be to contact the ministry, who would want to study you and possibly return you to your legal guardians. That's not necessarily what's best for you as an individual." Harry was quiet for a moment, absorbing this distinction between official procedure and personal welfare. "So you're breaking the rules to keep me safe?" "I'm interpreting the rules in a way that prioritizes your well-being," Charlie corrected. "There's a difference." Harry smiled at that. Not the careful, cautious expressions Charlie was used to seeing, but a genuine grin that transformed his entire face. "You're teaching me to be sneaky. I'm teaching you that sometimes doing the right thing requires being creative about how you approach the rules," Charlie said with matching smile. "It's an important life skill." They were walking back toward the cabin for lunch when they encountered Araminta sunning herself on the rocky outcropping where Charlie had first seen her with Harry. The ancient dragon lifted her massive head as they approached, her golden eyes bright with what might have been amusement. "Young speaker," she greeted Harry warmly. "I hear you have been helping the healers with their work." "Magda was hurt," Harry explained. "She needed someone to explain what the healing would involve. And you provided that service admirably, from what I understand." Araminta's attention shifted to Charlie. "Young keeper, you should know that word of the boy's abilities is spreading beyond the preserve. There have been inquiries." Charlie felt his stomach drop. "What kind of inquiries?" "Ravens have been seen carrying messages to and from the village. Strangers have been asking questions about unusual children, about magical disturbances in the mountains." Araminta's tone was carefully neutral, but Charlie could hear the warning underneath. It would be wise to be prepared. "How long do you think we have?" Charlie asked. "Days, perhaps. Not weeks." Araminta lowered her great head until she was at eye level with Harry. "Young speaker, you must understand that your gifts make you valuable to many people, and not all of them have your best interests in mind." Harry's face went pale, but his voice was steady when he spoke. "I know. Uncle Vernon always said I was too strange to hide forever." "Your uncle was wrong about many things," Araminta said firmly. "Your strangeness is a gift, not a burden. But gifts can be exploited by those who would use them for their own purposes." "What do we do?" Harry asked, looking between Charlie and Araminta. Charlie felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders like a physical thing. This child was depending on him to make decisions that could affect the rest of Harry's life. The safe thing would be to contact the authorities, explain the situation, and hope that official channels would protect Harry from exploitation. But Harry's terror at the mention of officials, and Charlie's own instincts about what official channels were likely to prioritize, made that option unacceptable. "We make sure you're as prepared as possible for whatever comes," Charlie said finally. "That means continuing your education about magic and dragons, and making sure you understand your options." "Wise words," Araminta approved. "And I would add that you should remember, you are not alone in this. The dragons of this preserve have accepted you as pack. We do not abandon our own." That afternoon, Charlie began what he privately thought of as Harry's crash course in practical wizarding knowledge. They sat by the fire in the cabin's main room, Charlie's collection of books spread out on the small table between them. and Charlie did his best to explain 11 years' worth of magical education in terms a bright 9-year-old could understand. Magic isn't just about waving a wand and saying the right words, Charlie explained as he showed Harry a basic levitation charm. It's about understanding how magical energy works, how it flows through living things and responds to will and intention. Harry watched in fascination as Charlie made a feather dance through the air with precise wand movements. Is that why I can talk to dragons? Because of magical energy? Partly, Charlie said. But your ability is more complex than that. Most wizards have to learn to channel their magic through tools like wands and formal spells. You seem to have a more direct connection to certain types of magical creatures. Araminta called it the deep language, Harry said. She said it was something dragons shared with humans before the world grew cold and suspicious. Charlie nodded. There are stories about ancient partnerships between humans and magical creatures, before the Statute of Secrecy separated our world from the Muggle one, before fear made both sides forget how to trust each other. Harry absorbed this information with the intense focus he brought to anything related to dragons. Charlie found himself constantly impressed by the boy's intelligence and curiosity. Given proper educational opportunities, Harry could become an extraordinary wizard. But first, he had to survive the attention his abilities were attracting. As the afternoon wore on, Charlie taught Harry basic magical theory, simple protective spells, and the fundamentals of dragon care and behavior. Harry proved to be a quick learner, eager to understand everything Charlie could teach him about the magical world he had been denied knowledge of for so long. Why didn't anyone tell me about magic before? Harry asked during a break in their lessons. Why did the Dursleys lie to me? Charlie set down the book he had been reading from and considered how to explain something that he himself didn't fully understand. I think, he said carefully, that some people are frightened by things they can't control or understand. Your relatives may have thought they were protecting themselves by denying your magical nature. Protecting themselves from me? Harry's voice was small and hurt. Magic can be frightening to people who don't have it, Charlie explained gently, especially when it manifests unpredictably in children. But that doesn't make it your fault, Harry. You are not responsible for other people's fear or ignorance. Harry was quiet for a long moment, processing this new way of looking at his childhood experiences. Charlie, he said finally, what happens if the people looking for me find us? It was a question Charlie had been asking himself since Araminta's warning. The honest answer was that he didn't know. But looking at Harry's worried face, Charlie found himself making another promise he wasn't entirely sure he could keep. Then we'll figure out how to keep you safe, he said firmly. All of us. Me, Araminta, the other dragons, even Pavel and the rest of the preserve staff. You're not alone anymore, Harry. As if summoned by Charlie's words, there was a knock at the cabin door. Charlie tensed automatically. Visitors were rare, and given the current circumstances, any unexpected arrival was cause for concern. Stay here, Charlie told Harry, moving toward the door with his wand ready in his hand. The visitor was Helga Anderson, one of the preserve's senior researchers, and someone Charlie trusted implicitly, but her face was grave as she stepped inside, and Charlie knew immediately that she wasn't bringing good news. Charlie, Helga said without preamble, we need to talk about the boy and about the ministry officials who arrived in the village this afternoon. Harry had gone very still in his chair by the fire, and Charlie could see the old defensive posture beginning to reassert itself. But when Charlie looked at him, the boy straightened his shoulders and met his eyes directly. Whatever happens, Harry said quietly, thank you for giving me a chance to learn about dragons. This has been the best week of my life. Charlie felt something break open in his chest at the quiet dignity in Harry's voice. This child, who had been treated as a burden and a mistake for most of his short life, was thanking Charlie for basic kindness and educational opportunities that should have been his by right. This isn't over, Charlie said firmly, Helga, tell me what we're dealing with." As Helga began to explain about the ministry delegation and their very specific inquiries about a missing child with unusual magical abilities, Charlie found himself calculating options and escape routes. But more than that, he found himself thinking about Pavel's words from that morning. What he did here today could revolutionize dragon medical care. Harry wasn't just a lost child in need of protection. He was a bridge between two worlds, a living symbol of the ancient partnerships that had once existed between humans and magical creatures. People would want to use that gift for their own purposes, certainly. But perhaps, with the right support and protection, Harry could use it for something greater. Outside, the sun was setting over the Carpathian Mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. In the distance, Charlie could hear the calls of dragons settling in for the night, a sound that had become as familiar and comforting to him as his mother's lullabies. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, possibly new threats. But tonight, Harry Potter was safe and warm, and surrounded by people who valued him for who he was, rather than what he could provide them. It was, Charlie reflected, a foundation worth building on, even if they had to fight the entire wizarding world to protect it. Chapter 5. The Ancient Tongue. The ministry delegation had set up headquarters in the village inn, according to Helga's intelligence report, and they were asking very specific questions about magical disturbances, lost children, and unusual interactions with the preserve's dragon population. What made the situation particularly concerning was the presence of Albus Dumbledore himself, along with a contingent of Aurors who were supposedly investigating a matter of national magical security. "They're not being subtle about it," Helga reported as she accepted the cup of tea Charlie offered her. "Half the village knows that important wizards from Britain are looking for a missing child. The other half is convinced it's some kind of dark wizard hunt." Harry had gone very still in his chair by the fireplace, his earlier confidence evaporating as the reality of the situation sank in. Charlie could see the boy's shoulders drawing inward, his body language reverting to the defensive postures that had been so pronounced when Charlie first found him. "How long before they come here?" Charlie asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "Tomorrow, most likely," Helga said. "They've been working their way up from the village, interviewing anyone who might have seen something unusual. The preserve is the obvious next stop." Charlie felt the weight of responsibility settle heavier on his shoulders. He had hoped for more time to help Harry heal from his trauma, time to develop his magical abilities, time to build a legal case for why the boy shouldn't be returned to people who had systematically abused him. But time, it seemed, was a luxury they no longer possessed. "There's something else," Helga continued, her voice dropping lower. "The delegation brought some kind of magical tracking device, something I've never seen before. They're using it to trace residual magical signatures." Harry's head snapped up at that. "What kind of signatures?" "The kind left behind by powerful accidental magic," Helga explained gently. "The kind that might be produced by a young wizard under extreme stress." Charlie saw understanding dawn in Harry's eyes, followed immediately by the terrible certainty that his sanctuary was about to be destroyed. The boy had learned, through 9 years of bitter experience, not to trust in good things lasting. "I should go," Harry said quietly, his voice barely audible over the crackling of the fire. "I should leave before they find me here and get you in trouble." "Absolutely not," Charlie said firmly. "Harry, we talked about this. You're not going back to people who hurt you." "But if they find me here, they'll know you've been hiding me," Harry protested. "They'll punish you for helping me." The fact that Harry's first concern was for Charlie's welfare, rather than his own safety, made something crack open in Charlie's chest. This child, who had been treated as a burden and an inconvenience for most of his short life, was willing to sacrifice his own safety to protect someone who had shown him kindness. "Let me worry about the consequences," Charlie said. "You worry about being a 9-year-old boy who's been through more trauma than anyone should have to endure." Helga looked between them with an expression of growing understanding. "Charlie," she said carefully, Exactly how attached have you become to this child? It was a fair question, and one that Charlie had been asking himself since the moment he decided to take Harry in. The rational part of his mind knew that he had known Harry for less than a week, that his protective instincts were probably influenced by his own family's tendency to adopt strays and lost causes. But the larger part of him, the part that had watched Harry blossom from a terrified, defensive child into someone bright and curious and brave, knew that attachment was far too mild a word for what he felt. Completely, Charlie admitted. I know it's probably not rational, but I can't imagine letting anyone take him away from here. Not back to people who locked him in cupboards and starved him. Harry's eyes went wide with shock. Charlie realized with a start that he had never explicitly told anyone else about the extent of Harry's abuse. The boy had shared those details in private moments, trusting Charlie with information he had never told another soul. "I'm sorry," Charlie said quickly. "I shouldn't have said that without asking you first." "It's okay," Harry said quietly. "I trust Helga. And maybe it's time more people knew what the Dursleys are really like." Helga's expression had gone from concerned to furious as she processed Charlie's words. "They locked him in cupboards? They starved him?" "Among other things," Charlie confirmed grimly. "Harry, would you be comfortable telling Helga more about your living situation with the Dursleys? She might be able to help us figure out our legal options." Harry considered this for a long moment, weighing his instinctive desire for privacy against the practical necessity of building allies. Finally, he nodded. What followed was the most difficult conversation Charlie had ever been part of. Harry spoke in a flat, matter-of-fact tone that was somehow more heartbreaking than tears would have been, describing 9 years of systematic neglect and abuse with the emotional distance of someone recounting events that had happened to someone else. He told Helga about the cupboard under the stairs, about being locked away for days at a time with minimal food and water. He described Uncle Vernon's violent temper and Aunt Petunia's cold cruelty, the constant message that he was a burden who should be grateful for whatever scraps of tolerance he received. By the time Harry finished speaking, Helga was pale with rage, and Charlie was fighting the urge to apparate to little whinging and introduce the Dursleys to some of the more creative hexes in his repertoire. "This is unconscionable," Helga said, her voice shaking with fury. "How could the Ministry place a child with people like that? How could they not check on his welfare?" "I don't think they did check," Charlie said quietly. "I think they assumed that family was automatically better than institutional care, regardless of the actual circumstances." Harry had drawn his knees up to his chest during the telling, making himself as small as possible in the chair. Charlie wanted desperately to comfort him, but he had learned to let Harry dictate the terms of physical contact. The boy was still learning that touch could be gentle rather than harmful. "Harry," Helga said gently, "what you've described isn't just neglect. It's systematic torture of a child. No court in the wizarding world would return you to that situation once they understood what you've been through." "But what if they don't believe me?" Harry asked, voicing the fear that had been lurking behind his composed facade. "What if they think I'm lying to avoid going back?" "Then we make sure they have more than just your word," Charlie said firmly. "Medical examinations can reveal evidence of chronic malnutrition and abuse. Magical scanning can detect traumatic stress patterns. And we document everything you've told us. Get it down in official statements that can't be dismissed or ignored." Harry looked skeptical, and Charlie couldn't blame him. The boy had learned not to trust in adult promises of protection, had seen too many times how the needs of children could be subordinated to the convenience of bureaucracy. "There's something else we need to discuss," Helga said carefully. "Your magical abilities, Harry. They're going to be a major factor in whatever decisions get made about your future." "Because they make me valuable?" Harry asked, with a bitterness that was far too mature for his age. "Because they make you unique," Helga corrected. "And unique magical abilities come with both opportunities and dangers. There will be people who want to study you, people who want to use your gifts for their own purposes, and people who will see you as a potential threat." Charlie saw Harry's face close off, the defensive walls going back up as he processed this information. So, I'll never really be safe. Someone will always want something from me. Not necessarily, Charlie said quickly. Harry, your abilities are remarkable, but they don't define your worth as a person. And there are ways to protect yourself. Legal protections, magical protections, and most importantly, people who care about you for who you are rather than what you can do. Like you? Harry asked, and there was such naked hope in his voice that Charlie felt his heart break a little. Like me, Charlie confirmed without hesitation. Harry, I want you to understand something. Even if you couldn't speak to dragons, even if you had no magical abilities at all, I would still want to protect you. You matter because you're a bright, brave, kind person who deserves to be safe and loved, not because of what you can do for other people. Harry stared at him for a long moment, as if he couldn't quite process the concept of being valued for himself rather than his utility. When he spoke, his voice was very small. No one's ever said anything like that to me before. The simple statement hit Charlie like a physical blow. How was it possible that this remarkable child had lived 9 years without anyone telling him he had inherent worth? How had the wizarding world failed him so completely? Well, Charlie said, his voice rough with emotion, you're going to hear it a lot from now on. Because it's true. Helga cleared her throat gently, drawing their attention back to the practical matters at hand. We need to decide what we're going to do when the ministry delegation arrives tomorrow. Do we tell them the truth about who Harry is and where he came from? Charlie considered the options, none of which seemed particularly appealing. Lying to ministry officials would only delay the inevitable and potentially make things worse when the truth came out. But telling the truth meant exposing Harry to exactly the kind of scrutiny and potential exploitation they were trying to avoid. I think, Charlie said slowly, we tell them the truth about Harry's identity and his circumstances. But we also make it clear that he's under the protection of the Preserve, and that any decisions about his future need to take his welfare into account rather than just legal technicalities. And if they try to take him anyway? Helga asked. Charlie's expression hardened. Then they'll discover that dragons aren't the only dangerous creatures in these mountains. Harry looked between them with an expression that was equal parts gratitude and amazement. The concept of adults being willing to fight for his welfare was still foreign enough to be overwhelming. There's something else, Harry said hesitantly. Something I haven't told you about my abilities. I think they might be connected to something dark. Charlie and Helga both focused on him intently, sensing that whatever Harry was about to reveal was significant. When I talk to the oldest dragons, sometimes I see things, Harry continued, memories that aren't mine. Ancient memories, from before humans and dragons stopped trusting each other. But also, darker memories. Images of a man with red eyes, who speaks the same language I do, but uses it for terrible things. Charlie felt ice form in his stomach. Harry, can you describe this man? Tall, pale, with a face like a snake, Harry said, his voice dropping to a whisper. The dragons call him the Dark Speaker. They say he corrupted the ancient language, used it to control and dominate rather than communicate. Charlie exchanged a meaningful look with Helga. They both knew enough about recent wizarding history to recognize the description Harry was giving. Harry, Charlie said carefully, I think you might be talking about Voldemort, the dark wizard who killed your parents. Harry's face went white. My parents were murdered by a dark wizard. Charlie realized with a sick feeling that Harry had never been told the truth about his parents' deaths. The Dursleys had probably fed him some sanitized version that didn't acknowledge the magical world or their own connection to it. Yes, Charlie said gently. James and Lily Potter were killed by Voldemort when you were a baby. You survived, which is why you're famous in the wizarding world. You're known as the boy who lived. Harry absorbed this information with the same quiet composure he had shown while describing his abuse, but Charlie could see the shock and pain beneath the surface. "If this dark wizard killed my parents," Harry said slowly, "and if my abilities are somehow connected to his, does that mean there's something wrong with me? Something dark?" "No," Charlie said firmly. "Harry, your abilities are not dark. The way you use them, to help injured dragons, to communicate and heal rather than control, proves that. Evil isn't something you inherit, it's something you choose." "But the connection is there," Harry insisted. "I can feel it sometimes, like a shadow in my mind when I'm talking to the dragons. What if it gets stronger? What if I become like him?" Helga leaned forward, her expression serious but kind. "Harry, the fact that you're worried about becoming dark means you never will. People who truly embrace evil don't agonize over their moral choices the way you are. And," Charlie added, "you're not facing this alone. Whatever connection exists between you and Voldemort, we'll figure out how to deal with it. Together." Harry nodded, though Charlie could see he was still struggling with this new understanding of his place in the wizarding world. The boy had gone from being told he was worthless to learning he was famous, from discovering he could talk to dragons to realizing that ability might be connected to the darkest wizard in recent history. It was a lot for anyone to process, let alone a traumatized 9-year-old. "I think," Helga said gently, "that Harry needs some time to absorb all of this information, and we all need to prepare for tomorrow's confrontation." After Helga left to make her own preparations, Charlie and Harry sat by the fire in comfortable silence. The boy had curled up in his chair with one of Charlie's books about dragon behavior, but Charlie could tell he wasn't really reading. His eyes kept drifting to the flames, lost in thought. "Charlie," Harry said eventually, "if the ministry takes me away tomorrow, will you visit me?" The question was asked with such careful casualness that Charlie almost missed the vulnerability underneath it. Harry was preparing himself for abandonment, trying to negotiate for whatever scraps of connection might be possible once his sanctuary was destroyed. "Harry," Charlie said firmly, "the ministry is not taking you away. Not back to the Dursleys, not to some institution, not anywhere you don't want to go. But they're more powerful than you are," Harry pointed out with devastating logic. "They have authority and laws and auras with them." "And I have something more important than any of that," Charlie replied. "What?" Charlie looked at this remarkable child who had somehow become the most important thing in his world in less than a week, and felt absolute certainty settle in his bones. "I have you," Charlie said simply, "and I will not let anyone hurt you again. Not the Dursleys, not Dumbledore, not the entire Ministry of Magic if necessary." Harry stared at him for a long moment, as if trying to determine whether Charlie could possibly mean something so impossible. When he spoke, his voice was thick with emotion. "Why? Why would you fight for me?" Charlie felt his throat tighten with the force of emotions he was still learning to name. "Because you're mine now," he said quietly. "Not in the sense of owning you, but in the sense of family. You're my family, Harry, and family protects family." Harry's composure finally cracked at that, tears spilling down his cheeks as he processed the concept of being claimed, of belonging to someone who would fight for him rather than against him. "I've never had family before," Harry whispered. "Not real family." "Well, you do now," Charlie said, opening his arms in invitation. "For as long as you want it." Harry launched himself out of his chair and into Charlie's embrace, clinging to him with the desperate intensity of someone who had never been hugged without an agenda. Charlie held him close, marveling at how perfectly this fierce, damaged, extraordinary child fit against his chest. "I want to stay with you," Harry said, his voice muffled against Charlie's shoulder. "I want to keep learning about dragons and magic and being safe. I want this to be my home." "Then that's what we'll make happen," Charlie promised. "Whatever it takes." They stayed like that for a long time, Charlie holding Harry while the boy finally allowed himself to believe that someone might actually choose to keep him. Outside, the sun was setting over the Carpathian Mountains, and in the distance, Charlie could hear the evening calls of the dragons settling in for the night. Tomorrow would bring challenges that would test everything Charlie believed about right and wrong, about family and loyalty, about the kinds of battles worth fighting. But tonight, Harry Potter was safe and loved and home, and Charlie was prepared to move mountains to make sure it stayed that way. Later, as Charlie helped Harry get ready for bed, the boy paused at the doorway to his room. "Charlie," he said quietly, "what if they're right? What if I am supposed to go back to the Dursleys? What if that's what the law says?" Charlie knelt down so he was at eye level with Harry, placing his hands gently on the boy's shoulders. "Harry, sometimes the law is wrong. Sometimes what's legal and what's right are two different things. And when that happens, good people choose to do what's right. Even if it gets them in trouble. Especially then," Charlie confirmed, "because some things are more important than avoiding trouble. You are more important than avoiding trouble." Harry nodded solemnly, absorbing this new understanding of moral courage. "Will you teach me to be brave like that?" "You already are brave like that," Charlie assured him. "You survived 9 years with people who tried to break your spirit, and you still managed to become someone kind and caring and good. That's the most impressive kind of courage I've ever seen." Harry smiled at that, a real smile, bright and genuine, and completely without the careful guardedness that had characterized most of his expressions since Charlie had known him. "Good night, Charlie," Harry said. "Good night, son," Charlie replied, and neither of them questioned the word that had slipped out naturally. As Charlie settled into his own bed later that night, he found himself thinking about the confrontation that awaited them in the morning. Dumbledore would come with the full weight of his authority and reputation, backed by ministry officials who saw Harry as either a valuable asset to be controlled or a dangerous problem to be contained. They would have laws and precedents and bureaucratic procedures on their side. But Charlie had something more powerful than any of that: absolute certainty that he was fighting for something worth any sacrifice. Harry Potter was not going back to people who had tortured him. Harry Potter was not going to become a tool for others to exploit. Harry Potter was going to have the childhood he deserved, surrounded by people who valued him for who he was rather than what he could provide. If that meant defying the most powerful wizard in Britain, so be it. If it meant becoming a fugitive from wizarding law, Charlie would learn to live as an outlaw. If it meant calling on every favor, every friendship, every family connection he had ever built, Charlie would cash them all in without hesitation. Some battles chose you, Charlie reflected, as he finally drifted off to sleep. And this was one battle he intended to win. In the room next door, Harry Potter slept peacefully for what might be the last time, in the only place he had ever truly felt safe. But he slept without nightmares, secure in the knowledge that someone was willing to fight for him. It was, perhaps, the most restful sleep of his young life. Outside, Araminta kept watch from her rocky perch, her ancient eyes scanning the darkness for threats that might approach under cover of night. The great dragon had lived through the rise and fall of empires, had seen the best and worst of both human and dragon nature. But she had never seen anything quite like the bond that was forming between the young keeper and the dragon-speaking child. It was something worth protecting, something worth fighting for. Tomorrow would test that bond in ways none of them could fully anticipate. But tonight, the mountain was peaceful, and a damaged child slept safely under the protection of those who had chosen to love him. It was enough. For now, it was enough. Chapter 6. The Headmasters. Weiborteb. They came with the morning mist, robes billowing dramatically in the mountain wind like storm clouds given human form. Harry saw them first from his bedroom window, a delegation of figures winding their way up the forest path toward Charlie's cabin with the inexorable certainty of a natural disaster. His hands went cold against the glass as he counted them. 6 figures in official robes, with one tall form at their head, whose very presence seemed to bend the air around him. "Charlie," Harry called, his voice barely above a whisper. Even so, Charlie appeared in the doorway within seconds, already dressed and alert. The man had probably been awake for hours, preparing for this confrontation. "They're here," Harry said unnecessarily. Charlie could see the delegation himself now, could probably sense the magical pressure radiating from their leader even at this distance. "Remember what we talked about," Charlie said quietly, moving to stand beside Harry at the window. "You don't have to go anywhere you don't want to go. You don't have to speak to anyone who makes you uncomfortable. And most importantly, you are not alone." Harry nodded, though his throat felt too tight to speak. The rational part of his mind understood that Charlie was committed to protecting him, but the part that had learned to survive through 9 years of systematic abuse was screaming at him to run, to hide, to make himself as small and invisible as possible. The delegation reached the cabin's front yard with a precision that suggested military training. The man at their head was exactly as Harry remembered from his nightmares, tall and imposing, with silver hair that caught the morning light, and blue eyes that seemed to see too much. Albus Dumbledore looked every inch the legendary wizard, his very presence radiating authority and power. Behind him stood 4 ministry officials in formal robes, their expressions ranging from bureaucratic boredom to barely concealed excitement. Harry recognized the type from his encounters with social workers and school administrators, people who saw children as case files rather than human beings. The 6th figure was different, though, a woman with kind eyes and careful posture who seemed more interested in observing than intimidating. Charlie squeezed Harry's shoulder gently. "Stay close to me," he murmured. "Let me handle this." They made their way to the front door together, Charlie's hand resting protectively on Harry's shoulder. When Charlie opened the door, Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze immediately fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the boy want to step behind Charlie's larger frame. "Harry, my dear boy," Dumbledore said, his voice warm and grandfatherly in a way that didn't match the calculating look in his eyes. "How wonderful to see you safe and well. We have all been so very worried about you." Harry said nothing, his instincts screaming warnings about the disconnect between Dumbledore's words and his body language. This was the same kind of false concern he had learned to recognize from social workers who asked leading questions while already knowing the answers they wanted. "Professor Dumbledore," Charlie said politely but firmly. "I wasn't expecting a visit quite so early in the day." "Urgent matters rarely wait for convenient timing, I'm afraid," Dumbledore replied, his gaze never leaving Harry. "I believe you have something that belongs with me." The phrasing made Harry's stomach clench. Something that belongs. Not someone. Something. As if he were an object to be retrieved, rather than a person with his own agency. "Harry doesn't belong to anyone," Charlie said, his voice carefully controlled. "He's a child who needed help, and he's been staying with me as my guest." One of the ministry officials, a thin man with a sharp face and official bearing, stepped forward with a scroll of parchment. "Mr. Weasley, I am Under-Secretary Wilkins from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. We have it on good authority that you are harboring a missing minor without proper authorization. I reported finding an injured child to my supervisor, according to proper protocol," Charlie replied evenly. "Everything I've done has been within the bounds of preserve emergency procedures." "Perhaps," Dumbledore said smoothly, "but the situation has evolved beyond simple emergency aid. Harry, would you like to tell us what happened to bring you here? I'm sure it was quite frightening, appearing so far from your loving family." Harry felt Charlie tense beside him at the word loving. The irony was so thick it was almost choking. "My family isn't loving," Harry said quietly, his voice stronger than he had expected it to be. "They hurt me. Charlie helped me." Dumbledore's expression became even more grandfatherly, as if Harry had just said something charmingly naive. "Oh, my dear boy. I understand that family relationships can sometimes feel challenging, especially when one possesses magical abilities that others don't understand. But the Dursleys care for you deeply, even if they express it in ways that seem harsh." "They locked me in a cupboard for 3 days without food," Harry said, his voice flat and matter-of-fact. "That's not harsh love. That's abuse." The woman with kind eyes, whom Harry now realized must be some sort of child welfare specialist, made a note on her parchment. Dumbledore's grandfatherly mask flickered for just a moment, revealing something harder underneath. "Children sometimes misinterpret discipline, particularly when they're upset," Dumbledore said smoothly. "Harry, I'm sure if you think about it carefully, you'll remember that your aunt and uncle were simply trying to help you learn proper behavior." Harry felt a familiar rage building in his chest, the same fury that had powered his magical transport across Europe. How dare this man dismiss his experiences, minimize his trauma, try to rewrite the reality of what he had endured. "I know what happened to me," Harry said, his voice rising. "I know the difference between discipline and cruelty. They hated me because I was magical, because I reminded them of my mother, because I existed." "Harry," Dumbledore said, and there was something like warning in his tone now. "It's important not to let magical accidents and emotional confusion cloud your memories of people who have sacrificed so much to care for you." The condescension in Dumbledore's voice was so thick that even the ministry officials looked uncomfortable. But it was the dismissal that finally broke Harry's control. "Magical accidents?" Harry snapped, and his voice carried harmonics that made the air itself shiver. "You think my memories are magical accidents?" The change in Harry's voice caught everyone's attention immediately. It was deeper, richer, carrying undertones that bypassed human hearing and resonated directly in the bones. Charlie recognized it immediately as the same register Harry used when speaking with dragons. "Harry," Charlie said quietly, "it's all right. You don't have to prove anything to them." But Harry was past listening. 9 years of suppressed rage and pain were pouring out of him in waves that made the very air around the cabin feel charged with electricity. "I remember every day in that cupboard," Harry said, his voice growing stronger and stranger with each word. "I remember every missed meal, every bruise, every time they told me I was worthless and freakish and unwanted. And I remember the exact moment I realized I'd rather die than spend another day with people who saw me as a burden." The sound that emerged from Harry's throat as he finished speaking was unmistakably draconic, a deep, resonant call that echoed off the mountains and seemed to reach into the very foundations of the earth. In the distance, Harry could hear answering calls from the preserve dragons, rousing from their morning rest with sounds of alarm and anger. Dumbledore's eyes had gone very wide, and for the first time since his arrival, his composure seemed genuinely shaken. "Harry, my boy, you must calm yourself. Such displays of uncontrolled magic—" "Are you threatening him?" The voice came from behind them, and everyone turned to see Araminta emerging from the forest with the fluid grace that only came from being an apex predator. The ancient dragon was magnificent in her fury, scales gleaming like burnished copper in the morning light, her golden eyes fixed on Dumbledore with unmistakable hostility. "Nobody move," Charlie said quietly to the delegation. "Araminta is protective of Harry, and sudden movements might be misinterpreted as threats." The ministry officials had gone pale, but Dumbledore seemed more intrigued than frightened. His calculating gaze moved between Harry and the dragon, pieces of some larger puzzle clicking into place in his mind. "Remarkable," Dumbledore murmured. "The boy really can communicate with them." "Young speaker." Araminta's mental voice was warm with concern as she addressed Harry directly. "You are distressed. Has someone threatened you?" "They want to take me back to the people who hurt me," Harry said, his voice still carrying those draconic harmonics. "They say I have to go because those people are my legal guardians." "Legal?" Araminta repeated, and there was contempt in her mental tone. "Human law that places younglings with those who would harm them is no law at all. It is an abomination." The conversation was clearly one-sided from the ministry official's perspective, but Dumbledore seemed to understand at least some of what was being communicated. His expression had grown thoughtful in a way that made Charlie deeply uneasy. "Harry," Dumbledore said carefully, "could you ask your dragon friend to step back? Her presence is making my colleagues nervous." "She stays," Harry said firmly. "Araminta is my friend, and she's trying to protect me. If that makes your colleagues nervous, they can leave." The flat certainty in Harry's voice was a far cry from the frightened child who had arrived at the cabin less than a week ago. Charlie felt a surge of pride at Harry's courage, even as he worried about the implications of the boy openly defying Dumbledore. "I'm afraid that's not possible, my dear boy," Dumbledore said, his grandfatherly mask slipping back into place. "You see, there are certain magical protections placed upon you that require your return to your relatives. Very important protections that keep you safe from those who would wish you harm." "What protections?" Charlie demanded. Dumbledore's attention shifted to Charlie with the weight of a spotlight. "Ancient magic, Mr. Weasley. Blood magic that requires Harry to live with his mother's family in order to remain effective. Without those protections, Harry would be vulnerable to attack from Voldemort's remaining followers." "Voldemort is dead," Charlie said flatly. "Is he?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "Can we be absolutely certain of that? The nature of the magic that allowed Harry to survive the killing curse suggests possibilities that most wizards would prefer not to consider." Harry felt ice form in his stomach at Dumbledore's words. The old wizard knew something about the connection Harry had discovered, the shadow in his mind that whispered of ancient power and corruption. "Even if that's true," Charlie said, "it doesn't justify returning Harry to people who abuse him. There have to be other options, other ways to keep him safe that don't involve systematic torture." "I'm afraid not," Dumbledore said, with what appeared to be genuine regret. "The magic is very specific. It requires blood relatives, and it requires Harry to call their house home, however reluctantly." "Then the magic is broken," Harry said suddenly, his voice cutting through Dumbledore's explanation like a blade. "Because I never called that place home. It was a prison." Dumbledore's mask slipped again, revealing something cold and calculating underneath. "Harry, you are far too young to understand the complexities involved in ensuring your safety. These decisions must be made by adults who can see the larger picture." "The larger picture?" Charlie's voice was deadly quiet. "You mean the picture where a child's suffering is acceptable as long as it serves some greater purpose?" "I mean the picture where Harry's temporary discomfort is weighed against the very real possibility of his death at the hands of dark wizards," Dumbledore replied sharply. "The Dursleys may not be ideal guardians, but they have kept Harry alive." "Barely," Harry said, his dragon-touched voice carrying a weight that made several of the ministry officials step back involuntarily. "And only because they were too afraid of magic to actually kill me." "Young speaker," Araminta's mental voice was growing more agitated. "This old human speaks of protection while planning to return you to those who harm you. He speaks with a forked tongue, like the dark speaker of ancient memory." Harry's eyes snapped to Dumbledore with sudden understanding. "You knew," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, but somehow carrying to every person present. "You knew they were hurting me, and you left me there anyway." Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. The sound that erupted from Harry's throat was pure dragon, a roar of rage and betrayal that echoed off the mountainsides and brought every dragon in the preserve to full alertness. In the distance, Charlie could see other dragons taking flight, moving toward them with purpose that suggested they had understood both the call and its implications. "How many dragons are there in this preserve?" one of the ministry officials asked nervously, as shapes began appearing in the sky overhead. 43 adults, Charlie replied, not taking his eyes off Dumbledore. Plus 17 juveniles, and a clutch of eggs that hatched last month. Mr. Weasley, Undersecretary Wilkins said sharply, I must insist that you control these creatures immediately. We are here on official ministry business. I can't control them, Charlie said honestly. Dragons aren't pets. They're intelligent beings with their own opinions about what constitutes a threat to someone they care about. The sky was darkening as more dragons circled overhead, their massive forms blotting out the morning sun. The sound of their wings was like thunder, and their calls to each other carried clear notes of anger and protective fury. The young speaker is threatened, Araminta explained to the arriving dragons in mental tones that Harry could feel like physical pressure. The old human seeks to return him to those who torture younglings. The response from the gathered dragons was immediate and unanimous, a collective roar of outrage that shook the ground and made the trees tremble. Several of the ministry officials drew their wands, but Charlie quickly stepped between them and the dragons. Do not point weapons at them, Charlie warned. Dragons consider drawn wands to be a declaration of hostile intent. This is intolerable, Wilkins snapped. Professor Dumbledore, surely you can do something about this situation? Dumbledore was studying the assembled dragons with the intense focus of someone trying to solve a complex puzzle. Harry, he said finally, please ask your friends to withdraw. You're frightening my colleagues unnecessarily. Good, Harry said flatly. Maybe if they're frightened, they'll understand how I felt every day for 9 years. The woman with kind eyes, who had been taking notes throughout the entire confrontation, finally spoke up. Professor, I think we need to consider the child's testimony more seriously. The level of trauma response we're witnessing isn't consistent with simple family dysfunction. Thank you, Madam Marchbanks, Dumbledore said dismissively. However, I believe you'll find that magical children often have difficulty distinguishing between reality and imagination when under stress. I'm standing right here, Harry said, his voice rising again. Stop talking about me like I'm not present. Stop dismissing my experiences. Stop treating me like my feelings don't matter. The draconic harmonics were back in Harry's voice, stronger now, and Charlie could see the ministry officials growing increasingly uncomfortable with the supernatural resonance. Harry, Dumbledore said with forced patience, you must understand that the adults who care about you sometimes have to make difficult decisions for your own good, even when those decisions are painful. No, Harry said simply. No, I don't have to understand that, and I don't have to accept it. He turned to face the assembled dragons, his voice carrying clearly in the mountain air as he spoke in the pure dragon tongue. Ancient Ones, Harry called, I claim sanctuary. I ask for protection under the old laws, the laws that existed before humans forgot how to honor their bonds with dragonkind. The silence that followed was profound. Even the wind seemed to have stopped blowing. Then Araminta stepped forward, her massive head lowering until she was at eye level with Harry. Young speaker, she said formally, I, Araminta of the First Clutch, elder of the mountain's heart, accept your claim. By the laws that were old when the world was young, I grant you sanctuary. Let any who would harm you know that they must first face the fire of those who name you Pack. The other dragons echoed her words in a chorus that shook the foundations of the mountain itself. Charlie felt tears prick his eyes at the ancient power in their voices, at the sight of Harry being formally claimed and protected by creatures older than written history. Dumbledore's composure finally cracked entirely. This is preposterous, he said, his grandfatherly mask disappearing to reveal the steel underneath. Dragons have no legal standing in wizarding affairs. Ancient laws have no bearing on modern custody arrangements. Harry, you will come with us now. I will not, Harry said, and his voice carried absolute certainty. I choose to stay here, with Charlie, under the protection of the dragons. I choose my own family." "You are 9 years old," Dumbledore snapped. "You don't get to choose." "Actually," Charlie said quietly, "under Romanian magical law, he does. Children who can demonstrate exceptional magical ability, which I think we can all agree Harry has done, are granted autonomous rights in matters of their own welfare." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You would quote foreign law to circumvent British authority?" "I would quote any law that protects a child from abuse," Charlie replied evenly. "Harry has requested asylum, and as a recognized member of the Preserve staff, I'm authorized to grant temporary sanctuary pending official review." "This is absurd," Wilkins interjected. "The boy is British. He belongs under British jurisdiction." "The boy is here," Madame Marchbanks said firmly, speaking up for the first time since her earlier intervention. "And based on what I've witnessed today, there are serious questions about his previous care that need to be addressed before any custody decisions are made." Dumbledore turned the full force of his attention on Marchbanks, and Charlie could see the woman steel herself against the pressure of his displeasure. "Griselda," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying subtle threat, "you surely cannot believe that a child's theatrical outburst and some trained circus animals constitute grounds for overturning established legal arrangements." The insult to the dragons was a mistake. The temperature around the cabin dropped noticeably as 43 adult dragons expressed their opinion of being called circus animals. Several of them landed in the clearing around the cabin, their massive forms creating a protective circle around Harry and Charlie. "Professor Dumbledore," Marchbanks said icily, "I have been evaluating the welfare of magical children longer than you have been headmaster of Hogwarts. What I'm witnessing here isn't a theatrical outburst. It's a traumatized child making a desperate stand for his own survival. And furthermore," she continued, her voice growing stronger, "I'm deeply disturbed by your apparent dismissal of serious abuse allegations. The boy's account of his treatment, combined with his obvious trauma responses, suggests systematic neglect at minimum." Dumbledore's expression had gone cold in a way that reminded Charlie uncomfortably of Harry's descriptions of Uncle Vernon before an explosion of violence. "Madame Marchbanks," Dumbledore said quietly, "I hope you will remember that there are larger considerations at stake here than one child's comfort. The greater good sometimes requires difficult sacrifices." "Not from 9-year-old children," Marchbanks replied firmly. "Never from children." The standoff that followed seemed to stretch for hours, though Charlie knew it could only have been minutes. Dumbledore's authority warring against Marchbanks' institutional power, British law against Romanian sovereignty, the welfare of one child against whatever greater purpose Dumbledore claimed to serve. It was Harry who finally broke the silence. "I'm staying," he said simply. "I don't care about your laws, or your greater good, or your magical protections. I'm staying with Charlie and the dragons, and if you try to take me by force, you'll have to explain to the International Confederation of Wizards why you declared war on every dragon in Romania." The threat was delivered in a 9-year-old's voice, but backed by the assembled might of creatures who could level mountains if they chose to do so. Dumbledore looked around at the circle of dragons, at Charlie's determined stance, at Marchbanks's official disapproval, and Charlie could see him calculating odds and consequences. "This isn't over," Dumbledore said finally, his voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "Harry, you cannot run from your destiny forever. There are forces at work larger than your personal desires. Then maybe those forces should learn to work around the personal desires of the people they're trying to control," Harry replied, with a maturity that shouldn't have been possible at his age. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Harry for a long moment, and Charlie saw something that might have been regret flicker across the old wizard's features. "I hope," Dumbledore said quietly, "that when the time comes for you to pay the price of your choices, you will remember that you were warned." With that ominous parting shot, he turned and began walking back down the mountain path, his entourage following with varying degrees of reluctance. Wilkins looked furious at being thwarted, but the other ministry officials seemed almost relieved to be leaving the dragon-surrounded clearing. Only Marchbanks lingered, approaching Charlie and Harry with careful steps that didn't alarm the protective dragons. "Young man," she said to Harry, "what you've done here today was very brave. But Professor Dumbledore is right about one thing. This situation isn't resolved. There will be legal challenges, political pressure, bureaucratic complications." "I know," Harry said quietly. "But whatever happens next, it will be my choice. For the first time in my life, I get to choose what happens to me." Marchbanks nodded approvingly. "That's more than many adults manage. Mr. Weasley, I assume you understand the magnitude of what you've undertaken here?" "I understand that Harry needed someone to stand up for him," Charlie replied. "Everything else is details we'll work out as we go." "Indeed." Marchbanks made one final note on her parchment. "Well, you'll need legal representation, certainly, and formal documentation of the abuse allegations. I'll see that you receive appropriate resources." After she left, the clearing gradually emptied as the dragons returned to their territories, satisfied that the immediate threat had passed. But Araminta remained, her ancient eyes fixed on Harry with something that might have been pride. "You spoke well, young speaker," she said warmly. "You have learned to use your voice, not just to translate, but to command. The elders would be proud." "Thank you," Harry said, suddenly swaying with exhaustion as the adrenaline of confrontation drained out of him. "For protecting me. For all of it." "Pack protects pack," Araminta replied simply. "This has always been our way." Charlie watched the ancient dragon depart with a mixture of gratitude and apprehension. They had won this battle, but Dumbledore's parting words suggested that the war was far from over. Whatever forces the old wizard represented, whatever greater purpose he served, they wouldn't give up easily. But for now, Harry was safe. For now, they were together, and Harry was free to choose his own future, rather than having it imposed upon him by people who saw him as either a tool to be used or a problem to be managed. As they walked back toward the cabin, Harry slipped his hand into Charlie's with the unconscious trust of a child who finally knew he was protected. "Charlie," Harry said quietly, "what did Dumbledore mean about forces at work and paying the price?" Charlie squeezed Harry's hand gently. "I don't know," he admitted, "but whatever it is, we'll face it together. That's what families do." Harry smiled up at him with such pure trust that Charlie felt his heart clench with protective love. "Yeah," Harry said softly. "That's what families do." Behind them, the morning mist was finally lifting from the mountain peaks, revealing a day that was bright and clear and full of possibilities that Harry Potter was finally free to choose for himself. It was, Charlie reflected, a good start. Chapter 7. Forging Steel. The Romanian ministry's official response arrived 3 days after Dumbledore's departure, delivered by a sleek silver owl that landed on Charlie's breakfast table with the self-important air of a bird carrying momentous news. Harry watched nervously as Charlie broke the elaborate wax seal, his stomach clenching with the familiar anxiety that had become his constant companion since the confrontation. "Temporary protected status granted," Charlie read aloud, his voice carefully neutral as he scanned the formal parchment. "Pending full investigation into allegations of abuse and neglect by British guardians. Official hearing scheduled for—" His voice trailed off as his eyes found the date. 6 weeks from now." Harry felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. 6 weeks felt like forever when you were 9 years old. Time enough to prepare, to learn, to become stronger than the frightened child who had materialized in Araminta's meadow less than 2 weeks ago. "What does that mean exactly?" Harry asked, reaching for the piece of toast that had been growing cold while he waited for news that could determine the rest of his life. "It means you're safe here for now," Charlie explained, setting the letter aside and focusing his full attention on Harry with the careful intensity that had become familiar. But it also means we need to use that time wisely. The British ministry isn't going to give up easily. And Dumbledore... Charlie's expression darkened. Dumbledore seemed to have reasons for wanting you back that went beyond simple legal custody. Harry nodded, remembering the calculating look in the old wizard's eyes, the way he had spoken about destiny and prices to be paid. There were currents running beneath this situation that Harry couldn't fully understand yet, but he could sense their depth and danger. "So what do we do?" Harry asked. "We get you ready," Charlie said simply, "for whatever comes next." What followed was the most intensive education Harry had ever experienced. Charlie approached his magical training with the same methodical thoroughness he brought to dragon care, starting with fundamentals and building systematically toward more complex applications. But where Harry's previous educational experiences had been characterized by boredom and barely concealed hostility from teachers who saw him as a problem to be managed, these lessons were collaborative efforts between student and mentor who genuinely cared about each other. They started each morning with basic magical theory, Charlie explaining the fundamental principles that governed magical energy and its manipulation. Harry proved to be a quick and eager student, his natural curiosity finally given free rein after years of being punished for asking questions. "Magic isn't just about memorizing spells," Charlie explained, as they sat in the cabin's main room, books and parchment spread across the table between them. "It's about understanding how magical energy flows through living things, how it responds to will and intention, how it can be shaped and directed through focus and practice." Harry absorbed this information with the intense concentration of someone who had learned to value knowledge as a path to freedom. The Dursleys had taught him that ignorance was safety, that drawing attention to his intelligence would only invite punishment. But here, with Charlie, learning was encouraged rather than feared. "Why do some spells require wands while others don't?" Harry asked, demonstrating a basic levitation charm with Charlie's spare wand. The feather rose smoothly into the air, responding to Harry's focused intention with an ease that still amazed both of them. "Wands are focusing tools," Charlie explained. "They help channel and direct magical energy more precisely than most people can manage without them. But they're not strictly necessary, just very helpful for complex magic." "Like when I talk to dragons?" Harry asked, releasing the feather and watching it drift back to the table. "That doesn't require a wand." "Exactly. Your dragon communication ability is more like natural magic. It comes from your magical core directly, without needing external tools to shape it." They spent hours each day on practical spell work, starting with simple charms and gradually working up to more complex magic. Harry showed particular aptitude for defensive spells, protective barriers that sprang up instinctively when Charlie demonstrated attack patterns, shielding charms that seemed to anticipate threats before Harry consciously recognized them. "That's remarkable," Charlie said, after Harry successfully deflected a stunner without conscious thought, his magical barriers forming automatically in response to perceived danger. "Most adult wizards have to train for years to develop those kinds of reflexes." "It doesn't feel like training," Harry admitted, lowering his wand and studying the faint shimmer in the air where his shield had been. "It feels like something I already knew how to do, but had forgotten." Charlie made a note on the parchment where he was tracking Harry's progress. "Tell me what you're feeling when the barriers form." Harry closed his eyes, trying to put the sensation into words. "It's like there's something inside me that recognizes danger and reaches out to stop it. Not just physical danger, emotional danger too. When someone tries to hurt me with words or intentions, the barriers want to form just as much as when someone throws a curse." "Protective magic," Charlie murmured, understanding dawning in his expression. "Harry, I think you might have inherited more from your mother than just her eyes. Lily Potter was known for her exceptional ability with protective enchantments." The mention of his mother sent a familiar pang through Harry's chest. He knew so little about James and Lily Potter, had been denied even basic information about them by the Dursleys. Every small detail Charlie shared felt like a precious gift. "What else was she good at?" Harry asked quietly. "Potions, according to my father," Charlie said with a gentle smile. "Apparently she and Professor Snape used to compete for the highest marks in their potions classes. She was also known for her quick thinking under pressure, and her absolute loyalty to the people she cared about." Harry filed this information away carefully, building a mental picture of parents he would never meet from the scattered memories of people who had known them. It hurt sometimes to learn about what he had lost, but it also gave him a sense of connection to something larger than his own small experience of the world. "Charlie," Harry said hesitantly, "do you think my parents would be proud of what I'm doing? Standing up to Dumbledore, claiming sanctuary with the dragons?" Charlie's expression grew very serious. "Harry, from everything I've heard about James and Lily Potter, I think they would be incredibly proud of your courage. You've survived things that would break most adults, and you've chosen to use your experiences to help others rather than to hurt them. That takes a kind of strength that can't be taught." 3 weeks into their intensive training schedule, they received an unexpected visitor. Dr. Elena Vasquez arrived on a Tuesday morning with the kind of professional confidence that suggested someone accustomed to being the smartest person in any given room. She was a compact woman with steel-grey hair and sharp brown eyes that seemed to catalogue everything they saw with scientific precision. "Mr. Weasley," she said, as Charlie invited her into the cabin, "I've been following the political situation surrounding your young charge with considerable interest." Harry looked up from the advanced charm work he had been practicing, automatically assessing the newcomer for potential threats. Dr. Vasquez noticed the evaluation and smiled approvingly. "Good instincts," she said to Harry directly. "Trust is something that should be earned, not assumed." "Dr. Vasquez is an international expert on magical creature communication," Charlie explained. "She's worked with dragon preserves on 3 continents and published some of the most respected research in the field." "And I'm here, Doctor," Vasquez continued, "because what you've accomplished with the sanctuary dragons represents a breakthrough that could revolutionize our understanding of interspecies magical communication." Harry felt the familiar anxiety that came with being studied and categorized by adults who saw him as interesting rather than human. "You want to experiment on me," he said flatly. "I want to learn from you," Dr. Vasquez corrected gently. "There's a difference. Experimentation implies subjecting you to procedures you don't understand or consent to. Learning means working with you as a partner to understand something remarkable that you can already do." The distinction seemed important to her, and Harry found himself cautiously interested, despite his reservations. "What kind of learning?" "I'd like to document your abilities properly, Doctor," Vasquez explained. "Not just what you can do, but how you do it. The magical mechanisms involved, the range and limitations of your communication, the historical and cultural contexts that might explain why this particular gift has manifested now." "Why does that matter?" Harry asked. Dr. Vasquez's expression grew thoughtful. "Because understanding your abilities might help us understand other things as well. There are legends, very old ones, about humans who could speak with all magical creatures, not just dragons but phoenixes, unicorns, even more dangerous beings. If those legends have any basis in reality, then what you represent isn't just a remarkable individual talent. It's potentially the return of something the magical world lost long ago." Charlie and Harry exchanged glances. The idea that Harry's abilities might extend beyond dragons was both thrilling and terrifying. "Would you be willing to let Dr. Vasquez observe some of your interactions with the dragons?" Charlie asked. "Only if you're comfortable with it." Harry considered this carefully. The woman seemed genuinely respectful of his autonomy, and she was clearly knowledgeable about magical creatures in ways that might help him understand his own abilities better. "Okay," Harry said finally. "But I want Charlie there, and I want to stop if I feel uncomfortable." "Of course," Dr. Vasquez agreed immediately. "This is your choice, completely." Their first session took place in the preserve's central valley, where several of the more social dragons had gathered to sun themselves on the rocky outcroppings that dotted the landscape. Dr. Vasquez set up her observation equipment with practiced efficiency, while Harry and Charlie approached the group of dragons. "Young speaker," Ember greeted Harry warmly as they drew near. The young dragon had grown considerably since their first meeting, her scales shifting from gold to copper with increasing maturity. "You bring a new human today." "Dr. Vasquez is studying magical creature communication," Harry explained in the dragon tongue, his voice taking on the familiar sibilant harmonics. "She wants to understand how we're able to talk to each other." "Understanding is always welcome," rumbled Brutus from his position on a larger boulder. The massive Hungarian horntail had become something of a mentor to Harry over the past weeks, sharing stories of ancient dragon culture and the old days when humans and dragons worked together. "The more your kind understands ours, the less likely they are to fear us." Doctor Vasquez was taking notes furiously, her equipment recording not just Harry's words, but the magical resonances that accompanied them. "Remarkable," she murmured. "The harmonic patterns are unlike anything I've seen before. It's not just translation, you're actually modulating your magical core to resonate with theirs." "What does that mean?" Harry asked, pausing his conversation with the dragons to address the researcher. "It means you're not just speaking their language," Dr. Vasquez explained excitedly. "You're temporarily aligning your magical signature with theirs, creating a direct magical connection that bypasses normal language barriers entirely." Harry pondered this as they continued the session. The idea that his ability involved actual magical connection, rather than simple linguistic translation, felt right, explaining why his conversations with dragons often included emotional and sensory information that went far beyond words. "The learned human speaks truth," Araminta confirmed when Harry shared Dr. Vasquez's theory with the assembled dragons. "When you speak the true language, you become temporarily one of us. Your magic touches ours, creating understanding that goes deeper than mere words." "That's why the dragons trust you so completely," Dr. Vasquez said when Harry translated Araminta's words. "You're not communicating with them. You're communing with them, creating temporary magical bonds that allow for true empathy." The implications of this were staggering. If Harry could create magical bonds with dragons, what other creatures might respond to similar approaches? And what were the potential dangers of opening his magical core so completely to other beings? As if reading his thoughts, "Doctor," Vasquez addressed his unspoken concerns. "That level of magical openness could be dangerous with hostile creatures," she acknowledged. "But it also explains why your defensive magic is so strong. You've learned to open and close your magical barriers at will, which is an incredibly advanced skill." That afternoon, Dr. Vasquez conducted a series of magical scans designed to document the state of Harry's magical core and overall health. What she found made Charlie's expression darken with fury. "Chronic malnutrition extending back years," Dr. Vasquez reported, reading from her scanning instruments. "Evidence of multiple healed fractures that were never properly treated. Magical scarring consistent with extended exposure to hostile magic, probably the kind of ambient negativity that builds up around people who actively resent magical presence." "Can you document all of that for the custody hearing?" Charlie asked, his voice carefully controlled. "Absolutely. And Harry," Dr. Vasquez turned to address the boy directly. "I want you to know that none of this damage appears to be permanent. Your magical core is remarkably strong and healthy, considering what you've been through. With proper care and nutrition, you should develop into an exceptionally powerful wizard." Harry felt a complex mix of emotions at this news. Relief that his years of abuse hadn't permanently damaged his magical abilities, anger at the people who had caused that damage in the first place, and hope that the future might actually be better than the past. Over the following weeks, Dr. Vasquez became a regular presence at the preserve, documenting Harry's abilities and working with Charlie to develop more advanced training techniques. She also proved to be a valuable ally in dealing with the increasing political pressure surrounding Harry's case. The British ministry has been making unofficial inquiries through diplomatic channels, Doctor, Vasquez reported during one of their training sessions. They're trying to pressure the Romanian government to expedite Harry's return without waiting for the full custody hearing. What kind of pressure? Charlie asked, though his expression suggested he already suspected the answer. Trade negotiations, research cooperation agreements, threats to withdraw support for various international magical initiatives, Dr. Vasquez replied grimly. The usual diplomatic tools that powerful nations use to influence smaller ones. Harry felt his stomach clench with familiar anxiety. Are they going to give in? Not easily, Dr. Vasquez assured him. Romania takes its sovereignty seriously, and your case has attracted attention from child welfare advocates throughout the international magical community, but it's going to be a fight. Then we'd better make sure Harry is ready for whatever comes, Charlie said firmly. The training intensified over the following days. Charlie pushed Harry to master increasingly complex defensive spells, while Dr. Vasquez worked with him to understand and control his dragon communication abilities. Harry threw himself into the work with desperate determination, knowing that his future freedom might depend on his ability to prove that he was more than just a child, to be shuffled between adults who claimed to know what was best for him. The breakthrough came during a training session with one of the preserve's most dangerous residents, an ancient Welsh green named Mordred, who had been rescued from illegal dragon fighters and remained deeply suspicious of human contact. The dragon was massive, even by preserve standards, his scales bearing the scars of countless battles, and his temperament was notoriously unpredictable. I don't think this is a good idea, Charlie said, as they approached Mordred's territory. He's attacked every human who's tried to get close to him since he arrived here. That's exactly why Harry needs to try, Dr. Vasquez replied, though her own expression was tense with concern. If he can establish communication with Mordred, it will prove that his abilities extend to even the most traumatized and hostile dragons. Harry approached Mordred's resting place slowly, his magical senses extended and alert for any sign of aggressive intent. The great dragon watched him with eyes like molten gold, his massive head raised in a pose that could shift from wary observation to attack posture in an instant. Ancient warrior, Harry said carefully, using the most formal dragon address he knew. I come seeking understanding, not dominance. Mordred's response was immediate and violent, a roar of rage that echoed off the mountainsides and caused Charlie to reach instinctively for his wand. But Harry held his ground, his protective barriers springing up automatically as waves of magical fury washed over him. I know your pain, Harry continued, his voice steady despite the dragon's obvious hostility. I too have been used by those who should have protected me. I too have learned that humans lie about their intentions. The roaring stopped abruptly, Mordred's golden eyes focusing on Harry with sudden, intense interest. You speak of pain. Small human, the dragon rumbled, his mental voice rough with old trauma. But what could one such as you know of true suffering? Harry took a deep breath and opened his magical barriers completely, sharing not just words, but the emotional reality of his experiences with the Dursleys. He let Mordred feel the hunger, the fear, the crushing isolation of a childhood spent believing that he deserved nothing better than abuse. The effect on the dragon was immediate and profound. Mordred's aggressive posture shifted to something approaching wonder, his massive head lowering until he was at eye level with Harry. You carry scars like mine, Mordred said quietly. Invisible wounds that mark the spirit rather than the flesh. I had not thought humans capable of such understanding. Some humans heal, some humans harm. Like dragons. Truth, Mordred acknowledged. You offer understanding rather than dominance. This is new. The conversation that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced with other dragons. Where his interactions with Araminta and the other preserved dragons were characterized by warmth and acceptance, his communion with Mordred was raw and painful, and ultimately healing. Two traumatized beings, recognizing their shared experience and finding comfort in mutual understanding. When Harry finally stepped back from the connection, he was exhausted, but exhilarated. Mordred, for the first time since his arrival at the preserve, was resting peacefully rather than maintaining his constant defensive vigilance. Extraordinary, Dr. Vasquez breathed, checking her instruments with wide eyes. The magical resonance patterns you achieved with Mordred were completely different from your interactions with the other dragons. You weren't just communicating, you were actively helping to heal magical trauma. Is that what it was? Harry asked, swaying slightly as the emotional intensity of the session caught up with him. I think so, Doctor, Vasquez confirmed. Harry, what you just accomplished might be the most significant breakthrough in magical creature therapy in the last century. You helped that dragon process and release trauma that our best healers haven't been able to touch. Charlie wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders, steadying the boy as he processed what he had just experienced. How do you feel? Tired, Harry admitted, but good. Like I helped someone who needed it. You did more than help, Charlie said proudly. Harry, what you just did proves that your abilities aren't just remarkable. They're genuinely beneficial. You're not just communicating with magical creatures, you're healing them. That evening, as they sat by the fire in the cabin's main room, Harry found himself thinking about the implications of what he had accomplished with Mordred. If his abilities could help traumatized dragons heal from their past experiences, what did that say about his own healing process? Charlie, Harry said quietly, do you think that's why my magic transported me here? Not just to escape the Dursleys, but to learn how to help creatures who had been hurt the way I was hurt. Charlie considered the question seriously. I think, he said finally, that magic has a way of bringing together people and creatures who need each other. Whether that's conscious design or happy coincidence, I couldn't say. But I do know that you've found something here that goes far beyond simple sanctuary. What do you mean? You've found your purpose, Charlie replied. Something that uses your unique gifts to make the world a little bit better. That's rarer and more valuable than you might think. Harry smiled at that, feeling a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the fire crackling in the hearth. For the first time in his life, he could envision a future where his differences were assets rather than liabilities, where his experiences, even the painful ones, had value beyond simple survival. Outside, the mountain wind carried the sounds of dragons settling in for the night, their calls echoing off the peaks with notes of contentment and safety. In 6 weeks, Harry would face a hearing that could determine the rest of his life. There would be legal challenges and political pressure, bureaucratic complications and personal testimonies. But tonight, Harry Potter was safe and warm, and surrounded by people who valued him for exactly who he was. He was learning to use magic that came from love rather than fear, developing abilities that could heal rather than harm, building relationships based on mutual respect rather than power and control. It was, he reflected, as Charlie helped him prepare for bed, the kind of life he had never dared to dream of having, and he was going to fight with everything he had to keep it. Chapter 8. Revelations in Fire. The discovery came during what should have been a routine magical scan. Dr. Vasquez had been conducting regular assessments of Harry's magical development, documenting the remarkable progress he was making under Charlie's tutelage. But this time, something in her instruments made her frown with the kind of confusion that suggested her equipment was telling her something impossible. That's odd, Dr. Vasquez murmured, adjusting the crystalline array that monitored magical core resonance. Harry, I'm reading some unusual patterns in your magical signature. There seems to be... Well, it's almost like there are two distinct magical sources rather than one unified core. Harry felt his stomach drop, remembering the shadow he sometimes sensed during his most intense dragon communications. Two sources. May I take a closer look at your scar, Doctor? Vasquez asked gently. The readings are strongest when I focus the sensors there. Harry's hand went automatically to his forehead, fingertips tracing the lightning bolt mark that he had carried for as long as he could remember. The Dursleys had always told him it was the result of the car crash that killed his parents, but Charlie had already corrected that lie. What do you think it is? Charlie asked, his voice carefully controlled in the way that meant he was worried, but trying not to alarm Harry. I'm not certain yet, Dr. Vasquez replied, her instruments humming as they focused on Harry's scar with increasing precision. But the magical signature is dark, ancient, and definitely not native to Harry's own magical core. The word sent a chill down Harry's spine. He had always known there was something different about his scar. It sometimes ached without explanation, and occasionally he caught glimpses of things that felt like memories that weren't his own. But he had assumed those experiences were simply part of his general magical strangeness. Dark how? Charlie demanded. Dr. Vasquez was studying her readouts with growing alarm. The magical signature matches historical patterns associated with very advanced dark magic, specifically the kind used to create— Oh no. What? Harry asked, though part of him already suspected he didn't want to know the answer. Harry, Dr. Vasquez said carefully, I think your scar contains a fragment of someone else's soul, a piece of the wizard who killed your parents. The silence that followed was so complete that Harry could hear his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. Charlie had gone very still beside him, his face pale with understanding and fury. Voldemort, Charlie said quietly. That would be my assessment, Doctor, Vasquez confirmed grimly. The magical resonance patterns are consistent with intentional soul fragmentation, what's commonly known as a Horcrux. Harry felt the world tilt around him as the implications crashed home. The shadow in his mind, the strange dreams, the way he sometimes knew things he had never learned. It wasn't just his own magical abilities. It was the presence of his parents' murderer, somehow embedded in his very being. I'm carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul, Harry said, his voice flat with shock. Inside my head. It appears so, Doctor, Vasquez said gently. But Harry, this doesn't change who you are. A fragment isn't the whole. It's not controlling you or defining your choices. You're still completely yourself. Am I? Harry asked, his voice rising with panic. How do I know which thoughts are mine and which are his? How do I know my abilities aren't just his magic using me? Charlie moved quickly to kneel beside Harry's chair, his hands settling gently on the boy's shoulders. Harry, look at me. Everything you've done since you arrived here, the kindness you've shown to the dragons, the way you helped heal Mordred's trauma, the courage you showed standing up to Dumbledore, none of that came from Voldemort. That was all you. But what if— No, Charlie interrupted firmly. Harry, I've seen evil magic at work. I've encountered wizards who've let darkness consume them. You are nothing like that. The soul fragment may be there, but it doesn't define you. Doctor, Vasquez was making notes on her parchment, her expression thoughtful. Actually, this discovery might explain several things about your abilities. The connection to Voldemort could be what allows you to access such ancient magical knowledge. Dragons have long memories, and they remember the time when dark wizards tried to corrupt the old alliances. You think that's why I can talk to them? Harry asked. Partially, Doctor, Vasquez confirmed. But I think your natural abilities go far beyond what the soul fragment provides. Harry, the way you communicate with dragons isn't just about accessing old magic. It's about genuine empathy, real understanding, authentic connection. Those qualities come from you, not from any darkness you carry. Harry tried to process this information, but his mind kept circling back to the terrifying reality of sharing his head with a piece of Voldemort's soul. What does this mean for the custody hearing? Will they use this against me? Not if we can help it, Charlie said grimly. But we need to understand more about the situation. Dr. Vasquez, is there any way to remove the soul fragment safely? I don't know, she admitted. The magic involved in creating Horcruxes is extremely advanced and dangerous. Removing one from a living person, I'm not aware of any established procedures. Then we need to find someone who might know, Charlie said. And we need to understand exactly what Dumbledore's role in all of this has been. The investigation into Dumbledore's involvement proved more disturbing than any of them had anticipated. Charlie used his family connections to access ministry records, while Dr. Vasquez reached out to international contacts in the magical research community. What they uncovered painted a picture of manipulation and calculated neglect that made Harry's stomach turn. The monitoring charms on Privet Drive were extensive, Charlie reported 3 days later, spreading official documents across the cabin's main table. Not just basic protection wards, active surveillance spells, emotional monitoring, even some form of memory modification applied to the Dursleys themselves. Memory modification? Dr. Vasquez asked sharply. Subtle but consistent, Charlie confirmed, designed to enhance their natural prejudices against magic and their resentment of Harry specifically. Someone wanted to ensure that Harry would never find love or acceptance in that household. Harry felt sick. Dumbledore knew they were hurting me. He not only knew, he made sure they would hurt me. It appears that way, Charlie said gently. Harry, I'm sorry. The people who should have protected you instead used you for their own purposes. But why? Harry demanded. What possible reason could there be for deliberately making sure I was miserable? Dr. Vasquez was studying some of the magical readings she had compiled. I may have part of the answer, she said slowly. Harry, your magical core has been developing at an extraordinary rate since you arrived here. You're already approaching adult-level power, and you've only been training seriously for a few weeks. Is that unusual? Unprecedented, Doctor, Vasquez confirmed. Most young wizards don't reach this level of magical strength until their late teens, if ever. But you've been progressing as if you were making up for lost time. Charlie's expression darkened with understanding. You think the abuse was deliberately suppressing his magical development? I think the emotional trauma and chronic stress were acting like magical dampening fields, Dr. Vasquez explained. Constant fear and unhappiness can significantly limit magical growth, especially in children. Someone who wanted to keep Harry weak and dependent would have every reason to ensure he remained traumatized. Harry felt rage building in his chest, not the wild, uncontrolled fury of his early magical accidents, but a cold, focused anger that made his magical barriers shimmer with barely contained power. He wanted to keep me weak, Harry said, his voice carrying draconic harmonics that made the air in the cabin vibrate. Dumbledore wanted to make sure I never learned what I was capable of. Most likely, Charlie agreed grimly. A powerful wizard who's been deliberately weakened is much easier to control than one who knows his own strength. But why go to all that trouble? Harry asked. What did he want from me that required so much manipulation? Dr. Vasquez and Charlie exchanged meaningful looks. Harry, Dr. Vasquez said carefully, I think we need to have a conversation about prophecies. What followed was the most difficult discussion Harry had ever been part of. Dr. Vasquez explained the concept of prophetic magic, the way certain predictions could become self-fulfilling when people acted on them, the dangerous tendency for those in power to interpret prophecies in ways that justified their own actions. There are ancient dragon prophecies about the return of the Dark Speaker, Dr. Vasquez explained, and about a human child who would carry both light and darkness, who would either heal the old wounds between species or deepen them forever. You think those prophecies are about me, Harry said. It wasn't a question. I think Dumbledore believes they are, Charlie said carefully. and I think he's been trying to shape you into whatever role he thinks you need to fill, regardless of what you might want for yourself." Harry was quiet for a long moment, absorbing the implications of everything they had discovered. Finally, he spoke in a voice that was barely above a whisper. "So I'm not just Harry Potter. I'm a weapon that Dumbledore has been crafting since I was a baby." "No," Charlie said firmly. "You are Harry Potter. You're a brilliant, brave, kind young man who happens to have extraordinary magical abilities. The fact that other people see you as a tool doesn't make you one." "But the prophecies are interpretations of possibilities, not guarantees of destiny," Dr. Vasquez interrupted. "Harry, prophecies only have the power you give them. You get to choose who you become and how you use your abilities. Even with Voldemort's soul fragment in my head?" "Especially with that," Charlie said. "Harry, carrying that darkness and still choosing to be kind, still choosing to heal rather than harm, that proves something about your character that no prophecy could predict." They were interrupted by a sharp alarm from Dr. Vasquez's monitoring equipment. The sensors that she had placed around the preserve's perimeter were detecting approaching magical signatures, multiple individuals moving with stealth and purpose toward the cabin. "How many?" Charlie asked, immediately moving toward his emergency supplies. "6, possibly 7, Dr. Vasquez reported. "Coming from multiple directions. Professional approach patterns." Charlie's expression had gone grim. "Dumbledore's people. He's finally decided to stop playing politics and take direct action." Harry felt his newly strengthened magical core respond to the perceived threat, protective barriers beginning to form instinctively around the cabin. But more than that, he could sense the dragons throughout the preserve raising their heads in alarm, their ancient senses detecting the hostile intent of the approaching wizards. "Young speaker," Araminta's mental voice reached him clearly despite the distance. "We sense danger approaching your nest. Do you require aid?" "Yes," Harry said aloud, his voice carrying the harmonics that would reach every dragon in the preserve. "The old human who would force me back to those who harm comes with others. They mean to take me against my will." The response was immediate and overwhelming. From every corner of the preserve, dragons took to the air with roars that echoed off the mountains like thunder. The sound was magnificent and terrifying. 43 adult dragons expressing their unified opposition to anyone who would threaten their adopted pack member. "Dear Merlin," Dr. Vasquez breathed, watching the sky fill with massive winged forms. "I've never seen anything like this." "Dumbledore hasn't either," Charlie said, with grim satisfaction. "He's about to learn that some things are more powerful than political authority." The approaching wizards had obviously not anticipated draconic intervention. Harry could see them through the cabin windows, their neat formation dissolving into chaos as dragons circled overhead with increasingly aggressive postures. Several of the attackers had drawn their wands, but the futility of dueling creatures who could incinerate them from 100 feet away was becoming rapidly apparent. "Harry," Charlie said urgently, "we need to get you somewhere safer. This cabin isn't going to provide enough protection if they decide to force the issue." "Where can we go?" Harry asked, though he was already moving toward his emergency pack. The past weeks of training had included preparation for exactly this scenario. "Araminta's cave," Dr. Vasquez suggested. "It's warded against magical intrusion, and no sane wizard is going to follow you into a dragon's lair." They gathered their essential belongings quickly, moving with the efficiency that came from having planned for this possibility. As they prepared to leave the cabin, Harry paused at the doorway for one last look at the place that had become his first real home. "We'll be back," Charlie said quietly, understanding the emotion in Harry's hesitation. "This isn't goodbye forever, just a tactical retreat." "I know," Harry replied. "It's just, this is the first place I ever felt safe." "And you will again," Charlie promised. "But right now, we need to focus on making sure you stay free to choose your own future." They made their way through the forest toward Araminta's territory, guided by the protective circle of dragons overhead. The ancient dragon was waiting for them at her cave entrance, her massive form radiating controlled fury at the threat to her adopted young. "Welcome to my stronghold, young speaker," she said formally as they approached. "Here, no human law can touch you. Only the old laws hold sway, and they name you as mine to protect." "Thank you," Harry said, his voice thick with gratitude. "For everything." "You are Pack," Araminta replied simply. "Pack protects Pack." As they settled into the cave's protective embrace, Charlie began making plans for their next moves. "We need to contact the Romanian ministry immediately," he said. "Dumbledore's attempt to kidnap Harry changes everything about the legal situation." "Agreed," Dr. Vasquez said, setting up her communication equipment. "An attempted abduction of a child under official protection is going to create significant diplomatic complications for the British ministry." Harry found himself thinking about the revelations of the past few days, the soul fragment in his scar, the systematic manipulation of his childhood, the prophecies that painted him as either savior or destroyer of ancient magical alliances. It was overwhelming in scope, but somehow less frightening now that he understood what he was facing. "Charlie," Harry said quietly as they prepared to spend the night in the cave. "What do you think this means for my future? If I really am carrying part of Voldemort's soul, if there really are prophecies about me, what kind of life can I expect to have?" Charlie was quiet for a moment, considering his answer carefully. "I think," he said finally, "that it means you have the opportunity to prove that destiny is what you make it, not what others expect of you. Yes, you have unusual circumstances and extraordinary abilities, but at the end of the day, you're still a 9-year-old boy who deserves to grow up safe and loved and free to make his own choices. Even if those choices affect other people? Especially then," Charlie confirmed. "Harry, the fact that your decisions might have far-reaching consequences doesn't mean you should let other people make those decisions for you. It just means you need to think carefully about what kind of person you want to be." Harry smiled at that, feeling some of the tension leave his shoulders. "I want to be someone who helps rather than hurts, someone who heals rather than destroys, someone who uses their abilities to make things better." "Then that's who you'll be," Charlie said simply. "Everything else is just details." Outside the cave, the dragons maintained their vigilant watch, their ancient presence a barrier against anyone who would threaten the boy they had claimed as their own. In the distance, Harry could hear the frustrated shouts of Dumbledore's agents as they realized that their quarry had found sanctuary beyond their reach. It would not be the end of their troubles. Harry understood that much. There would be more legal battles, more political pressure, more attempts to control his future. But tonight, surrounded by people who loved him, and dragons who would protect him, Harry Potter felt something he had never experienced before. The absolute certainty that he was worth fighting for. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever destiny others might try to impose upon him, he would face them as himself, not as a weapon to be wielded, not as a pawn to be sacrificed, but as Harry Potter, who chose kindness over cruelty and healing over harm. It was, he reflected, as he drifted off to sleep in the safety of Araminta's cave, a foundation strong enough to build any future upon, even one that might have to save the world. Chapter 9. The hunt begins. The diplomatic fallout from Dumbledore's attempted kidnapping arrived faster than Charlie had expected. Within hours of the failed raid, emergency owls were streaming into the Romanian ministry, carrying everything from formal protests to veiled threats. The international wizarding community, it seemed, had very strong opinions about what constituted acceptable behavior when dealing with child custody disputes. Charlie read the latest reports by the light of crystalline formations in Araminta's cave, his expression growing grimmer with each page. "Dumbledore's not backing down," he said quietly, mindful that Harry was sleeping fitfully nearby. "If anything, He's escalating. Dr. Vasquez looked up from her own correspondence, her face pale in the magical light. The British Ministry is claiming Harry is a security risk, she reported. They're arguing that his abilities represent a potential threat to international magical stability, and that immediate return to British custody is necessary for the protection of the entire wizarding world. Security risk, Charlie repeated bitterly. A 9-year-old boy who's never hurt anyone, except in self-defense, is a security risk. Not just any 9-year-old, Doctor, Vasquez corrected grimly. One who can command the loyalty of 43 adult dragons, and who's demonstrated power levels that most adult wizards never achieve. From their perspective, Harry represents a significant shift in the magical balance of power. Charlie studied the sleeping boy, who had become the center of an international crisis. Harry looked impossibly young, curled up in the nest of blankets they had arranged for him. But even in sleep, his magical aura was visible to anyone with the training to see it. The power that had been suppressed for 9 years by systematic abuse was manifesting rapidly, now that Harry felt safe enough to let it grow. "There's something else, Doctor," Vasquez continued, her voice dropping even lower. "I've been in contact with colleagues throughout Europe. The story of Harry's dragon communication abilities has spread throughout the international research community. There are people who want to study him, governments who want to recruit him, and organizations who see him as either a solution to long-standing problems or a threat to existing power structures." "How many people are we talking about?" Charlie asked, though he suspected he didn't want to know the answer. "Everyone," Dr. Vasquez said simply. "Charlie, this situation has moved far beyond a simple custody dispute. Harry has become a figure of international magical significance, and everyone wants a piece of him." Before Charlie could respond, the cave's protective wards chimed with an incoming message. Araminta's massive head turned toward the entrance, her golden eyes glowing with alertness. "A messenger approaches, young keeper," she reported. "Human, but not hostile. Familiar magical signature." Charlie moved cautiously toward the cave entrance, his wand ready despite Araminta's reassurance. The figure that emerged from the forest was instantly recognizable, tall, lean, with the weathered hands of someone who worked with dangerous magic for a living. "Bill?" Charlie called out, barely believing his eyes. "Hey, little brother," Bill Weasley replied, his voice carrying relief and exhaustion in equal measure. "Got your emergency message. Came as soon as I could get away from Gringotts." Charlie felt tension he didn't know he was carrying leave his shoulders at the sight of his older brother. Bill's expertise with curse-breaking and magical security would be invaluable in their current situation. "How did you find us?" Charlie asked, as Bill approached the cave. "Professional secret," Bill replied with a tired smile. "Let's just say that tracking magical signatures is part of my job description. Is the boy all right?" "He's sleeping," Charlie said, leading Bill into the cave. "Bill, the situation is more complicated than I explained in my message. Harry isn't just the abused child with unusual abilities. He's carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul, and half the wizarding world wants to either study him or control him." Bill's expression grew serious as Charlie quickly outlined everything they had discovered about Harry's circumstances, Dumbledore's manipulation, and the international attention the situation was attracting. By the time Charlie finished, Bill was looking stunned. "A Horcrux," Bill said quietly, "in a living person. Charlie, do you understand how dangerous this is?" "Dangerous how?" Dr. Vasquez asked, looking up from her monitoring equipment. "Horcruxes are inherently unstable," Bill explained. "They're fragments of soul maintained by dark magic, and they have a tendency to influence their surroundings. The fact that Harry has maintained his own personality and moral compass while carrying one suggests either remarkable mental resilience or what?" Charlie demanded. "Or the fragment is somehow contained or balanced by other magical forces," Bill finished. "Which might explain his dragon communication abilities. Ancient dragon magic is some of the most powerful protective magic in existence." Harry stirred at the sound of unfamiliar voices, sitting up slowly and looking around the cave with the wariness of someone who had learned to be alert for threats, even in sleep. "It's all right," Charlie said gently. "Harry, this is my older brother Bill. He's here to help." Harry studied Bill with the same careful evaluation he gave all new adults, but something in the family resemblance must have reassured him. "You look like Charlie," he said quietly. "All us Weasley boys do," Bill replied with a smile, "though I'm the better-looking one." Despite everything, Harry almost smiled at that. "Charlie said you work with dangerous magic." "Curse-breaking," Bill confirmed. "I help remove dark magic from places and objects where it doesn't belong, which is actually why I'm here. Charlie thought you might need someone with expertise in that area." Harry's hand went instinctively to his scar. "Because of what's in my head?" "Partly," Bill said honestly, "but also because the people trying to control you are using some very sophisticated magical manipulation techniques. I might be able to help with those as well." Over the next few hours, Bill conducted his own assessment of Harry's magical situation. His analysis confirmed Dr. Vasquez's findings about the Horcrux, but also revealed additional layers of magical interference that none of them had suspected. "There are compulsion charms woven into the scar tissue," Bill reported, his voice tight with anger. "Subtle ones, designed to influence emotional responses and decision-making. They're masterwork magic. Whoever placed them knew exactly what they were doing." "Dumbledore?" Charlie asked. "Almost certainly," Bill confirmed. "The magical signature matches what I've seen of his work before. Charlie, these compulsions were designed to make Harry more compliant, more willing to accept authority, more likely to sacrifice himself for others without question." Harry felt sick. "How much of my personality is actually mine?" "Most of it," Bill assured him quickly. "Compulsion charms can influence behavior, but they can't completely rewrite personality. The kindness, courage, and moral clarity you've shown, those are authentically yours. But your decision-making process may have been artificially skewed toward self-sacrifice." "Can you remove them?" Dr. Vasquez asked. "The compulsions, yes," Bill said. "They're complex, but they're still external magic. The Horcrux." He shook his head. "That's going to require more research." "How long will it take to remove the compulsions?" Charlie asked. "Several hours of very delicate work," Bill replied. "And Harry will need to be completely conscious throughout the process. I'll need his cooperation to distinguish between the artificial compulsions and his natural personality traits." Harry looked between the three adults who had become his protectors and advocates, feeling a mixture of gratitude and terror. The idea of having magical influences removed from his mind was appealing, but the process sounded risky. "What happens if something goes wrong?" Harry asked. "Then we stop immediately," Bill said firmly. "Harry, I won't do anything you're not completely comfortable with. This is your choice." "Can we wait?" Harry asked. "I want to think about it first." "Of course," Bill replied. "But don't take too long. The magical interference is already being detected by long-range scanning spells. We need to either deal with it or get you somewhere even more secure very soon." As if summoned by his words, Araminta's voice echoed through the cave with urgent warning. "Young speaker, large numbers of humans approach the preserve, many dozens, armed with weapons of war." Charlie and Bill exchanged grim looks. "How many?" Charlie called out. "More than have ever come before. They move in formations like hunters seeking dangerous prey." Harry felt his magical core respond to the threat, power rushing through him with an intensity that made the cave's crystal formations pulse with sympathetic light. But more than that, he could feel the response from every dragon in the preserve, a rising wave of protective fury that threatened to shake the mountains themselves. "They're coming for me," Harry said quietly. "All of them. Everyone who wants to control me." "Then we make sure they don't get you," Charlie said firmly. "Bill, how quickly can you set up defensive wards?" "Give me 10 minutes, Bill replied, already pulling tools from his Curse Breaker's kit. But Charlie, if this is a full-scale raid, wards aren't going to be enough. Harry stood up, feeling power crackling under his skin with increasing urgency. I need to talk to the dragons. He moved to the cave entrance, his voice carrying across the preserve with harmonics that resonated in the mountain stone itself. Ancient ones, defenders of the high places, those who know the old laws and the older magics, hear me. Enemies come who would tear me from the protection you have granted. They come with weapons of binding and spells of compulsion. They come to make me into what I am not. The response was immediate and overwhelming. From every corner of the preserve, dragons rose into the air with roars that echoed off the peaks like thunder. Not just the adult dragons this time, but the juveniles as well, and even some of the eldest dragons who rarely stirred from their ancient resting places. We hear, young speaker. We remember the old betrayals, when humans sought to chain dragonkind for their wars. We remember the promises broken, the trust destroyed. This will not pass. Harry felt the collective will of the dragon community settling around him like armor. These magnificent beings had accepted him as their own, and they would defend him with the same ferocity they would show in protecting their own young. But with that protection came responsibility. I do not ask you to die for me, Harry continued, his voice carrying absolute sincerity. I ask only that you help me remain free to choose my own path. If the cost becomes too great, I will go with them willingly rather than see you harmed. Pack protects pack. Araminta's voice cut through the collective response with the authority of age and wisdom. You do not choose to sacrifice yourself for us, young speaker. We choose to fight for the future you represent. From his position at the cave entrance, Harry could see the approaching forces now. Dozens of figures in official robes moving through the forest with military precision. At their head was a figure he recognized with sinking heart. Dumbledore had come personally for this confrontation, and he had brought enough firepower to level the entire preserve if necessary. Harry! Charlie called urgently from inside the cave. Get back here. Bill's almost finished with the defensive wards. But Harry remained at the entrance, his magical senses extended as far as they could reach. He could feel the hostile intent radiating from the approaching force, could sense the binding spells and compulsion charms they carried ready for use. These people weren't coming to negotiate or reason with him. They were coming to take him by force. More than that, he could sense something else in Dumbledore's magical signature. Desperation. The old wizard was taking enormous risks with this operation, risking international incident and open warfare with dragonkind. Whatever he thought Harry represented, whatever role he believed the boy needed to fill, Dumbledore was willing to destroy the preserve to achieve his goals. Young speaker, came a voice Harry didn't immediately recognize. One of the eldest dragons, ancient even by draconic standards. The old human carries magic that reeks of binding and domination. He means to chain your will, as surely as if he placed physical shackles upon your limbs. Harry felt rage building in his magical core, not wild, uncontrolled fury, but cold, focused anger at the violation of his autonomy. These people wanted to turn him into a weapon, a tool to be used in conflicts he didn't understand, for purposes he had never agreed to support. No, Harry said quietly, his voice carrying harmonics that made the mountain itself seem to listen. I will not be anyone's weapon. The magical energy that had been building in Harry's core for weeks suddenly crystallized into something approaching its full potential. Power flowed through him like molten gold, connecting him not just to the dragons of the preserve, but to the ancient magical forces that ran beneath the Carpathian Mountains themselves. For the first time since arriving in Romania, Harry Potter allowed himself to feel the full extent of what he was capable of becoming. The results were spectacular. Light erupted from the cave entrance as Harry's magical aura became visible to the naked eye, a column of silver and gold radiance that stretched from the mountain peak to the clouds overhead. The crystal formations throughout Araminta's cave resonated in harmony with his power, creating music that seemed to speak directly to the soul. But more than that, Harry's fully manifested magical presence acted as a beacon that called to every magical creature within 100 miles. Not just dragons, but phoenixes, unicorns, even creatures of shadow and starlight that normally avoided human contact entirely. "Bloody hell," Bill breathed from inside the cave. "Charlie, his power levels just increased by an order of magnitude. I've never seen anything like this." Charlie moved to stand beside Harry at the cave entrance, his expression awed and concerned in equal measure. "Harry, you need to dial it back. That much power being released at once could attract attention from every magical government in Europe." "Good," Harry said, his voice now carrying so many harmonics that it seemed to come from multiple sources at once. "Let them see what happens when they try to enslave someone who was meant to be free." The approaching raid force had stopped their advance, obviously stunned by the display of power they were witnessing. Harry could see them huddled in defensive formations, their carefully planned assault disrupted by the arrival of magical forces they hadn't anticipated. Dumbledore himself stood at the edge of the tree line, his expression unreadable as he studied the pillar of light that marked Harry's position. When he spoke, his voice was enhanced by magic to carry clearly across the distance. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore called, his tone carrying the weight of absolute authority. "You will come with us immediately. This display of uncontrolled power only proves how urgently you need proper guidance and training." Harry's response echoed off the mountains with the voices of 43 dragons speaking in unison. "I'm exactly where I need to be, with the teachers I have chosen, learning to use my abilities in ways that heal rather than harm. You have no authority over me here, old man." The magical pressure radiating from Harry's position was now visible as distortions in the air itself, and the assembled dragons were beginning to glow with reflected power. The preserve had become a nexus of ancient magical forces, and Harry stood at its center like a young god discovering his dominion. "Your parents died to protect you," Dumbledore continued, his voice taking on the manipulative cadences that Harry was learning to recognize. "Would you dishonor their sacrifice by refusing to fulfill the destiny they died to preserve?" This time, Harry's rage was pure and focused and terrible to behold. "My parents died because you failed to protect them," Harry replied, his power surging to heights that made the mountain stone beneath his feet begin to glow with heat. "And you have spent 9 years ensuring that I would grow up damaged and desperate enough to throw my life away for whatever cause you think justifies using children as weapons." The compulsion charms that Bill had detected, woven into Harry's scar, finally met power they couldn't influence. Under the strain of Harry's fully manifested magical core, the foreign magic simply burned away like cobwebs in a furnace. The relief was immediate and profound. For the first time since he was 15 months old, Harry Potter's mind was completely his own. "I will not be your sacrifice," Harry continued, his voice now carrying the authority of someone who had claimed his own power. "I will not be anyone's tool or weapon or symbol. I am Harry Potter, and I choose my own path." Bill was frantically checking his instruments, his expression shifting from awe to alarm. "Charlie, the magical resonance is approaching critical levels. If Harry doesn't pull back soon, we could be looking at a magical explosion that levels half the mountain range." But Harry wasn't listening to warnings about magical overload. He was watching Dumbledore's face as the old wizard realized that his carefully crafted weapon had just declared its independence. The mask of grandfatherly concern slipped entirely, revealing the calculating manipulator underneath. "Enough!" Dumbledore said sharply, his voice cracking like a whip. "Harry Potter, you will come with us now, or we will use whatever force is necessary to ensure compliance." The threat was a mistake. Harry's magical aura exploded outward in a wave of silver fire that washed over the entire preserve. When it touched the assembled dragons, they began to glow with power that transformed them from magnificent creatures into living legends. When it reached the attackers, their binding spells and compulsion charms simply disintegrated under its touch. Now, Harry said in the dragon tongue, his voice carrying to every magical creature within miles. "You see what happens when the children of two worlds stand united." The battle that followed was unlike anything recorded in modern magical history. 43 dragons coordinated by a 9-year-old boy who could speak their ancient language faced off against a force of adult wizards backed by the political authority of the British Ministry of Magic. It wasn't even close. Dragons diving from impossible heights with precision that spoke of military coordination. Spells deflected by magical barriers that drew power from the mountain's geological foundations. Adult wizards who had trained for decades in combat magic, finding themselves outmaneuvered by creatures who had been perfecting the art of war for millennia. Harry stood at the center of it all, his consciousness expanded to encompass every dragon in the preserve, coordinating their movements with the tactical brilliance that came from genuine magical communion. He could feel their joy in the fight, their satisfaction at finally having an enemy worthy of their full capabilities. But more than that, he could feel their absolute commitment to protecting the future he represented. Not the weapon Dumbledore wanted to forge, but the bridge between worlds that he was choosing to become. The raid force lasted approximately 20 minutes before those members who could still move began a tactical retreat. Several of their number had been captured by dragons who understood the value of prisoners for intelligence gathering. Others had simply been overwhelmed by magical forces they had no framework for understanding. Dumbledore himself had vanished at some point during the battle, presumably realizing that his presence was more liability than asset in the face of coordinated draconic fury. As the last of the attackers disappeared into the forest, Harry finally allowed his magical aura to fade back to manageable levels. The sudden absence of power left him swaying on his feet, but also exhilarated in ways he had never experienced before. "That," Harry said to Charlie, as his brother figure caught his arm to steady him, "felt like flying." Charlie looked at the scorch marks on the mountainside, the glowing crystal formations, the 43 dragons who were still circling overhead in protective patterns, and shook his head in amazement. "Harry," Charlie said quietly, "I think we've just announced to the entire wizarding world that you're not a child to be controlled, but a force to be reckoned with." "Good," Harry replied, his voice hoarse from the magical strain but filled with satisfaction. "Maybe now they'll understand that I'm serious about choosing my own future." Bill emerged from the cave, where he had been monitoring the magical resonances throughout the battle, his expression awed and concerned. "Harry," Bill said carefully, "what you just did was incredible, but it's also going to have consequences. Every magical government in the world is going to want to know how a 9-year-old coordinated that kind of defensive action." "Let them wonder," Harry said, allowing Charlie to guide him back toward the cave's entrance. "I'm tired of being afraid of what other people might think or do. From now on, they can adjust their plans to account for what I choose to do." As they settled back into the cave's protective embrace, Harry found himself thinking about the sensation of having his mind completely free for the first time in his memory. The absence of the compulsion charms was like taking off shoes that had been too tight. He hadn't realized how much they had been affecting his thinking until they were gone. "Charlie," Harry said quietly, as exhaustion began to catch up with him, "I think I understand now why Dumbledore was so determined to get me back under his control." "Why's that?" "Because he's realized that his weapon just chose to become something else entirely," Harry replied with a tired smile. "And he has no idea how to fight someone who refuses to be controlled." Outside the cave, the dragons were settling back into their territories, but their vigilance remained heightened. The preserve had just proven that it could defend itself against any force the wizarding world could bring to bear, and the implications of that demonstration would reshape magical politics for decades to come. Harry Potter had declared his independence, and the entire world was going to have to learn to deal with the consequences. It was, Charlie reflected, as he helped Harry prepare for much-needed rest, going to be an interesting future. Chapter 10. Into the Wild. The decision to leave the preserve came 3 days after the battle, when intercepted communications revealed the true scope of Dumbledore's desperation. The old wizard wasn't just escalating his efforts to reclaim Harry, he was actively recruiting international allies, promising them access to Harry's abilities in exchange for support in forcing his return to British custody. "Listen to this," Bill said grimly, reading from a decoded message that had been intercepted by Romanian intelligence services. The boy's power must be properly channeled before he becomes too independent to control. Recent events have shown that delay is no longer acceptable. Whatever methods prove necessary should be considered authorized. Charlie felt his blood run cold. Whatever methods prove necessary, including direct magical compulsion, memory modification, and if needed, surgical removal to another location while unconscious, Bill continued reading. Charlie, Dumbledore has given up any pretense of acting in Harry's best interests. This has become about control and nothing else. Harry looked up from where he had been studying maps of the wider Carpathian range with Dr. Vasquez. Over the past few days, something fundamental had shifted in his demeanor. The 9-year-old boy who had arrived at the preserve, frightened and defensive, had been replaced by someone who carried himself with quiet confidence and spoke with the authority of someone who had claimed his own power. "Then we stop giving him targets to aim at," Harry said simply. "If staying here puts the preserve and everyone in it at risk, then we leave." "Harry," Charlie said carefully, "leaving the preserve means giving up the legal protections we've been building. It means going into hiding with no guarantee of when we'll be able to return to civilized society." "I know," Harry replied, his voice steady. "But civilized society seems determined to treat me as a commodity rather than a person. Maybe it's time to find out what I can become without their interference." "Doctor," Vasquez looked up from the maps they had been examining. "There are options," she said slowly. "Remote areas where magical monitoring is impossible. Places where dragons have lived undisturbed for millennia. If you're serious about disappearing completely." "We are," Charlie said firmly, though the decision felt like stepping off a cliff. "What do you recommend?" "The high passes," Dr. Vasquez replied, pointing to an area of the map that showed nothing but mountain peaks and blank spaces. "There's a clan of wild Hungarian horntails that ranges through territories so remote they don't appear on any official maps. No magical government claims jurisdiction there, no monitoring networks reach that far, and the dragons that live there have had no contact with human civilization for centuries." Harry studied the vast blank area on the map with growing interest. "How do we make contact with them?" "Very carefully, Doctor," Vasquez said with a slight smile. "Wild Hungarian horntails aren't known for their hospitality toward humans, but given your abilities—" She trailed off, considering the possibilities. "You think they might accept me?" Harry asked. "I think," Dr. Vasquez said slowly, "that if anyone could convince a clan of wild dragons to grant sanctuary to humans, it would be you." Young speaker, Araminta's mental voice reached them from outside the cave. "I have been in communion with the ancient ones who remember the time before borders and boundaries. They are curious about you." Harry moved to the cave entrance, his consciousness expanding to touch Araminta's ancient mind. What he found there was a mixture of anticipation and something that might have been hope. "Tell me about the High Pass clan," Harry requested. "They are the last of the truly wild dragons in these mountains," Araminta explained. "They have never bent to human will, never accepted boundaries imposed by those who cannot fly. Their matriarch, Thessarian, is older than the stones beneath our feet. She remembers the time when dragons and humans shared the deep magic as equals. Would they welcome a human child? They would welcome a dragon friend," Araminta corrected gently. "One who speaks the true language and carries the old magic in his bones. But know this, to live among the High Pass clan is to leave behind all human concerns. They recognize no law, but the law of wing and flame, no authority but strength and wisdom earned in the ancient ways. Harry considered this, feeling a deep resonance with the idea of a life governed by natural law rather than political manipulation. How long would the journey take? 3 days of hard travel through terrain no human has walked in living memory. The path is dangerous, and the clan's territory is protected by wards older than any human magic. "But you think they would accept us?" Charlie asked, having followed enough of the conversation to understand its implications. "If the young speaker vouches for you as his pack brother, if you prove your commitment to his protection above all other considerations. Yes, I believe Thessarian would grant you sanctuary." The preparations took 2 full days. Charlie and Bill worked together to create portable versions of the most essential magical protections, while Dr. Vasquez assembled supplies for extended wilderness survival. Harry spent his time in deep communion with the preserve dragons, learning everything they could teach him about surviving in the wild territories. "The High Pass clan lives differently than we do," Ember explained during one of their sessions. "They follow the old ways, hunting when hungry, sleeping where they choose, acknowledging no authority save their matriarch. You will need to prove yourself worthy of their attention." "How do I do that?" Harry asked. "By showing that your magic serves life rather than dominance," Brutus rumbled from his position on a nearby boulder. "The wild clans have long memories of humans who sought to bind dragons to their will. You must demonstrate that you seek partnership, not control." Harry absorbed this advice, adding it to the growing collection of dragon wisdom he had gathered over his weeks at the preserve. Each conversation revealed new layers of complexity to dragon society, new understanding of the ancient bonds that had once existed between his kind and theirs. On the morning of their departure, Harry stood before the assembled dragons of the preserve for what might be the last time. The magnificent beings who had become his first real family spread their wings in the formal gesture of respect, and Harry felt his throat tighten with emotion. "You carry our hopes with you, young speaker," Araminta said formally. "Whatever path you choose from this day forward, know that you will always have a place among us." "I know," Harry replied, his voice thick with gratitude. "Thank you for teaching me what family really means." The journey into the high passes began at dawn, with Charlie, Harry, and Bill following paths that existed only in dragon memory. Araminta served as their guide for the first day, her massive form moving through terrain that challenged even her millennia of experience. The landscape grew wilder and more remote with each mile they traveled. Ancient forests gave way to rocky slopes, carved by wind and weather into fantastic shapes. The air grew thinner and sharper, carrying scents of ice and stone and something indefinable that Harry's magical senses recognized as very old magic. "This place feels different," Harry said, as they paused for rest at midday. "Like it's been untouched by civilization, I guess." "It has," Bill confirmed, consulting his magical instruments. "The wards protecting this territory date back thousands of years. They're not designed to keep people out so much as to make them forget this place exists." Charlie was studying the increasingly treacherous terrain ahead of them. "Are you sure about this, Harry? Once we go much further, there's no easy way back." Harry looked around at the wild beauty surrounding them. Peaks that scraped the sky, valleys that had never known the sound of human voices, air so clean it seemed to sing in his lungs. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was approaching something that might actually be home. "I'm sure," Harry said quietly. "Whatever's waiting for us up there, it has to be better than spending my life running from people who want to control me." They reached the edge of the high pass territory as the sun was setting on their second day of travel. Araminta had left them that morning with final words of encouragement, leaving the 3 humans to approach the wild clan's domain on their own. The boundary was marked not by any physical barrier, but by a shift in the very air itself, Harry felt it like a pressure change, as if they were moving from one world into another. Bill's instruments went haywire, their readings fluctuating wildly as they encountered magical forces unlike anything in the civilized world. "The wards are responding to our presence," Bill reported, his voice tight with concentration. "I'm reading magical signatures that, well, they don't match anything in the standard texts." Before anyone could respond, the sky above them filled with wings. The dragons that descended were unlike any Harry had encountered at the preserve. These were creatures of the high places, their scales polished by wind and weather to a metallic sheen, their movements carrying the fluid grace of beings that had never compromised with gravity. They were wild in a way that even Araminta, for all her ancient dignity, was not. The largest of them landed with earth-shaking force just ahead of their path. She was magnificent and terrifying in equal measure, easily 60 feet from nose to tail, her scales shifting from deep crimson to burnished gold depending on how the light struck them. Her eyes held the weight of centuries, and when she spoke, her mental voice carried harmonics that seemed to reach into Harry's very bones. "So," the matriarch said, her attention fixed on Harry with laser intensity, "you are the human child who believes he speaks the true language." Harry felt the weight of evaluation in her gaze, but also something that might have been curiosity. This was Thessarian, the oldest dragon in the Carpathian Mountains, and her opinion would determine whether they found sanctuary or became prey. "I am Harry Potter," he replied formally, using the most respectful dragon address patterns he knew. "I speak the deep language as it was taught to me by Araminta of the first clutch, and I come seeking wisdom from those who remember the old ways." "Araminta," Thessarian mused, her massive head tilting slightly. "Yes, I remember her. A youngling, by our standards, but wise for her age. What did she tell you of our ways? That you follow no law but the law of wing and flame, that you acknowledge no authority but strength and wisdom earned in the ancient manner, that you remember the time when dragons and humans shared the deep magic as equals?" Thessarian's golden eyes studied him for what felt like hours, but could only have been moments. Then, to Harry's surprise, she made a sound that might have been amusement. "You speak well for one so young. But speaking the words and living them are different things entirely. Tell me, small human, why should we risk the wrath of your kind's leaders by granting you sanctuary?" Harry considered his answer carefully. Everything depended on how he responded to this test. "Because I offer partnership rather than domination," Harry said finally. "Because I seek to learn from you rather than control you. And because the magic that connects us is older and more powerful than any human law." "Partnership," Thessarian repeated, and there was something sharp in her mental tone. "Humans have offered us partnership before. It always ends in chains and binding spells." "Then they were not true partners," Harry replied without hesitation. "Partnership means equality, not servitude. It means choosing to work together because the result is stronger than what either could achieve alone." The silence that followed was filled with tension. Charlie and Bill stood perfectly still, understanding that Harry's fate, and their own, hung on the ancient dragon's decision. Finally, Thessarian spoke again. "You may try," she said simply. "Live among us for one turning of the moon. Learn our ways, contribute to our survival, prove that your presence brings benefit rather than burden. If you succeed, we will speak of longer arrangements. If you fail..." She didn't need to finish the threat. "I understand," Harry said. "Thank you for the chance to prove myself." "Do not thank me yet, small human. Gratitude is meaningless until you know what you have accepted." What followed was the most challenging month of Harry's young life. Living among the High Pass clan meant abandoning every comfort and convenience of civilized existence. They slept in caves carved from living rock, hunted for their food in the traditional dragon manner, and moved constantly through territory so remote that human mapmakers had never bothered to chart it. But for Harry, it was also the most educational month he had ever experienced. Under Thessarian's guidance, he learned to extend his dragon communication abilities far beyond simple conversation. The ancient matriarch taught him to tap into the collective memories of dragonkind, accessing knowledge that stretched back to the very origins of magical consciousness. Feel the flow of the deep magic, Thessarian instructed during one of their training sessions. Not just in yourself, but in all living things. The mountain remembers every dragon that has nested in its peaks. The wind carries the voices of those who have flown these skies for millennia. Harry opened his magical senses as far as they would extend, and suddenly he could feel it, a vast network of interconnected consciousness that included not just dragons, but every magical creature that had ever called the high passes home. It was overwhelming and beautiful and terrifying all at once. This is the true deep magic, Thessarian explained, as Harry struggled to process the enormity of what he was experiencing. Not words spoken from one mind to another, but true communion with the living essence of magic itself. The knowledge that flowed through this connection was staggering. Harry learned that dragons had been preparing for Voldemort's return for decades, guided by prophetic dreams and ancient magical patterns that spoke of coming conflict. He learned that dragon reserves around the world were connected by similar networks, sharing information and resources in ways that human governments had never suspected. Most importantly, he learned that his own abilities were just the beginning of what was possible. You have the potential to become a true bridge walker, Thessarian told him as the month drew to a close. One who can connect not just dragons and humans, but all forms of magical consciousness. Such beings appear perhaps once in a millennium, when the need for unity becomes desperate. Bridgewalker? Harry asked, both speaking aloud and in the dragon tongue for Charlie's benefit. One who can facilitate understanding between different forms of magical life. Dragons, unicorns, phoenixes, even the shadow creatures that most fear to acknowledge, all could learn to work together through a proper bridgewalker. Charlie, who had been listening to translations of these conversations for weeks, looked thoughtful. Harry, that sounds like exactly what the prophecies were talking about. Not a weapon to destroy Voldemort, but a unifying force to bring together allies he never anticipated. Harry nodded slowly, feeling pieces of a vast puzzle clicking into place. The dragons have been preparing for this. All of them, not just the ones in Romania. They've been building a network, sharing information, getting ready for a conflict that most humans don't even know is coming. Precisely, Thessarian confirmed. The Dark Speaker's return has been foretold for generations. We have used that time to prepare, to remember old alliances, to ready ourselves for a war that will determine the future of magical consciousness itself. And they want me to help coordinate that effort, Harry said, understanding dawning in his voice. If you choose to accept such responsibility, Thessarian corrected gently, the choice is yours, as it has always been. But know that refusing will not free you from the conflict. It will only ensure that you face it alone. That evening, as Harry sat with Charlie and Bill around their campfire, he found himself thinking about the path that had led him from a cupboard under the stairs to a mountain-top conversation with one of the oldest magical beings in existence. "What are you thinking about?" Charlie asked, noting Harry's contemplative expression. "About choices," Harry replied quietly. "A few months ago, I didn't think I had any. Now I have too many, and they're all important enough to change the world." "That's the burden of power," Bill said gently. "The more capable you become, the more consequences your decisions carry. But also the more good you can do," Charlie added. "Harry, 6 months ago, you were a frightened, abused child who believed he was worthless. Look at what you've become." Harry looked around at the wild beauty of the high passes, at the dragons who had accepted him as family, at the 2 men who had chosen to share his exile rather than abandon him to face the world alone. For the first time in his life, he could honestly say that he knew who he was and what he was capable of becoming. "I want to go back," Harry said suddenly, the decision crystallizing in his mind with absolute clarity. "Back?" Charlie asked, confused. "To the preserve, to civilization, to all the people who think they can control me." Harry's voice carried growing conviction. "I'm tired of running. I'm tired of hiding. It's time to show them what I've chosen to become." "You would face the storm rather than shelter from it?" Thessarian asked, having followed the conversation through their magical connection. "I would meet it on my own terms," Harry corrected. "With allies I've chosen, using power I've learned to control, fighting for a future I help design." The ancient dragon was quiet for a long moment, then made the sound that Harry had learned indicated deep approval. "Spoken like a true bridge walker," Thessarian said with satisfaction. "Very well, young one. Return to the world of human laws and boundaries. But know that you carry with you the strength of the high places and the wisdom of the deep magic. You are no longer just Harry Potter, the boy who survived. You are Harry Potter, the bridge walker, and the world will learn to make room for what you have become." The journey back to the preserve took only 2 days, with Thessarian herself serving as their guide and several of her clan providing escort. Harry travelled in a state of calm readiness that was entirely new to him. Not the desperate alertness of someone expecting attack, but the confident preparation of someone who knew exactly what they were capable of handling. When they reached the preserve, they found it transformed. The battle 3 weeks earlier had attracted international attention on a scale that none of them had anticipated. Dragon experts from around the world had arrived to study the unprecedented coordination that Harry had displayed. Legal scholars were debating the implications of magical creatures actively defending a human child. Political theorists were scrambling to understand how a 9-year-old had managed to declare independence from the entire established order. "It's been chaos," Dr. Vasquez reported, as they gathered in Charlie's rebuilt cabin. "Every magical government in the world wants to know what happened here, how you managed to coordinate that kind of defensive action, and whether it represents a permanent shift in the balance of magical power." "Good," Harry said simply. "Let them wonder. Let them realize that the old assumptions about who has power and how it gets used might need to be reconsidered." "Harry," Dr. Vasquez said carefully, "there's something else. The Romanian ministry has scheduled a formal hearing for next week. They want to make an official determination about your status, whether you're a refugee seeking asylum, a magical phenomenon requiring special oversight, or something else entirely." "What do you think they'll decide?" Charlie asked. "I think, Doctor," Vasquez replied with a slight smile, "that they're going to discover they're not equipped to make that determination. Harry has moved beyond existing legal categories. He's created something new." Harry nodded, feeling the truth of that statement in his bones. He was no longer a child to be protected or a weapon to be wielded. He was Harry Potter, Bridgewalker, and the world was going to have to learn to deal with the implications of what that meant. Outside the cabin, dragons from around the world were arriving daily to witness the phenomenon that had been reported from the Carpathian Preserve. The sky was filled with wings as magnificent beings came to see for themselves the human child who had learned to speak the deep magic and coordinate their kind in warfare. But more than that, Harry could sense other magical creatures beginning to take interest. Phoenixes were nesting in the nearby peaks. Unicorns had been spotted in the lower valleys. Even creatures of shadow and starlight that normally avoided all contact with other forms of life were manifesting at the edges of awareness, drawn by the possibility of genuine communication with other magical beings. "A bridge walker," Harry said quietly, watching the gathering of creatures that represented the first interspecies alliance in recorded magical history. "I think I understand now what that really means." "What?" Charlie asked. "It means I don't just get to choose my own future," Harry replied with growing conviction. "I get to help choose everyone's future, and I intend to make it a good one." As if summoned by his words, Araminta landed in the clearing outside the cabin, her ancient eyes bright with anticipation. "Young speaker," she said formally, "the representatives have begun to arrive. Dragons from every continent, magical creatures from every tradition. They come to witness the formal claiming of a bridge walker." "Formal claiming?" Harry asked. "The ceremony that will acknowledge what you have chosen to become," Araminta explained. "And more importantly, the ceremony that will establish you as an independent force in magical politics, rather than a child subject to others' authority." Harry looked around at the people who had become his family. Charlie, who had risked everything to protect him. Bill, who had left his own life behind to help. Dr. Vasquez, who had provided both scientific validation and political advocacy. These were the people he had chosen, and who had chosen him in return. "When?" Harry asked. "Tomorrow," Araminta replied. "At dawn, when the light touches the highest peaks and the deep magic flows strongest through these mountains." Harry smiled, feeling excitement and anticipation building in his chest. Tomorrow he would formally claim the role he had been growing into throughout his time at the preserve. Tomorrow he would stop being the boy who survived and become the bridge walker who would help shape the magical world's future. It was, he reflected, as he prepared for the most important day of his young life, exactly the kind of future he wanted to choose for himself. The future where his own power served to lift others up rather than tear them down. The future where magic brought different species together rather than driving them apart. The future where Harry Potter got to decide for himself what kind of person he wanted to be. Tomorrow, that future would begin in earnest. Chapter 11. The Reckoning. The International Court of Magical Justice had never seen anything quite like the assembly that gathered in the ancient amphitheatre, carved into the heart of the Carpathian Mountains. Representatives from 17 different magical governments sat in the curved stone seating, while observers from magical creature preserves across the globe filled the galleries. But most remarkable of all were the dragons. 43 adult dragons from the Romanian preserve, perched on specially reinforced ledges, their massive forms creating a living wall of scales and watchful eyes. Thessarian held the position of honor at the amphitheatre's highest point, her ancient presence lending gravity to proceedings that would reshape magical law for generations to come. Harry sat between Charlie and Bill at the petitioner's table, wearing formal robes that had been hastily commissioned for the occasion. He looked impossibly young, surrounded by so much ceremony and political power, but his bearing carried the quiet confidence of someone who had learned to claim his own worth. "Are you ready for this?" Charlie asked quietly, as court officials finished their preparations. "As ready as I can be," Harry replied, his voice steady, despite the magnitude of what was about to unfold. "Whatever they decide, at least everyone will know the truth." Chief Justice Ilara Dimitrova called the session to order, with a voice that carried clearly throughout the amphitheatre. She was a stern woman with silver hair and penetrating blue eyes, known throughout the magical world for her uncompromising pursuit of justice. This court convenes to address the petition of Charles Weasley for permanent custody of the minor Harry Potter, currently a refugee under Romanian protection, Dimitrova announced formally. "We will also address the broader questions of magical creature rights, international custody law, and the protection of children with extraordinary abilities." Harry felt his stomach clench as Dumbledore rose from the respondents' table. The old wizard looked every inch the legendary figure he was reputed to be, his silver hair catching the morning light, and his blue eyes radiating the kind of authority that had shaped the magical world for decades. But Harry could see beneath the surface now, could recognize the calculating intelligence that had orchestrated 9 years of systematic abuse in service of some greater purpose. The grandfatherly mask no longer worked on someone who understood the depth of manipulation it concealed. "Chief Justice," Dumbledore began, his voice carrying the warm tones that had convinced generations of witches and wizards to trust his judgment, "I must respectfully protest this entire proceeding. Harry Potter is a British citizen under established guardianship arrangements. This court lacks jurisdiction to override the decisions of British magical authorities. Perhaps, Dimitrova replied coolly, but this court does have jurisdiction over allegations of systematic abuse and violations of international magical law. Mr. Weasley, please present your evidence. What followed was the most difficult hour of Harry's life. Charlie presented a methodical case built on medical evidence, magical scans, and detailed documentation of the abuse Harry had suffered. Dr. Vasquez testified about the magical suppression effects of chronic trauma, while Bill described the compulsion charms that had been woven into Harry's scar. But it was Harry's own testimony that proved most devastating to Dumbledore's position. "Tell the court about your living conditions with the Dursley family," Dimitrova requested gently. Harry took a deep breath and began to speak in the same flat, factual tone he had used when first telling Charlie about his experiences. He described the cupboard under the stairs, the missed meals, the casual cruelty that had defined his existence for 9 years. He spoke about being told he was worthless and freakish, about learning to expect pain from the adults who should have protected him. The amphitheater was completely silent as Harry recounted systematic torture disguised as family discipline. When he finished, several of the international representatives were pale with shock, and more than one dragon was showing visible signs of barely contained rage. "Mr. Potter," Dimitrova said carefully, "you understand that Professor Dumbledore placed you with the Dursleys for your own protection? That magical safeguards required your presence in their home?" "I understand that Professor Dumbledore chose to sacrifice my childhood, my health, and my psychological well-being for magical protections that could have been achieved through other means," Harry replied with devastating clarity. "I understand that he considered my suffering an acceptable price to pay for whatever larger purposes he was serving." Dumbledore rose to object, but Harry continued speaking with the quiet authority of someone who had learned to claim his own truth. "I also understand that those magical protections stopped working the moment I stopped considering Privet Drive my home," Harry said, "which happened when I was 6 years old and realized that real families don't lock children in cupboards." "Objection," Dumbledore called out. "The boy lacks the magical education necessary to understand the complexities involved in—" "Let him speak." The voice came from Thessarian, her mental communication carrying to every person in the amphitheater with the weight of ancient authority. The dragons throughout the chamber rumbled their agreement, and Dimitrova nodded slowly. "The court recognizes the right of magical creatures to participate in proceedings that affect their interests," she said formally. "Continue, Mr. Potter." Harry stood up, feeling his magical core responding to the collective will of the assembled dragons. When he spoke, his voice carried harmonics that bypassed normal hearing and resonated directly in the listener's bones. "The Ancient Ones remember the old laws," Harry said, switching fluidly between English and the dragon tongue. "Laws that predate human governments, laws that recognize the right of the young to choose their protectors when their birth families fail them." The court recorder struggled to capture Harry's words as he spoke in languages that had no written form, but Thessarian's translation carried to every mind in the amphitheater. "The child speaks the deep truth. By the laws that governed this world when it was young, Harry Potter has the right to claim new kinship bonds with those who have proven worthy of his trust." "This is preposterous," Dumbledore snapped, his grandfatherly mask finally slipping completely. "Ancient creature laws have no bearing on modern custody arrangements. The boy is a human child subject to human authority." "The boy is a bridge walker," Thessarian replied with finality. "One who speaks for multiple species, who carries the trust of dragonkind, who has proven his worth in the ancient trials. He stands beyond the authority of any single species' laws." Chief Justice Dimitrova looked fascinated, despite the chaos that was erupting among the various national representatives. "Mr. Potter, are you claiming sanctuary under pre-statute magical law?" "I'm claiming the right to choose my own family," Harry said simply. "Charlie Weasley has protected me when my legal guardians failed to do so. He has taught me, cared for me, and treated me as a valued person, rather than a burden to be endured. Under any reasonable definition of family, he has earned the right to be called my father." The word father hung in the air like a bell tolled in an empty cathedral. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. He quickly blinked away, while several of the dragons made sounds of approval that shook the stone beneath their feet. "Furthermore," Harry continued, his confidence growing with each word, "I refuse to be treated as a commodity, to be traded between governments, or a weapon to be wielded by people who see me as a tool rather than a person. I have abilities that could be valuable to many causes, but I choose how those abilities are used." Dumbledore's control finally snapped completely. "Enough!" he roared, his voice echoing with magical compulsion that should have forced immediate obedience from anyone within range. "Harry Potter, you will come with me now." The magical command crashed against Harry's defenses like a wave against granite. The compulsion spells that might once have affected his decision-making had been burned away by his time in the wilderness, and his connection to the Dragon Collective made him functionally immune to individual magical domination. "No," Harry said quietly, and the simple refusal carried more power than Dumbledore's shouted command. "I will not." The silence that followed was profound. Every person in the amphitheatre had felt the magical pressure of Dumbledore's attempted compulsion, and every person had witnessed it fail completely against Harry's calm resistance. "Professor Dumbledore," Chief Justice Dimitrova said coldly, "did you just attempt to use magical compulsion on a child witness in my courtroom?" "Aye," Dumbledore began, then stopped as he realized the magnitude of his mistake. Using compulsion magic in an international court was grounds for immediate arrest, and the attempt had been witnessed by dozens of legal authorities. "Furthermore," Dimitrova continued, consulting documents that had been provided by Romanian investigators, "this court has received evidence suggesting financial irregularities in your management of Mr. Potter's inheritance. Would you care to explain why significant withdrawals have been made from his family vault without his knowledge or consent?" For the first time since Harry had known him, Albus Dumbledore looked genuinely cornered. The mask of benevolent authority had completely disappeared, leaving behind a man who had been caught manipulating a child for his own purposes. "The funds were used for Harry's protection and care," Dumbledore said, but his voice lacked its usual conviction. "Protection and care," Bill repeated from where he stood at the evidence table. "Such as paying the Dursleys a monthly stipend to keep Harry, along with memory charms to enhance their natural resentment of magic? Such as funding surveillance operations that monitored his every move while doing nothing to address the abuse those same operations documented?" The evidence Bill presented painted a picture of financial manipulation that went back years. Harry's inheritance had been systematically raided to fund operations designed to keep him isolated, traumatized, and dependent on Dumbledore's guidance. "This court," Dimitrova said with ice in her voice, "finds the evidence of financial misconduct compelling. Professor Dumbledore, you are hereby relieved of all authority over Harry Potter's person and property, pending a full investigation by the International Confederation of Wizards." "You don't understand," Dumbledore said desperately, his composure finally cracking completely. "The boy is the key to defeating Voldemort. The prophecy requires—" "The prophecy," Harry interrupted, his voice carrying absolute certainty, "requires me to make my own choices about how to face whatever challenges await. And I choose to face them as a free person, surrounded by people who care about me, using abilities I've developed through trust rather than trauma." "The Bridgewalker speaks wisdom," Thessarian observed with satisfaction. "Strength built on fear and isolation is brittle. Strength built on love and chosen bonds is eternal." The Dragon Matriarch's words seemed to settle the matter. Chief Justice Dimitrova conferred briefly with her fellow justices before rendering a decision that would reshape magical law for generations. "This court grants permanent custody of Harry Potter to Charles Weasley, with the additional recognition that Mr. Potter possesses unique abilities that grant him special status under international magical creature protection laws, she announced formally. Furthermore, this court establishes the precedent that children with extraordinary magical abilities have the right to sanctuary with magical creature communities that accept them, regardless of their species of origin. Harry felt tears of relief and joy stream down his face as Charlie wrapped him in a fierce hug. Around them, dragons roared approval that echoed off the mountains, while representatives from magical governments around the world struggled to understand the implications of what they had just witnessed. But Dumbledore wasn't finished. "This is madness," he snarled, abandoning all pretense of civilized discourse. "You're dooming the wizarding world by indulging a child's tantrum. When Voldemort returns, and he will return, you'll need Harry to fulfill his destiny, willing or not." The threat was unmistakable, and the response was immediate. Every dragon in the amphitheater rose to their feet with synchronized fury, their massive forms blotting out the sky as they prepared to defend Harry from anyone who would force him into servitude. But Harry himself stepped forward, his magical aura beginning to glow with the silver-gold radiance that marked his full power. "Let me make something very clear," Harry said, his voice carrying harmonics that made the mountain stone itself resonate. "I will face Voldemort when the time comes, because it's the right thing to do, and because I have the power to make a difference. But I'll face him as Harry Potter, the Bridge Walker, surrounded by allies I've chosen and using abilities I've developed through love rather than manipulation." He turned to address the assembled representatives directly, his voice carrying to every corner of the amphitheater. "I am not your weapon, to be aimed at your enemies. I am not your symbol to rally around. I am not your sacrifice to be offered up for the greater good. I am Harry Potter, and I choose my own path." The magical pressure radiating from Harry's declaration was visible now, silver light streaming from his position to touch every dragon in the chamber. As it reached them, they began to glow with reflected power, creating a display that transformed the entire amphitheater into something approaching the divine. "Witness," Thessarian's voice carried to every mind present, the claiming of a bridge walker. "See how the magic of unity flows through one who has learned to connect rather than dominate. This child will reshape the world, not through conquest, but through the healing of old wounds and the forging of new alliances." The demonstration lasted only moments, but its impact would endure for decades. When the light faded, Harry stood at the center of a fundamentally changed magical world, one where dragons had proven they would actively defend human children they considered worthy, where ancient laws had been recognized alongside modern ones, and where a 9-year-old boy had declared independence from every authority that sought to control him. Dumbledore looked around the amphitheater at the assembled forces arrayed against his vision of necessary sacrifice, and for the first time in his long life, he seemed truly defeated. "This isn't over," he said, quietly, but the words lacked conviction. "When the darkness comes, you'll remember that you chose sentiment over necessity." "When the darkness comes," Charlie said firmly, standing beside Harry with his hand on the boy's shoulder, "we'll face it together, as a family, as equals, as people who choose to protect each other because we care, not because we're ordered to." The formal dissolution of Dumbledore's authority took another hour of legal proceedings, but the essential battle had been won. Harry Potter was officially and permanently free of all attempts to control his future, while Albus Dumbledore faced investigation and likely prosecution for financial crimes and magical abuse of a minor. As the court session concluded and the various representatives began to depart, Harry found himself surrounded by dragons who wanted to offer personal congratulations. Each of the preserved dragons approached to touch his hand with their massive heads, a gesture of respect and acknowledgement that left Harry overwhelmed with gratitude. "You have chosen well, Bridgewalker," Araminta said warmly. "The path ahead will not be easy, but you walk it with the strength of many species behind you." "Thank you," Harry replied, his voice thick with emotion. "All of you. For everything." "Pack protects pack," she replied simply. "And you, young one, have proven yourself to be the best of pack." As they made their way back to the preserve that evening, Harry walked between Charlie and Bill with the easy comfort of someone who finally knew exactly where he belonged. The legal battle was over, the threat of forced return to his abusers was ended, and his future stretched ahead, bright with possibilities he was free to choose. "So," Charlie said, as they reached the cabin that had become Harry's first real home, "what do you want to do now? You're officially my son, you've got the backing of an international dragon alliance, and you've just established new precedents in magical law. The world is pretty much your oyster." Harry considered the question seriously. He had power now, real power, acknowledged by governments and magical creatures alike. He had abilities that could reshape the magical world, connections that spanned species and continents, and the freedom to use both however he chose. "I want to learn," Harry said finally. "Everything I can about magic, about dragons, about how to be a good bridge walker. I want to help other kids who are in situations like mine was. And I want to be ready when Voldemort comes back, because he will come back. And when he does, I want to face him with allies he never imagined possible." "Sounds like a plan," Charlie said with a proud smile. "But first, how about we celebrate your first day of official freedom with a proper family dinner?" Harry smiled back, feeling warmth spread through his chest at the casual assumption of belonging. He was Harry Potter, son of Charlie Weasley, friend to dragons, bridge-walker between species, and absolutely, completely free. It was, he reflected, as they entered the cabin filled with the warm sense of home cooking and the sound of family conversation, the best possible way to begin the rest of his life. Outside, dragons settled onto their evening roosts with satisfaction in their ancient hearts. The bridgewalker was safe, free, and surrounded by those who would protect him. The future that had been foretold for generations was finally beginning to unfold, and it would be a future shaped by love rather than fear, by choice rather than compulsion, by unity rather than division. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, and new adventures. But tonight, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged, home with family, surrounded by love and acceptance, and the absolute certainty that he would never be alone again. The boy who had survived had become the bridge walker who would heal the world. And it was only the beginning. Chapter 12. New Horizons. The burrow had always been a place where strays found welcome, but Harry's official adoption ceremony transformed it into something approaching the sacred. Mrs. Weasley had outdone herself, preparing for the celebration, her kitchen overflowing with enough food to feed a small army, while Mr. Weasley puttered around the garden, hanging fairy lights that sparkled with genuine enchantment. Harry stood before the full-length mirror in Charlie's childhood bedroom, adjusting the formal robes that Mrs. Weasley had insisted were absolutely necessary for such an important occasion. The deep blue fabric was embroidered with silver dragons that seemed to move when the light caught them just right, a gift from the preserve staff who had become something approaching extended family over the past months. "You clean up nicely," Charlie said from the doorway, his own formal robes a slightly different shade of blue, but bearing similar dragon motifs. "Though I have to admit, I'm still getting used to the idea of having a son old enough to have opinions about formal wear." Harry smiled at that, turning away from the mirror to face the man who had chosen to become his father. The word still felt new and precious in his mind. Father, not guardian or caretaker, but someone who had claimed him by choice rather than obligation. "Are you nervous?" Harry asked, though he suspected Charlie was handling the formal aspects of adoption better than Harry himself was managing. "Terrified," Charlie admitted, with characteristic honesty. "Not about the legal parts, those are just paperwork, but about the responsibility of being the kind of father you deserve to have." Harry felt warmth spread through his chest at the careful phrasing. Not the father Charlie thought he should be, but the father Harry deserved. It was exactly the kind of distinction that had made Harry trust Charlie in the first place. "You already are," Harry said quietly. "You have been since the day you decided to protect me, instead of turning me over to the authorities." Charlie's expression grew soft with emotion that he quickly blinked away. "Well then," he said, his voice slightly rough, "I suppose we should go downstairs and make it official." The ceremony itself was simple but profound. The entire Weasley family had gathered in the Burrow's main room, along with Dr. Vasquez, several Preserve colleagues who had become Harry's chosen extended family, and Bill, who served as official witness. Minister Cornelius Fudge himself presided over the proceedings, clearly hoping to associate himself with the positive publicity surrounding Harry's case. "Charles Arthur Weasley," Fudge intoned formally, reading from an ornate scroll. "Do you freely choose to accept Harry James Potter as your son, with all the responsibilities and privileges that relationship entails?" "I do," Charlie replied firmly, his hand resting on Harry's shoulder with gentle weight. "Harry James Potter, do you freely choose to accept Charles Arthur Weasley as your father, understanding that this choice creates permanent bonds of family and loyalty?" Harry looked around the room at the assembled faces, Mrs. Weasley dabbing at her eyes with her apron, Mr. Weasley beaming with quiet pride, the twins grinning with anticipation of having a new brother to corrupt, Ron looking slightly awed by the formal proceedings, Bill watching with protective satisfaction, and Percy taking careful notes as if family ceremonies required official documentation. "I do," Harry said, and his voice carried the absolute certainty of someone who had learned the difference between family by blood and family by choice. "Then by the authority vested in me by the Ministry of Magic," Fudge declared, "I pronounce Charles Weasley and Harry Potter to be father and son, with all rights and protections that relationship provides under wizarding law." The magical seal that settled around them was visible as a brief shimmer of golden light, but Harry felt it as something much deeper, a fundamental shift in how the world recognized his place within it. He was no longer Harry Potter, the orphan who survived. He was Harry Potter Weasley, beloved son and chosen family member. Mrs. Weasley was the first to reach them, enveloping Harry in a hug that smelled of flower and cinnamon and unconditional maternal love. "Welcome to the family, dear," she whispered in his ear. "Officially and forever." The celebration that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced in his previous life. The Burrow filled with laughter and conversation, as family and friends offered congratulations and shared stories. Harry found himself passed from relative to relative, each offering their own version of welcome and acceptance. Fred and George cornered him near the fireplace, with matching grins that suggested they had been planning this conversation for weeks. "So, baby brother," Fred said with theatrical seriousness, "now that you're officially family," George continued seamlessly, "we feel obligated to warn you about certain family traditions, such as pranks at dawn on your birthday, and the annual Quidditch match where everyone pretends Percy is athletic, and the sacred duty of helping us drive Percy absolutely mad with worry about rule-breaking." Harry found himself laughing at their antics, but more than that, he found himself feeling genuinely included in something larger than himself. This wasn't tolerance or charity. It was acceptance, complete and joyful and permanent. "I think I can handle that," Harry said with a grin. "Though you should know I have connections with creatures that could make your pranks significantly more interesting." The twins' eyes lit up with the kind of dangerous enthusiasm that had probably given Mrs. Weasley grey hairs for years. "Did we mention," Fred said to George with exaggerated casualness, "that we really like this new brother of ours?" Percy, who had been hovering nearby with his official notes, cleared his throat importantly. "Harry, as the family member most familiar with ministry procedures, I feel I should inform you of certain legal protections now available to you as a Weasley. For instance, the family name grants you access to..." Percy, Charlie interrupted gently. Maybe save the legal briefing for later? This is a celebration. Right, Percy said, deflating slightly. Of course. I just thought... Well, welcome to the family, Harry. The simple statement, delivered without Percy's usual pompousness, carried more weight than all his legal explanations combined. Harry felt his throat tighten with emotion as he realized that even Percy, serious, rule-following Percy, was genuinely happy to have him as a brother. Thank you, Harry said quietly. All of you. I never thought I'd have a family like this. Well, you do now, Mr. Weasley said warmly, appearing beside them with a glass of butterbeer for Harry. And families stick together, no matter what challenges come along. As the formal ceremony wound down and guests began to depart, Harry found himself on the Burrow's back porch with Charlie, watching the sun set over the garden, where gnomes were beginning their evening raids on Mrs. Weasley's vegetables. How does it feel? Charlie asked quietly. Being officially part of the family. Like coming home, Harry said without hesitation. Like finally understanding what home is supposed to mean. Charlie nodded, his expression thoughtful, as he watched the fairy lights beginning to twinkle in the gathering dusk. You know, when I first decided to work with dragons, I thought I was choosing a life without traditional family connections. Dragons don't really do the nuclear family structure that humans prefer. What changed your mind? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Meeting you, Charlie said simply, realizing that family isn't about genetics or legal obligations. It's about choosing to love someone and commit to their well-being, regardless of what that costs you personally. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the first stars appear in the darkening sky. Harry felt a peace settle over him that was deeper than mere contentment. It was the bone-deep satisfaction of knowing exactly where he belonged. Charlie, Harry said eventually, what happens now? I mean, long-term. I know I'll continue working with the dragons, but what about school? What about preparing for whatever conflict is coming with Voldemort? Charlie considered the question seriously. We've got options, he said finally. Beauxbatons has extended an invitation for you to attend their academy. They're very interested in your unique abilities. Durmstrang has made a similar offer, though I'm less enthusiastic about their approach to magical education. What about Hogwarts? After everything that's happened with Dumbledore, Harry, I'd be surprised if they're even allowed to extend you an invitation. And honestly, I think you'd be better served by an educational environment that sees your abilities as gifts to be developed, rather than problems to be managed. Harry nodded thoughtfully. The idea of attending a magical school where his dragon communication abilities would be welcomed rather than feared was appealing. What do you recommend? I think we should visit both schools. Let you get a feel for their programs and teaching philosophies. You've got time to decide. Most magical academies are flexible about enrollment timing for students with exceptional circumstances. And the dragon work? That will always be here, Charlie assured him. The Preserve has formally recognized you as a junior researcher, and the international dragon community is very interested in developing new care and communication techniques based on your abilities. You'll have opportunities to work with dragon reserves around the world as you get older. Harry smiled at the thought of a future filled with possibilities he was free to choose for himself. It's strange, he said quietly. 6 months ago, I couldn't imagine a future beyond surviving each day. Now I have more options than I know what to do with. That's what freedom feels like, Charlie said with satisfaction. Overwhelming and wonderful at the same time. They made their way back to the Preserve the next morning, traveling through the Floo network with arms full of leftover cake and enough knitted goods from Mrs. Weasley to outfit a small army. Harry found himself looking forward to returning to the mountain sanctuary that had become his true home. The dragons welcomed them back with the kind of enthusiasm that suggested they had been counting the days until Harry's return. Ember, now approaching her adult size, practically bounced with excitement as Harry translated stories of the adoption ceremony for the gathered dragons. "So you are officially Pack now," Araminta observed with satisfaction. "Not just adopted by choice, but recognized by law. This is good." "It feels good," Harry confirmed, settling into the familiar routine of morning rounds that had structured his life for months. "Charlie is officially my father now, not just my guardian." "And you are content with this arrangement?" "More than content," Harry said with a smile. "Happy. Actually, genuinely happy." The work that followed established a rhythm that would define Harry's life for years to come. His days were split between formal magical education, correspondence courses, and visiting tutors who specialized in advanced magical theory, and practical training with the Preserve's dragons. But increasingly, Harry found himself serving as something approaching a magical creature ambassador, facilitating communication between the Preserve and visiting researchers from around the world. Dr. Vasquez had established a formal research program built around Harry's abilities, documenting new techniques for magical creature care that were being adopted by preserves and sanctuaries globally. The work was challenging and meaningful in ways that Harry had never imagined possible. "You've revolutionized the field," Dr. Vasquez told him during one of their weekly progress meetings. "Communication techniques you developed here are being used with phoenixes in Egypt, unicorns in Scotland, and even hippogriffs in Greece. You're helping bridge gaps between human and magical creature communities that have existed for centuries." "It doesn't feel revolutionary," Harry replied honestly. "It just feels like talking to friends." "That's exactly why it works, Doctor," Vasquez said with a smile. "You approach magical creatures as equals deserving of respect, rather than animals to be managed. That fundamental attitude shift changes everything." The international attention had its drawbacks, of course. Harry received regular correspondence from magical governments, research institutions, and individuals who wanted either to study him or recruit him for various causes. But Charlie and the Preserve staff had become expert at filtering requests, ensuring that Harry only engaged with opportunities that aligned with his own interests and values. One letter that did make it through their screening process proved particularly significant. "Harry," Charlie said one morning, holding an envelope with careful formality, "you've got correspondence from England. A girl named Hermione Granger." Harry looked up from the dragon nutrition charts he had been reviewing, his interest immediately caught. "Hermione Granger. Apparently she's a student at Hogwarts, a first year, same age as you would have been if you'd attended. Her letter came through Dr. Vasquez's research channels. She's writing about your work with magical creature communication." Harry accepted the letter with curiosity, breaking the neat wax seal to reveal pages of precise handwriting that immediately reminded him of Dr. Vasquez's research notes. "Dear Mr. Potter," the letter began. "My name is Hermione Granger, and I am a first-year student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I hope you don't mind my writing to you directly, but I have read Dr. Vasquez's published papers about your work with dragon communication, and I find your research absolutely fascinating. I am particularly interested in your theories about magical resonance patterns and their application to interspecies communication. Your hypothesis that magical creatures respond to emotional authenticity rather than formal linguistic structures challenges everything we've been taught about magical creature interaction." The letter continued for several pages, demonstrating a level of magical theoretical knowledge that impressed Harry despite himself. This Hermione Granger was clearly brilliant, and more importantly, she seemed to understand the deeper implications of his work in ways that many adult researchers missed. "I would be honored to correspond with you about magical creature communication theory, if you would be willing. I suspect that your practical experience combined with my theoretical research could lead to significant advances in the field. I should also mention that there has been considerable discussion at Hogwarts about your situation. Many students admire your courage in standing up for your right to choose your own family and educational path. You've inspired more people than you might realize." The letter concluded with a request for permission to correspond regularly about their shared research interests, along with an offer to share her own theoretical work on magical creature cognition. "She sounds impressive," Charlie observed, reading over Harry's shoulder. "Definitely the kind of intellectual peer you could benefit from having." "She sounds lonely," Harry said, perceptively, recognizing something in the careful formality of the letter that reminded him of his own earlier attempts to connect with people through shared interests. "I think she might need a friend as much as a research correspondent." Harry's reply established what would become a lifelong friendship. Their correspondence began with magical theory, but quickly expanded to include personal experiences, observations about their respective educational situations, and increasingly, discussions about the broader questions of how magical society could be improved. Hermione proved to be exactly the kind of intellectual companion that Harry had been missing. Her theoretical knowledge complemented his practical experience perfectly, and her passion for justice and equality aligned beautifully with his own growing sense of purpose as a bridge walker. "Your latest observations about Phoenix song patterns are remarkable," Hermione wrote in one of her letters. "Have you considered whether similar harmonic principles might apply to other magical creatures? I've been researching historical accounts of wizards who could communicate with multiple species, and there are some fascinating parallels to your experiences. Their friendship, conducted entirely through letters but growing deeper with each exchange, provided Harry with something he hadn't realized he was missing, a peer who understood both his intellectual interests and his sense of being fundamentally different from other magical children. The seasonal rhythm of preserve life provided structure for Harry's continuing development. Spring brought new dragon hatchlings that required careful monitoring and early communication training. Summer brought international researchers and visiting delegations who wanted to observe Harry's work firsthand. Autumn meant preparation for winter hibernation and the complex logistics of managing 43 large predators through the cold months. Winter provided time for intensive study and theoretical work, along with the deep conversations with older dragons who shared their accumulated wisdom during the long nights. Through it all, Harry grew, not just in magical ability and knowledge, but in confidence and purpose. The frightened, defensive child who had arrived at the preserve had been replaced by a young man who carried himself with quiet authority and spoke with the voice of someone who had learned to value his own worth. His magical abilities continued to develop as well. Under Thesaurian's distant guidance, the ancient dragon maintained contact through the deep magical network that connected dragon communities worldwide. Harry learned to extend his communication abilities far beyond dragons. Phoenix song became comprehensible to him, unicorn thoughts accessible, even the whispered conversations of smaller magical creatures like bowtruckles and nifflers. But more important than the expansion of his abilities was his growing understanding of how to use them responsibly. Harry was becoming a true bridge walker, someone who could facilitate understanding between different forms of magical consciousness without imposing his own will or agenda on the conversations. "You're maturing into something remarkable," Charlie observed one evening as they worked together to treat a minor injury on one of the younger dragons. Harry's communication with the patient was so seamless that the dragon remained calm throughout the procedure, trusting completely in Harry's assurance that the healing was necessary. "I'm just doing what feels right," Harry replied, his attention focused on translating the dragon's descriptions of pain levels for Charlie's benefit. "It's not really about me. It's about helping everyone involved understand each other better." "That's exactly what I mean," Charlie said, with paternal pride. "You've learned to use extraordinary abilities in service of others rather than for personal gain. That's not as common as you might think." As Harry's 10th birthday approached, the preserve staff began planning a celebration that would acknowledge both his personal growth and his unique role in their community. But the gift that meant the most to Harry came from an unexpected source. Araminta approached him the morning of his birthday with a small, intricately carved wooden box held carefully in her massive talons. "Young speaker," she said formally, "the elders have discussed your place among us, and we have reached a consensus. You are no longer a visitor to be protected, but a permanent member of our community. As such, you are entitled to the traditional gifts that mark full acceptance into dragon society." She set the box down carefully before him, stepping back with the ceremonial dignity that marked important dragon rituals. Harry opened the box with reverent hands, gasping at what he found inside. Nestled on white silk was a pendant carved from dragon scale. Not just any scale, but one that had been freely given by each of the 43 adult dragons at the preserve. The individual scales had been somehow fused into a single piece that shimmered with all their colors, creating something that was both beautiful and powerfully magical. "This will mark you as dragon friend to any of our kind you might encounter," Araminta explained. "More than that, it will maintain your connection to this community, regardless of where your path might lead you. You will always be able to call upon us, and we upon you." Harry lifted the pendant carefully, feeling the warm thrum of magical energy that connected him to every dragon who had contributed to its creation. When he fastened the chain around his neck, the sensation of connection deepened, creating a permanent link to the community that had become his first real home. "Thank you," Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. "All of you. For everything you've given me." "You have given us much in return," Araminta replied warmly. "Healing for our injured, understanding from the human world, and hope for a future where our kinds might work together as equals. The debt, if any exists, flows both ways." The celebration that evening brought together everyone who had become important in Harry's life. The Weasley family arrived en masse, along with Dr. Vasquez, several preserve colleagues, and even some of the international researchers who had become friends over the months. The dragons participated as well, their massive forms creating a protective circle around the festivities as they shared in the joy of marking Harry's continued growth. But the moment Harry treasured most came near the end of the evening, when he found himself standing with Charlie near the edge of the celebration, watching their chosen family enjoy each other's company. "Any regrets?" Charlie asked quietly. "About the path we've chosen?" Harry considered the question seriously, thinking about all the roads not taken, Hogwarts and traditional magical education, normal childhood experiences, the possibility of anonymity and ordinariness that he had never really possessed anyway. "None," Harry said finally, his voice carrying absolute certainty. "This is exactly where I'm supposed to be, with exactly the people I'm supposed to be with. Everything else is just details." Charlie smiled, his expression bright with paternal pride and personal satisfaction. "Then we've done something right." As the celebration wound down and guests began to depart, Harry found himself on the familiar path to Araminta's cave, drawn by the desire for a quiet moment with the dragon who had been his first real friend in this new world. "Reflecting on growth and changes, young speaker?" Araminta asked, as Harry approached her resting place. "Thinking about the future," Harry replied, settling into the spot that had become his customary place for their conversations. "About what comes next? And what do you see when you look ahead?" Harry was quiet for a moment, extending his senses toward the broader magical world beyond the preserve. He could feel the currents of change flowing through magical communities worldwide, new alliances forming, old prejudices being challenged, the slow but steady shift toward greater understanding between humans and magical creatures. But he could also sense darker currents, the growing magical disturbances that suggested Voldemort's return was approaching more quickly than anyone wanted to acknowledge. There would be conflicts ahead, choices that would test everything he had learned about using power responsibly. "I see challenges," Harry said honestly. "Conflicts that will require everything I've learned here. But I also see opportunities to make things better, to build the kind of world where no child has to choose between being accepted and being authentic." Wise words, Araminta approved. "And when those challenges come, I'll face them as myself," Harry said with quiet confidence. "Harry Potter Weasley, son of Charlie, friend to dragons, bridge walker between worlds. I'll face them with family and allies I've chosen, using abilities I've developed through love rather than fear, fighting for a future where magic brings different peoples together, rather than driving them apart. Then you will prevail, Araminta said with certainty. Not through conquest or domination, but through the healing of old wounds and the forging of new bonds. This is the way of the true bridge walker. As Harry made his way back to the cabin that night, he reflected on how completely his life had changed since that desperate moment when accidental magic had torn him away from Privet Drive. The frightened, abused child who had believed he was worthless had become someone who carried the hopes of multiple species, someone whose choices could reshape the magical world. But more importantly, he had become someone who understood his own worth, who was surrounded by people who loved him for exactly who he was, who had the freedom to choose his own path and the confidence to walk it regardless of what others might expect. Charlie was waiting for him on the cabin's front porch, a cup of hot chocolate in his hands and the expression of contentment on his face that Harry had learned to associate with the best kind of family moments. "Good talk with Araminta?" Charlie asked, offering Harry the second cup he had obviously prepared in anticipation of this return. "Perfect talk," Harry replied, accepting the warm drink and settling into the chair beside Charlie's. "We talked about the future, about challenges and opportunities, about what it means to be a bridge walker." "And what does it mean?" Charlie asked, with genuine curiosity. Harry sipped his hot chocolate, tasting not just chocolate and marshmallows, but the warmth of home and family and belonging. When he spoke, his voice carried the quiet authority of someone who had found his true purpose. "It means I get to help heal a world that's been broken for too long. It means I get to prove that love is stronger than fear, that understanding is more powerful than prejudice, that the connections we choose are more important than the circumstances we're born into." He looked out over the preserve where dragons were settling into their evening roosts, their massive forms silhouetted against a sky full of stars. In the distance, he could hear the calls of other magical creatures, phoenixes, unicorns, even a few thestrals who had recently taken up residence in the nearby forests. "It means I get to show the magical world what's possible when different peoples choose to work together instead of fighting each other," Harry continued. "And it means I get to do all of that with the best family anyone could ask for." Charlie's smile was bright enough to rival the stars overhead. "Then I'd say we've got a pretty good foundation for whatever comes next." As they sat together in comfortable silence, Harry felt the deep satisfaction of someone who had finally found his place in the world. There would be challenges ahead, Voldemort's return, the ongoing tensions between magical species, the complex work of building bridges between communities that had been separated for generations. But Harry Potter Weasley, bridge-walker and dragon friend, beloved son and chosen family member, was ready for whatever the future might bring. He had learned who he was, understood what he was capable of becoming, and surrounded himself with people who would stand with him no matter what storms might come. The boy who had survived had become the young man who would heal the world, and he was finally, completely, eternally home.